So good morning, everybody. Could I ask everybody to come inside and take your seats? And just join us also in the front seats. Don't all bundle up in the back there. So there's ample of space up here. And if you're still also looking for places to put your jackets, there are also a few jacket racks out there where you can leave them. And we also promise you to get some air into this room during the discussions. So it's really nice seeing all of you this morning. And we are starting with our day. So everybody take their seat and then we get going. We have a wonderful program lined up for you today with important sessions on gender, on diversity, on energy and climate, on European integration. And also this afternoon, we have our working group sessions. So please don't leave for this. This is an important part of our conference, and we are very much looking forward having you in these sessions as well. There's going to be a family picture in our first break, so also don't run out to get coffee. We promise you to do it as quickly as possible, and then afterwards you can have your coffee break. We are going to do the family picture right up here. It is now my great pleasure to introduce the first panel to you and our first moderator. So could I ask our moderator to come up here? And with this, I give you the floor to one of the best moderators we ever have in our program. Thank you so much for being here today.
Well, thank you very much. I think I have the microphone, so I will not need this. Thank you very much. It's great to be here. And I would like to invite this on stage Ambassador Michael Reiffenstuel. He's the Director for Southeast Europe, Turkey, EFTA, States, OSCE, and Council of Europe at the German Federal Foreign Office. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for being with us.
By the way, are we already on? Yes. I have to correct one remark. I'm not covering CEFTA states. I don't know how it happened.
We'll see. Well, there might be some similarities there, so we will discover it. So I'm really honored to be back in Berlin. We were just talking with the ambassador. I'm proud to have been part of the Berlin Process Civil Society meetings for the last few years. I've been part of the working groups. I know how much Aspen Institute, Germany, but also Southeast Europe Association have put not just in this event, but over the years, and the importance that they have given to the EU integration of the Western Balkans using one of the pillars such as the Berlin process. Would like to, the way that we're going to have a conversation with Ambassador Reiffenstuel here, and then, as always, like we do, we will open it up to the questions of the audience, and we'll also invite participants to ask their questions, and there's, as you see, there's an empty chair on that purpose. Ambassador, let's start with you. We had very good conversations yesterday. Went from the very beginning of the Berlin process, trying to understand what have been some of the main achievements of the process, what will be the future, what are we expecting next week that will happen. It's the 10th anniversary, so are we going to see a celebration of that anniversary too, or it will be just an anniversary? So these are some of the questions that I think we were raising yesterday and would like to discover a little bit more from you. So if I would ask you, what are the top 3 achievements of the Berlin process over the years, over the last 10 years? What will they be?
Difficult question, huh? Because I think it very much depends on your personal pick, what you take. But let me make two remarks. First of all, many thanks. Originally, and it was intended that I should speak to you. And I said, for me, it's much more interesting if I don't deliver you a speech that has written somebody else anyway, not myself, but that we have some kind of a discussion. Because for us, really the value of this kind of events is that we get a feeling what are your concerns, what are your questions, what is your criticism. Yeah? And that's why I'm very happy that we do have this interactive session. When you ask what are the most important achievements of the Berlin process, probably I should play the ball back. You told me you are for 10 years in the Berlin process, so I'm doing this now for 1.5 years. I personally, if I take 3 picks, I would say one thing what is really important and what is very different to any other regional initiatives that we have seen over the years, is that simply the Berlin process is inclusive. Yeah? For us, it was always very, very clear it must be all Web 6. We don't want to have a process where there is some pick and choose, and some other countries are left out. But for us, one fundamental principle is really we want to have inclusivity. That means either we do it with all 6, or we don't achieve it, even if sometimes in the sequencing we can't achieve this. The second element, what I think really makes the Berlin process very, very unique is because it's not only a ministerial process, where you have a summit and foreign ministers, economic ministers, finance ministers, ministers of interior, and so on, where you don't only have the governments involved, but you do have what is for us very important. We have you involved, civil society, because we think it's one of the real keys to move, if I may say so, the Web 6 forward. We have an element integrated that covers also science, culture. We have the youth forum, what I think is really important because it's the work and their ideas for the next generation. So I think what is really unique about the Berlin process, and this is not an achievement as such, but that we have a very, very broad-based process, not only government to government, but including people to people, including specialists, but also including civil society, what I think is one of the most important elements as driver of a region for new ideas, for getting out of the maybe sometimes political deadlocks what we are facing, and that we have the youth inside. And the third one, to mention something very concrete, and I think you have heard that we will achieve finally, after a couple of years, deblocking CEFTA, what I think is a really major achievement, first of all, because it enables us that 8-10 agreements actually that within the common regional market that are actually ready, that they finally can be implemented. And I think it's also important, especially for Kosovo, if you look to it, that now finally they will not be represented anymore by UNMIK, but they will be doing themselves. And the third element, what I think is important, that we finally have started to open up the border between Serbia and Kosovo for Serbian goods. So I think that this is a real major achievement. But there will be, you will see, with regard to the agenda, there will be many more things to come.
Well, thank you, Ambassador. It was difficult to say 3 top things only. I think I'll add a fourth that everyone will agree here, the political commitment to the region, to the EU integration of the region. We tend to forget, but we should remember that back 10 years ago, we had from the Juncker Commission the freezing of the enlargement process. So in a certain way, the political commitment of the Berlin process was very important to keep the enlargement hope in the Western Balkans during some difficult times. So you mentioned also, and I think you explained what we're expecting next week during the summit. How do you mentioned the role of civil society. How do you include the civil society and forums like this, the Civil Society Forum, their recommendations in the priorities of the Berlin process, or in what way the youth engagement is being prioritized in the priorities of the Berlin process, but also mobilized?
I think actually both the civil society recommendations, but also what actually the Youth Forum, what Reiko is doing, plays for us a very significant agenda, because we are going through the recommendations. We see, first of all, internally how we could integrate this, implement this also in the political process. So for us, many of the ideas, I think, over the 10 years, what we have done in specific areas was actually born also with ideas from civil society and also from the Civil Society Forum. So for us, even if it may be that sometimes it doesn't look like immediately it's implemented, but we take this very serious because one of our main tasks, I think, is you mentioned a bit of the history of the Berlin process. I mean, the Berlin process, 2014, when it was started, I think it was 3 elements with regard to prepare the ground for European Union integration. But the second pillar, what is quite often forgotten, is for us also very important that we get intra-regional cooperation strengthened, that we get an intra-regional integration of the countries. And that's what we are also seeing in the Berlin process in many elements. And the third element actually of the Berlin process always was that we also want to strengthen, that's now sometimes a big word, good neighborly relations. And we are, for example, happy that the Web 6 that they also agreed themselves on a declaration on friendly and good neighborly relations. So actually it's all three. What I don't like basically is the word saying, what some people are saying, Berlin process was a surrogate for EU integration, because that's definitely not for us. It's really the ground where we can prepare, especially also in the economic area, and we have done this in many areas, where we can prepare the ground for EU integration. But all three elements are really important for us.
Well, thank you very much.
Now you should say I didn't answer your question.
So one of the biggest challenges with the Western Balkans is the lack of economic convergence with Western European countries. Depending how you see that on purchasing power parity, on real money, real US dollars, it could be up to only 15% of the GDP per capita average of the European Union. So one of the main issues is really more funding to the region to implement these important projects. So I'll ask you a difficult question. That has been, there's been a lot of conversation also in the region around that. Can you tell us something about the funding, how much money the German government, but how does that work in terms of funding that have gone to the region to implement those important initiatives?
Yeah. To be very frank, no. For a very simple reason, because the Berlin process, it's not an institution, it's not an organization. Yeah? If it were an organization, we would have a budget line that says, I don't know, 5 million, 50 million, 100 million euro. But the Berlin process, it's a process with so many elements where also the funding is coming from different budget lines, but also from partners, other states that are also involved in the Berlin process. So one of our weakness, but I made a promise beforehand that we will try to find out. One of our weaknesses is, I think at the moment, nobody really could say in 10 years we have spent this and this many million euro for the Berlin process. At least Niels, he's really our specialist, the head of the Western Balkans department. I don't think that we have any figure.
Experts in the room here, but we don't have to
Okay. So sorry, this I won't be able. But if speaking about economic convergence, something what we really attach importance to is, but there will be also a panel, I guess, going deeper into this, is the whole issue of the growth plan and also its 4 pillars. For me personally, it's not only about the growth facility, that means about the money getting into the region, but I think especially pillar 1, where you try to work on elements that bring tangible, visible progress for the people in the region. I think, and this is even much more important, and that's also what we tried to focus on within the Berlin process, that we have elements that really give the people on the ground the feeling we are coming closer to the European Union, because we are aware that, of course, the frustration with the people in the region is high. Many of the countries have applied now for quite a long time. So I think it's also our task, but not only, it's also up for the governments, by the way, in the region. But it's really also our task to show that there is tangible progress with every step that you're getting closer to the European Union. It's not only about money.
And Ambassador, as you pointed out, and we were discussing that, I believe that also for the growth plan, I think the structure, especially when it comes to regional economic cooperation, has been laid down by the Berlin process through the Common Regional Market 1 and then 2. So I think I see a lot, linkages there between the growth plan and the Berlin process.
We never would take the arrogance to say that we prepared the ground, but
well,
we
I
tried
said that. You didn't say that.
We tried to be helpful.
So there was a recommendation yesterday, I think it's also in the book, that the Berlin process need to be somehow institutionalized. What do you think about that?
I mean, this is one of the questions we were discussing, I think, for a couple of years back and forth. The proposal was tabled again and again. I think you can argue in favor and against it. One of the real strengths, I think, of the Berlin process is that we have really attached it, that the Chancellor's office is in the lead of the whole process, and then you do have of every country the share pass. So that means the advantage is really that we have the possibility from the political side really to move the process forward, because they do know, all the Western Balkan countries, they do know if an initiative is coming, the German government is standing really behind it. I think in this regard, sometimes you can have much more leverage than if you have a normal institutionalized secretariat that is really giving the impulse. But I do know that there are also disadvantages to this process. I personally do have the advantage, and do have the preference that we really leave it without a secretariat function, because I think that the political impetus we can give to the process this way, especially you can see it this time with the CEFTA deblocking. Yeah, that this was really a political, how shall I say, this was a political process, to put it very neutral, what I think would never have happened if it would have been based at a secretariat, etc. So my own preference would be to leave it like this.
In terms of political commitment.
Political commitment, but also weight. You simply, it makes a difference. It makes a difference if sometimes government in the region knows this is coming from the Chancellor or from the Foreign Minister, or whether it's just an initiative by the Secretariat. And it sometimes also makes a difference if we try to make clear, like this time with the 10th anniversary, we want to have a tangible result. And we go high risk to get this tangible result, and it will be partly painful for some of the actors, but we really want to have for the anniversary something. And I think this, for example, would never have worked. Manuel Sarrazin did a marvelous job. He will come afterwards. Yeah, he was really in the driver's seat and did this with unbelievable efforts and traveling all the time through the region. But without this kind of political impetus, also in the region that they do know, he has the backing of the Chancellor, he has the backing of the Foreign Minister, I think it never would have worked. So this is one example that shows the political weight really can make a difference.
Thank you. Last question before I open it up for questions from the audience, and please, if someone would like also to come and take the floor here. Where do you see Berlin process going in the next 10 years? And do you see the countries of the region being members of the European Union?
Yeah. So normally we say diplomats should do all, but never look into the future, what might happen or what might not happen. So, but first of all, I think Berlin process will continue. I think it should really, from this first pillar I mentioned, continue to support the process for the Web 6 getting closer to the European Union. Our government, both the Chancellor and the Foreign Minister and many others, we made very clear we do see the Western Balkan 6 as part of the European Union. We want to see them in. We think it's for many reasons. One could discuss ours for this, both in the interest for the region, but also in the interest for the European Union. But it's a two-way street. Yeah? So you know this very famous sentence that we still have a merit-based approach. So it's simply important that there's not a feeling now because of this very, there's this word because of geopolitical necessities. Yeah, that simply there's the feeling in the region now anyway it's a free ride because it cannot only be done that the so-called troika, so Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia are moving forward, but it must be also the Western Balkans. This alone is not sufficient. It must be clear. It still is a merit-based approach, but we want to see all of the Western Balkan countries in the European Union, part of the family.
Well, thank you, Ambassador. Please. The microphone here, please.
Sie können auch gerne hochkommen.
Okay,
Kommen Sie doch
great.
ruhig hoch. Kommen Sie.
You can have, yeah.
Good morning, Ambassador. And I'm Lutfi Dervishi. I'm a journalist based in Tirana. Basically, it's the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not your fault.
You can try again.
Now it should work.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
The mic didn't work, otherwise I would have heard an applaud. Yeah, Ambassador, it's almost the same question, but a little bit more cynical. One of the main objectives of the Berlin process has been to bring the Balkan region closer to the EU. If we were to measure the success by the need to eventually phase out the process, signifying that its main goal has been achieved, how close do you believe we are to that point? Because, frankly speaking, I didn't like the question about next 10 years.
That's why it was related to the EU integration process.
You mean more 27 by 27?
So,
I think it's difficult to give a general answer, because it does not only depend on the willingness and the readiness, the preparedness of the European Union, but it also simply depends on the member states. Sorry, it also depends on the Western Balkan states. I personally, there's sometimes a talk that it should be done in a package or it should be done individually. I personally, I'm a very strong supporter of the approach, merit-based. That's not an empty phrase, yeah? That it really should be based on the progress of the individual countries. So, for example, if now, let me just pick one or two out. If now, for example, Montenegro is moving forward, I think we would be most happy to support the country if we have the feeling they are really on the right track, they are really willing to do their homework. I mean, you know that they have opened all of the chapters and clusters, so if some can be closed, that's very good. I think we are very much happy to speed up the process. Yeah? But I personally would always say it really must be still based on the merits and not just taking all in or all out. I think it would be also not very conducive to the countries if they get the feeling anyway, whatever we do or what we don't do, there will be in or out. It must be really based on the performance. But I think, and that's the difference, I think really to the 10 years when you mentioned since Juncker made his speech, there is a real willingness to have the Western Balkan countries in. There's a real willingness, and I personally think the next couple of years is a really historic window. But this window must be also used by the governments in the region. It's not only up to us.
yeah, but if you allow me just a follow-up question. In the Thessaloniki summit, June 2003, so there was a clear promise that the destination of the countries of the region is in the EU. But considering 90s, and now we are in 2023, and the next 10 years, what do you think?
No,
Why it's so difficult? So it's getting more than 3 decades for the Balkan to be part of the EU, considering that Cold War, it's almost 4 decades.
Yes, I think you know the answer much better than I can formulate it, because perhaps it may be also that we had a couple of years where there was the appetite for an enlargement round, relatively minor, to put it very mildly, and that's what I tried to make clear. I really think this has really changed. It's not only speak by the politicians, including the German government. It's really meant seriously. There was a little step where one could have seen this when there was the question of the formal opening of the accession negotiations for Bosnia-Herzegovina. I think most countries would have expected that the German government, as always, is very, very hesitant in saying, well, if you look on the records, especially with Bosnia-Herzegovina fundamentals, this is a disaster. We were one of the governments actively saying, we think it's the right time to open it. Not because they had a wonderful, magnificent performance, but we had finally a government where we had the feeling after a couple of years when nothing were happening, at least they were willing to move forward. So I think and this is really serious by the German government. We want to get the Balkans in, but we are not a big fan of naming years. Yeah, I mean, if Montenegro is doing his job, and 27 by 27, I would say personally, fine, wonderful. Sorry?
By 28.
28 by 28. So we are very grateful for this 1 year more. No, it's true, 27.
But still remains 27.
No, you are correct. 27 was now coming by a different foreign minister, but I don't mention his name.
Well, thank you,
If
Mr.
you allow me, that's not a question for diplomat, but I'm making it anyway. The Prime Minister of Albania said recently in the region that thanks to Putin and the war in Ukraine, Europe is waking up and turning the attention to the Balkan. Do you agree with that?
I think it doesn't matter whether somebody was waking up or whether Putin was doing anything. I think important for the region is we have now a situation where we think it is very clear that we want to have not only marching the trio ahead, but we also want that actually the Western Balkan countries are marching ahead. I think it doesn't bring so very much, if you start discussing why exactly this was now happening, then it also gets difficult partly for us. But we do see, because of a new geostrategic, geopolitical environment, the necessity to speed up the EU integration process. And I think the countries in the region should make use of it. And it's, by the way, it's not only for the EU. The same is true, even much more important if it comes to NATO. Yeah? I mean, we have a couple of NATO countries in the Western Balkans. Because if you go all to this kind of hybrid threats, this is a really important topic where we can see the countries working with NATO, they are simply much better prepared.
Well, thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Mr. Dervishi, please. You had two interviewers here.
Okay, my name is Valbona. I come from a Swiss organization which is supporting Western Balkan, named the Regional Advocacy Network. I wanted to cross-check with you two theses. One which is one of my takeaways of the previous day, and another one which is the topic of the second half day today. The first one has to do with labor mobility. Up to now, if the growth plan should be materialized on its promise, we need proper labor hand to be engaged in this plan, in the whole Western Balkan. What's currently happening, and especially with Germany, is not only the brain drain, but even the labor drain.
But partly also Switzerland, by the way.
Yeah.
Yes, but we have another, in Switzerland, there is another policy about migration. Okay. That is the difference. So up to now, the question is, up to now, this is treated through bilateral agreements between states. So my question is it the time to have a regional coalition of Western Balkan and starting to negotiate with EU about the labor, I call gap, whatever you name it?
Sorry, now I have to ask, if you say labor gap, that means to keep the
to
people
keep,
in the region.
To keep the people in the region.
In the region. I think that there will be also one element actually on migration policy that will also get into the summit results. But on this one, I'm speaking now very personally. I mean, if we want to get this region fit for development, one of the most important things is that we create conditions that people are willing to stay. Very simple.
Or go back.
Or go back, absolutely, no, absolutely, or go back. And one of the challenges, and I fully agree, this you can see in Germany, that somehow Germany is quite attractive for the region. Now I would say this is not only our fault, but also the fault of the politicians in the region. But I agree with you that it is really important that we do find new mechanisms, for example, for circular migration, that also knowledge is flowing back into the region. There are other countries and other regions in the world where this works much better. Mm-hmm. So I fully agree with you. Part of the task when we really want to make the Balkans fit for the EU is also that we find means and ways that it is attractive to stay for the people as an alternative in the region and not only migrate to Germany or migrate to Switzerland. But I don't have, to be very frank, I don't have yet the key for it, because this is a very complicated issue. But we are aware also in the government that and you know, we need the labor, yeah, and it's really important for Germany. But we have to find ways and means that actually, really, this is getting somehow much more also to the benefit of the countries, and not only by money return, like it is in some of the countries.
Well, thank you.
Okay.
We'll take a third question because we only have 1 minute.
fine.
Thank you so much. You can speak from there because we only have 1 minute.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The second thesis I will treat with colleagues.
Yes. Please.
Thank you. I'm Kori Udovički from the Center for Advanced Economic Studies in Belgrade, which is focused on economics, and I'll try to be really fast. I remember 2014, when the Berlin process started, how strong, in my opinion, and important the effect of it was, exactly because of the focus on economic prosperity. This is also continues to be, after 10 years, the focus of Serbia's government, unfortunately not related to improving institutional quality related to it. But I have to say, I think that government has proved that economic
question,
growth...
please.
Anyway,
Yeah.
yes. Now, the fundamental question is, as time goes by, the political economy, the state can become more and more captured. Could the Berlin process, would you consider the Berlin process a good instrument to develop ways of helping independent economic actors, for example, small and medium enterprises, receive assistance more directly from the EU? The EU has very complex mechanisms. It cannot change. But working together with a mechanism that's flexible like the Berlin process, there is a lot of funding in the EU. It is a recommendation that we've given.
Yes, that's one of the recommendations.
Previous, and I would like, I'm using this opportunity to, in fact, advocate for this, because I think there are ways, and I think as the accession process lasts, it can end up making a big difference to the sincerity of the interest of a country to go into the European Union, to truly integrate.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm very grateful for the question. That's why I said at the very beginning I really want to have a dialogue. I can't give you a real good answer at the moment, but I'm very much willing that we take it with us, yeah, and work on it. I mean, we do have this also elements like a business forum, etc., etc. But especially with the aspect of state capture, without going down too much into detail and so on. I fully understand your point. We will look into it.
Thank you. That's what I was hoping.
Well, and what is very important, and now still, everybody has the book of recommendations. It's grown also from the civil society organization and businesses in the Western Balkans. So that's very important. So you get the messages directly from the region through that publication. So thank you to ASPEN and Southeast Europe Association and the civil society organizations in the Western Balkans. And with this, I would like to thank you very much, Ambassador, for this chat. I wish we had some more time to cover some more questions, but we have a picture and then a coffee break, I believe, or am I wrong? Okay, so we continue with the panel, and after that we have the coffee break, and you can all meet with the Ambassador. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. You don't drink it. Don't drink any water.
Wer ist das?
Yes. Oh, so both. Okay.
Hallo, Frau Wallo.
Also wir tragen jetzt eben selber unsere Stühle hoch. You look like you're on the panel, so a bit suspiciously with the microphone. Anja Wallau.
Very nice to meet you.
Okay.
Somebody else, which looks like a panelist. Anja Wallau, hello. Somebody else missed.
Okay, you
Yep.
can also join us. I will
that
introduce
already
you to the rest of the panel. Ambassador Wallau.
Hello. Pleased to meet you. I think we're already. So no secrets to share now.
Yes, we're all here.
Hi, Maida.
It seems to be working. All right.
Okay, and Mr. Trokas will be online.
All right, okay. Joining from Paris.
Yes. Oh, yes, very
Seems
good.
to be working. Okay. So let's find our seats.
Okay.
You got the link right.
Okay. Okay, I think we can go up. Thank you very much, Valbona Zenelli and Ambassador Reiffenstuel. I think this was a very good prelude to our panel now on EU integration and the Berlin process.
Such. Some of the old
So I'm very glad to welcome you all here today to our panel. And as we've seen in the discussions yesterday and also in the round of discussions this morning, the EU issue is somehow at the heart of everything. And as we've heard already yesterday and again by Ambassador Reiffenstuel, we're no longer leading this kind of discussion whether or not the Berlin process is a substitute for the EU integration process. It has been firmly underlined a couple of times that both work together in a way, mutually supporting each other to get the region into the European Union. However, at the same time, we're these days celebrating 10 years of Berlin process. But if we look at it, and this has also been mentioned before, the region has not really got actually close to EU accession so far. So I would say the task of our panel today is to discuss how can we interlink the Berlin process and the EU enlargement process better to make it more productive and more effective also for the EU integration process to work and to get the region into this direction. So I'm really glad that we have such a full audience this morning, but I must say I'm not really surprised because in the past years also the issue of EU integration was one of the most popular issues among the civil society topics at the civil society fora. And I'm also not really surprised because we have such a great panel today here, and we got a very interesting round of speakers, and I would say somehow all relevant stakeholders on board to join us for this discussion. So I would like to start with presenting the panel, and I will start with the rapporteur from civil society, who has a special role here because he's speaking for the results of the working group and presenting them. And our rapporteur for this topic is Zoran Nechev. He is the head of the Center for EU Integration at the Institute for Democracy, Societas Civilis in Skopje. Zoran has been working in the past years at a large number of important research institutes, focusing both on the Berlin process and on EU integration. And he's also very busy these days because he's also one of the main conveners of the Berlin process parliamentary dimension. So great that you have the time. Welcome, Zoran.
Thank you.
And I would like also to welcome very warmly Minister of European Affairs, Majda Gorčević from Montenegro, who can join us today. I'm really glad that she could join us as a representative not only of a regional government, but also of what many consider currently a front-runner state in the EU integration process. She's an expert on law and has worked on issues of minority protection for the Montenegrin government. Since 2023, she's been member of parliament and took over the crucial portfolio of European affairs in Montenegro. Welcome.
Well, it is a pleasure to be here today. Thank you.
And joining us online, we have Ambassador René Trokas from France. He has held many diplomatic positions also in the wider region of Southeast Europe, and since last year, he has been special envoy for the Western Balkans. And Ambassador Trokas, I hope you can hear us well from Berlin. Okay, great. So we have one crucial EU member state present and also a second crucial EU member state, which is Germany, here represented by Ambassador Anja Wallau, Director for EU Basic Policy Issues, EU Coordination and EU External Affairs from the Federal Foreign Office. She joins us here with her strong background in EU issues, also from her time working at the German Federal President's Office. Welcome, Ambassador Wallau. And you already see what's missing so far. It's the EU Commission, and I'm really glad that we also have Wojciech Kowalski with us. He has been dealing with the issue of enlargement ever since Poland's accession, his native countries, to the European Union. And he's now with us as the advisor to the Director for Western Balkans in the EU Commission. Welcome.
Happy to be here.
Just like all the panels who are based on our pre-discussions in Skopje, we will start now with the presentation of the working group recommendations. Afterwards, we will have a round of replies on these recommendations, comments, and potential additions. And we will, of course, also still use the free seat here in the round after. So everyone who's eager to join, and I've seen this morning that you seem to be very eager to join, I'm looking forward to that. So you can already prepare your questions for this. But for now, I hand over to Zoran for his presentation.
Okay, thank you, Christian. Yeah, a couple of notes before I start. So first, thank the organizers for organizing the pre-summit, let's say, for the civil society and think tanks in Skopje. It was a pleasure assisting and leading one of the groups. Also, as Christian mentioned, these are not my personal recommendations, are not coming from the organization that I work for, but these are, let's say, the fruits of the work that we have done in Skopje. So I will try, as I only have 5 minutes, I will try to give you a couple of recommendations for the civil society organizations from EU member states and for regional organizations. So maybe start with the general overview in order to better, let's say, complement the EU accession process. One of the recommendations that we have discussed in Skopje is to have more predictability of the Berlin process. So first, continuity, because we know that there are elections next year in this country, and things might change, but we would like to see the Berlin process continuing, so we would know where do we stand and how should we actually organize ourselves vis-a-vis the Berlin process itself. So that's very important. And in terms of next hosts, what we were discussing in Skopje was that maybe as it was in the beginning, maybe not a 5-year plan, maybe a bit shorter, but to know who are the next hosts of the Berlin process already. So I think that would be quite important in order to have this predictability element within the Berlin process. What we discuss also is that we need to increase, and that's a recommendation not only for the member states or for Germany, but for all involved stakeholders, that we need to increase the visibility of the process. When we still discuss it in the Balkans, people mix with certain other initiatives that exist in the Balkans, but we need to pinpoint that most of the elements or the results or the outcomes which are coming actually from the Berlin process are from the Berlin process. So to increase the visibility. How the understanding of the Berlin process is also as a kind of driver, or let's say a way in which member states and the EU Commission can help the governments and administration in the Western Balkans to enhance their capacities. Because here we are talking about, okay, millions and millions of euros, that's all fine. But if the administration is not ready, if our governments do not know how to absorb them or implement those projects, then it will be really difficult. Then, we don't need those millions as we don't know how to use them properly. So to use the Berlin process in order to enhance the administrative capacities of the governments in the Western Balkans. On the side of the civil society, what we see is a greater involvement of ours in the monitoring of all the commitments that are made as part of the Berlin process. And now, as we heard, CEFTA will be unblocked, so we have additional 11. We will have an additional mobility agreement, so all of this needs to be properly monitored. We are using extensively RCC's reports, but it is our opinion that much more and much deeper can be done by the civil society organizations. It was also extensively discussed, and there was a different opinions in Skopje, but it is finally that we have come to a conclusion that we need, or it is of essential importance to reintroduce rule of law as a topic into the Berlin process. We can discuss about all of these things, increased trade, green agenda, and all of this, but they're intertwined predominantly with the rule of law. So without enhanced focus on rule of law, besides the focus that the EU accession has, it will be difficult to make progress on other elements. As for the last 30 seconds, what I would say is also that, putting the efforts of the German government in the EU accession process, and predominantly here, I think about the attempts to introduce the qualified majority voting in the intermediate stages of the accession process. We think that the Berlin process can be used as a venue to champion streamlining the decision-making process, and by doing that, to assist actually the governments in the region that are trying to do their best in terms of reforms, but are blocked on bilateral issues. That's it, 5 minutes, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was even faster than 5 minutes, so thank you for being so sharp and concise. We will now start with a round of reactions from the panel. And I would start with Ambassador Trokas, because I believe that he has to leave us a little bit earlier to include him into as many rounds as possible. So I would like to give you the floor first with your reactions to these recommendations for a maximum of 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and delighted to be with you. I hope you hear me well. Sorry for not being in Berlin today, so I take part from the rainy Paris, but I understand the rain now is going to Germany. So on our topic, and following the remarks which have been made, after working very intensively for more than 1 year in this region, what can we say about this link between the Berlin process on one side and the European perspective on the other? I don't want to repeat what has been said, but it's very clear that no discussion about that, at least in our mind, that the Berlin process is very useful. It is a very efficient tool, and as you are going in Germany to host the 10th summit of the Berlin process, we understand that some concrete deliverables are on the table and are clearly helping this démarche of our neighbors of the Western Balkans to the European path. Here I have in mind, we hope that the work which is done by my colleague, German colleague Manuel Sarrazin on the CEFTA, and the question of the transportation of the goods at the border between Serbia and Kosovo is going to work. So we cross fingers, but I understand that these things are in a good way. That's something very important, because this is something very concrete, which affects the populations. That's one thing. We also have, let me remind that I said that at the last meeting, at the ministerial meeting in Berlin, precisely of the Berlin process, concerning the cyber center we hosted by Montenegro, and I want to thank Minister of Foreign Affairs of Montenegro who is taking part to this panel. This is a joint initiative we had with Montenegro and Slovenia. So this is also something very concrete. What I mean by that is that within this framework of the Berlin process, we have a lot of very specific and concrete initiatives which are useful to the people, and are useful because people see by their own eyes what cooperation in the European way and path on the European path can be. So this is one thing. Concerning now the broader approach of the 6 countries of the Western Balkans joining the European Union, and all the efforts and the endeavors which have to be done in this for this goal. Let me remind something which probably is well known to all of you, but I think it's always useful to keep that in mind. When we speak of the Western Balkans, the 6 countries, we are speaking of a global economy, which is the equivalent in GDP of Slovakia. We also speak of a population which reaches about 17 million people, which is more or less, I would say rather less than the Netherlands. What I mean by that is that it is something consequent, it is something important, don't misunderstand me, but it is something which is absorbable by the European Union. It is not the size of other countries, and it is not the size of previous waves of enlargement of the European Union of the European Union. So this is something which is given. It is a reality, and now we have to work in the details, and this is where clearly the devil is in the details. The most crucial difficulty in this region is the internal tensions, which are a legacy of former periods, the war in Yugoslavia, we all know that, and we now have to overcome that. We know it's painful. As we repeat all the time, we're not giving any lessons to anyone. We're not teachers here. We are very respectful of our neighbors and partners and friends from the Western Balkans, but we want to help, to be useful as European Union, as France, addressing these countries to tell them that we don't see other future for them, other reasonable and optimistic future for them than in the European Union. This is precisely what my president reminded and said during his last visit to Belgrade in Serbia. This is what he said a year ago when he visited for the first time as a French president Albania. This was the first visit of a French president to the state of Albania in 1 century, official visit. And this is what he told his interlocutors of the three representatives of the chairs of Bosnia when they were hosted in Paris. He told them that you need to work in this direction. So every country is in a different situation. Of course, you have countries which are more advanced technically, others which are less. Some difficulties I mentioned concerning some tensions and conflicts. But we need to have a global approach for the region, which does not contradict the merit-based approach. Of course, it is something requested for us as European Union. For which reason? Let me come to this point and clarify something. Because I heard that many times when visiting the countries of the Western Balkans. The merit-based approach has nothing to do with any, it's not a punitive approach. It is, of course, something which is demanding, but it is demanding for the countries. It comes with the coherence of the European Union and the European project. We don't want a downsized Europe. And I would say this is very respectful to the countries which are candidates. There are no second-class candidates. We want all candidates to be equal in our common European Union. This is the goal. This is very clear.
Thank you very much. We have to conclude
Okay.
at this point. I hand over to the Minister of European Affairs for her comments on the recommendations. Thank you very much, Ambassador Trokas.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation. Also, say hello to René, and hope that we are going to meet again, maybe in Brussels or Montenegro. Thank you, Zoran, for sharing the recommendations. I must say that they were a very comprehensive one that you also shared with us, and I will go through some of those recommendations briefly so the other panelists have the time. So I think that when we are speaking about the Western Balkan countries, I think that we all learned by the experience so far. And not only the Western Balkan countries, but also I'm now speaking about the whole process of the integration and also about the European Commission that learned. And I'm thinking that maybe the reason why the methodology has changed in 2020 is one of the reasons why the rule of law must be before and one of the first stages before the economic or the other reforms. So in that way, I'm certain that if we are speaking about the Western Balkan countries, I must say that this year was very successful. And Ambassador Tokaz said it very well. Even the fact that there was the merit-based approach, the equal candidate countries, there must be equality among us. Now I'm speaking from the Montenegro side, even the fact that we are now the leader in this process, but also someone who sees the whole Western Balkan countries as a part of European Union. And now I'm speaking as one who wants to lead by example and also to share the experience with the other candidate countries. So if we are speaking from that side, I think that Montenegro and all other Western Balkan countries had a great success. I must say that Montenegro had 2 IGCs this year, only this year. We had a positive EBAR over the chapters 23 and 24. When we are speaking about the Bosnia-Herzegovina opening of the accession negotiations, if we are speaking about North Macedonia, then we are speaking about the screening. If you are speaking now about Serbia also and Albania, now we can speak also about their plan of opening clusters 1 and 3 for the both countries. So in that way, we see also Kosovo with their initiatives and being part of this whole European path. But also the thing is that the things are moving forward, that it's not like there was one period of time when there was stagnation over the European integration. Not only, I'm not speaking about the Montenegro, I'm speaking about the Western Balkan. And I'm certain that the good thing is also the Berlin process is taking us forward to this path over with a lot of initiatives, a lot of dialogues, and a lot of panels like this today. So I will go maybe through particular specific recommendations because one of the things that I can also see a particular value is fostering local ownership of the Berlin process. And this is one optimal way to reflect the specific needs and the priorities of the Western Balkan countries, most of which the situation of the impact that the accession progress. And most of all, I cannot only speak about the governance and the governments, I will also speak about the civil society organizations, because if they have the stake in the Berlin process, then I think that it's most likely to commit to its mission more progressively and more actively. Further on, I must tell that one of the things that was moving us during, and this was something that also the ambassador in the previous panel mentioned, is the growth plan. It is something where the Western Balkan countries were involved. I must say that there was a small competition. Whose reform agenda is going to be better? Who is going to have more reforms? Who is going to have to finish the reform agenda before? But that was the good competition between us. Those were the good competitions over the European agenda and over the things that matter not only for the Western Balkan, but for the whole process of the enlargement. So in that way, I think that regarding the reform agenda and the growth plan, it's going to be the spotlight for the next period of time, definitely. But this stagel and partially being part of European Union in this way through the single market over the national growth plan is one good approach of having the candidate countries from Western Balkan being the part and being motivated to finish the process of the negotiating process to the EU. So I think this is also one of the things that are the good to mention over the recommendations, and I think that besides that we really need, and that was one of the recommendations, long-term agenda for the Berlin process, because primarily it will entail reforms that Western Balkan countries need to undertake to integrate into the single market. And also must mention that between the Western Balkan countries, this motivation over the growth plan, it is also to being the part, for the example, and also having these ministry meetings, Ministry of European Affairs and the Ministry of Finance every couple months regarding on the summit on the growth plan is the good approach of where we have the dialogue, not only about the political issues, and the good thing is also that we heard today several times that CEFTA is going to be unblocked. This is one of the good recommendations, and I think this is the good dialogue that we have every couple months, because if we move forward on the things that are uniting us, then we are on the good path. And the European integration is something that we have all the same language. So one of the things that we were speaking on those ministry meetings were the green lanes, the digital wallet, SEPA, and the good thing is that now finally we can speak about a couple of countries for Western Balkan that finished the pre-application, and now I'm speaking now in Montenegro final application for SEPA, which is also the good thing for us to have and to be the part of the single market and to be the part of, to feel how it is also to be the part of the EU. So regarding two recommendation papers, I also often found that the civil organization's role must be brought to the full potential. Yes, that's the deal. That's why we are here. That's one of the roles, maybe the best of the Ministry of European Affairs, because the Ministry of European Affairs in Montenegro, we coordinate the whole process. We speak not only with the government, with institutions, we speak with the civil society, with the organizations, we speak with the citizens, with the parliament, and having everyone on board, especially if we have the civil society, then we know that European integration is something that can have the wider picture and can have also this good approach of a good example how we should do the things in the future. I know when we speak about Montenegrin NGO sector and the civil society, I must really be proud, even the fact that their job is to be very critical over the things that the government do. I think that they are very proactive, they are very visible, and they're resilient NGO sector in Montenegro, which as a country from the Western Balkan we can really be proud of. So in that way, I think that their job is to criticize also, to be support, and from the other hand, we really as the Ministry of European Affairs every month have open consultations with the NGO sector over, well, all the topics that are at that moment the sexy topics for the Montenegro when we speak about European integration and everything else. So in that way we had every month a specific topic with the NGO, which is where we had a debate when we had their comments, and it was one good approach that we are going to have in future period of time as well.
Thank you very much. I will stop you here.
Okay, thank you, because time flies actually. So
yes,
there
we will
so
have
many
further
things to do, but really happy, and I'm certain that there will be much more things that we can go through the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this overview, and we've heard now that enlargement is doable, also because of the size of the region and the EU's capacity here. And we've also heard the interesting aspect that the growth plan is somehow an instrument of creating local ownership for the process and giving the countries more ability to shape it. Ambassador Wallau, what is your perspective on the recommendations?
Yes, thank you very much. And maybe if you're lucky, you'll get the right questions to continue later on with your points.
I have a lot of recommendations to comment, so it's
okay, answering. So thank you, but also thank everybody else for the recommendations, for the concrete recommendations, and all the work that has gone into drafting them, including the workshops in Skopje and everything. And I particularly like, well, first of all, the fact that we all have them. Many officials read them now in the Commission, in the German government, in the French government, so it's feeding into the process already. I just wanted to underline that's maybe a low-hanging fruit, as you would have called it in your paper. But I also like this division into tough nuts to crack and low-hanging fruit in this, because I think it fits well. Maybe sometimes the EU itself can seem like a tough nut to crack from the outside, but that was actually the whole intention behind the Berlin process, of course, helping crack the shell. Although I don't want to make it sound now like the EU was something closed off, and like Ambassador Reiffenstuel has also underlined, there's a real willingness to have the 6 Western Balkan countries join the European Union, and the idea is to jointly support cracking the shell. And so maybe it's useful to remember also where the EU started, how the EU started, and I'm not going into all these details, which you will probably touch upon with SEPA and green lanes and everything, how we incrementally move forward. But this incremental approach is also at the very basis of our European Union. We built the European coal and steel community back in the days when also there was still a lot of distrust and lack of trust and a lot of insecurities in relations, of course, very understandably. And we had to start with concrete progress, form follows function, if I may say this here, to enhance trust and build upon these things. So it's very similar, I think, to, and I believe our founding fathers, Schuman, Delors, would have probably very much approved of the common regional market approach and everything, also to bringing Western Balkan countries closer to the EU. Also, facilitating people-to-people exchange was one of the concrete recommendations that were made, not only here in this forum and all the seminars before, but also maybe it's worth underlining that also not all bilateral issues and all issues of distrust and everything had been solved between Germany and its neighbors before we joined the EU, or we're still working on some of these issues, actually. And so I think it's worth recalling that this needs parallel work, and progress should not be stopped by some of these issues, as you also recommended with qualified majority voting extended in some technical aspects of enlargement decisions. We're still working on that. That's another sort of tough nut to crack, but we're not giving up on this one, so we're on your side there as well. Overcoming barriers in trade and mobility. I'm not going into details there, just some personal impressions maybe from, I worked for President Steinmeier until about last week, and we traveled through the region and we met, for instance, in Skopje, young people from all across the region with RICO organized workshops. There was so much creativity, so much enthusiasm, and so many great ideas, but also so much frustration, of course, at the pace of progress, maybe not lack of progress, but pace of progress, that I'm very confident that, for instance, enhancing student mobility could have such a great impact on bringing the region closer to the European Union as well. But also, one concrete recommendation was to have work experience in the institutions, to study in the EU, but also in the region. There's a College of Europe in Tirana now. My alma mater has opened a university there as well. So just saying that we were very heartened to see all this enthusiasm in the region. And also some good examples. It was mentioned before, the issue of brain drain and skilled labor that we need here as well. When we were in Tirana, there was this Lufthansa Industry Solutions. I'm not making advertisement here, but I'm not saying what they produce, not flights. But there were a lot of people there discussing with the president and saying how they brought back some of the capacities, the experience they had gained from working in Germany mainly, but also in other EU countries, bringing it back to the region. So this whole idea of circular mobility is also an important aspect. So it just taking bits and pieces of how I think now that with the CEFTA unblocking and hopefully finally real progress on the 4 mobility agreements and paving the way also for more student mobility, this can actually have a great impact also on the EU integration. And you're nodding, so you're trying to make me stop probably. So I'm just saying, finally, maybe there's the nuts reminded me of a German saying as well, the proverbial squirrel that with his arduous work collecting nuts for the winter. Mühsam ernährt sich das Eichhörnchen. So maybe sometimes you also get this feeling for this EU integration, but it's worth that we all keep working on this together.
Thank you very much. Thank you also for underlining that the CRM is somewhat like a classical piece of EU integration, as it has been in the old EU states in the past, and for adding a new metaphor to the EU enlargement process.
I was very focused on the nuts.
Not only the scribble, but also the shells that have to be cracked.
Okay.
Okay. So, but let's come to Mr. Kowalski, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me start with congratulating Germany and everybody involved on this 10th anniversary summit. And I think this year, more than ever, the Berlin process has proved that it is useful and it is really bringing real results to the region. We're talking about unblocking CEFTA, but we're also talking about adoption of the next CRM, a big deal for the region, of course. And we're talking about another mobility agreement, so 5th mobility agreement. So all in all, this, I mean, it is producing real results. I was thinking about the main question of this panel about the Berlin process and enlargement. And unfortunately, I have to say, to begin with, that the Berlin process is not about enlargement. And I don't think it ever was about enlargement. It is about engagement with the region. And it cannot be about enlargement because enlargement of the EU is an affair of the EU, which means not 9 member states plus the UK, but it's about all member states. This is a decision taken by all member states. So it cannot be about enlargement. However, it is very closely related to enlargement and it can definitely support enlargement. In particular, and I think the key area to look at how we can make the Berlin process and the enlargement process more streamlined is the key area to look at is regional cooperation and common regional market. And I will focus on this a little bit for the next minute or two of my address. I think this is where the Berlin process has added really most value to bringing the region closer to the EU. One might say, well, the common regional market is not really about EU, is it? I mean, you know, it's about the region cooperating. But that would be a very narrow way of looking at common regional market. In fact, common regional market is about EU. It is about the region coming closer to the EU. First of all, because common regional market is not just based on any principles. It's based on EU acquis. By integrating in specific areas, the economies of the region, the states in the region are actually adopting the acquis. Yeah. So we're bringing the region that way. We're bringing the region closer to enlargement. So that in that sense, common regional market is very much about pushing enlargement forward. Secondly, enlargement, we should remember, is based on 3 criteria. And the political criteria and the administrative criteria are only two of them. The third criterion is the economic criteria and the convergence. And right now, we're still dealing with a region where most countries have GDP below 50% of the EU average. So regional and common regional market is one of the ways that you can make progress, and the region can make progress in economic criteria and in economic growth, because creating a larger market carries a promise of attracting additional external investment and also activating investment mobility within the region. And thirdly, because the CRM is about European integration, because it is generally about integration. And as Ambassador Wallau mentioned, you know, Europe wasn't built in a day. There is a way of working between many countries. There is a way of negotiating through differences, building alliances, establishing something that transcends individual national interests, basically, that is done for the greater interest, for the higher interest. And this is, in a way, it's not a waiting room. This is, you are getting into that. The region is getting into that by building that common regional market. So in that sense, I think the Berlin process, by supporting common regional market and supporting regional cooperation, is essential for enlargement. Now, of course, as I mentioned, this year we have particular reasons to celebrate. But because of CEFTA and the new action plan, etc. But this year we also, as of last year actually, we should also look at common regional market. There is an additional reason why it's related to enlargement, and that is because it has become part of the EU framework of working with the region through the growth plan. The growth plan is based on 4 pillars. It's based on closer integration with specific areas of the EU single market. It's based on common regional market, and it's based on reforms and financial support. So the 4 pillars. So by being a pillar of the growth plan, again, regional cooperation is essential. And it is very clear in the growth plan that regional cooperation is a prerequisite for closer integration with the single market. In some areas, it's very simple. In some areas, it just makes no sense to open up EU single market to one partner while it is closed to the others. So it simply would not work. For instance, veterinary standards. You have to have, the whole region has to first get their act right, and they has to get their act together for the EU to open up. In other areas, it's not as clear-cut as that, but regional cooperation would simply have a multiplier effect on the impact of such measures. For instance, customs cooperation. So, for all these reasons, I think that particularly in the past 3 years, the Berlin process has been very well articulated with enlargement to the extent that it can. Of course, there are greater, there are ways, there are areas we could consider for ensuring greater synergies. We could think of giving the process a slightly more EU-oriented format, but this is a separate discussion. But we should not forget that the beauty of the Berlin process, as Ambassador Walau said, is that it doesn't involve the big and heavy structures of the EU, and that it is light, that it is flexible, and that it is based on building alliances. And when I was reading the recommendations, and also when I heard them today, yes, predictability of who's going to be the next host. Yeah, we always ask that question, and frankly, not even the Commission knows until the last minute. So you're not the only ones kept in the dark. On the other hand, I feel that there is the element. It's not just the element of surprise. I think it's also, in a way, you have to think about. This gives the process quite a lot of flexibility. Deciding, given the political situation, given how, who will do the most, who can achieve the best results next year. I think that judgment, keeping that judgment until the very end, I'm playing the devil's advocate here a little bit, but this is also something to consider. This is something to consider. We have a lot of predictability in the EU. In terms of who is the next presidency for the next 7 or 8 years, and that's not always working out very well for us.
Thank you very much. Also for clearly underlining this point that the Berlin process somehow prepares the countries for the EU integration, as I understood you, by, for example, adopting the acquis or by growing economically to be ready for the common market. Very, very important points. I now look into the audience and I see hands raised even before I ask the question, so that's a very good sign. I saw the hand over there first, but I will collect 3 of them, and then we will have the brief questions and a round of answers. So you are the first, and yes, I saw the lady next to Mr. Priebe, and I saw you as third. Yes. So yes, please come up. No, don't sit on each other's lap. Just come one after another. Take the seat. Please briefly introduce yourself and just put one question. Thank you.
It's going to be difficult. I have two questions. So, Nida Krunovska, Roma Foundation for Europe, originally from the region based in Berlin. So there are certain things that the EU member states can do and other things that has to be done from the society down. Yesterday we had a panel, not very much raised hands on Roma inclusion. So my question is, we've seen enlargement doesn't improve the situation of Roma, the situation in Roma in Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, it's not quite different than the ones in the Western Balkans. So what is the idea of the civil society and the governments to actually build this bottom up, especially since many people ask me, why do I work on Roma issues? Pointing that I should be dealing with more important issues, where the Roma are actually the low-hanging fruit, and you could see all the reforms, all the things deviances from the systems just by looking at the Roma and the effects of the reforms and policies and the exclusion there. So it's a very low-hanging fruit, or for the member states, any Russia propaganda is first tasted on Roma, but because it goes under the radar, then it's scaled up on LGBTI, etc., etc. So what are your plans as civil society and governments to actually zoom in on Roma as a very low-hanging fruit to check how your reforms are progressing? On the member states and the governments in the member states, there are certain things in the Commission you can do, right? Like changing the
Is this
voting.
the second question?
Yes, this is the to the rest of the panel.
Briefly,
You can change the regulations or make a member states take a coffee break while taking a certain important decisions, because enlargement was always a political decision. It was a decision political to join Spain or Greece. It was a decision to expand in Czechia and the Warsaw Pact. It was a political decision in Romania and Bulgaria, and now in Ukraine. So my question is, it takes a leadership and courage to make these decisions. And I think it's very important to recognize, because if you look at what are member states doing about this, especially if we look at the polls, there is more support for enlargement of Ukraine than on the Western Balkans, because it's just how the EU member states are communicating around enlargement vis-a-vis the Western Balkans. So I will stop here. I will not go into the single market, etc., because Gorenje just now increased more than 50% sales in Western Europe as opposed to ex-Yugoslavia and Eastern Europe. So I think the market in the Western Balkan is already regional, and even member states sell more in the market that existed before. And I remember even Lončar in '88 discussing at the government level how Yugoslavia should prepare for the single market that was starting to form in the EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we continue with the next question.
So hello everyone, my name is Vezdana Kovac, coming from the Center for Civic Education from Podgorica and Montenegro. Actually, I have a question for Minister Gorčević. Ms. Gorčević, I need to say that your speech was great, it was impressive. Both in terms of the progress of European Union integration in Montenegro and the role of the civil society. Also, it was very nice to hear that Montenegro is a front runner in this process, and I would be very pleased if this really reflects the reality in Montenegro. In that context, and I think this is the right place to ask a question, I would like to ask you for a comment on a yesterday call of Coalition za budućnost Crne Gore. For those ones who do not know, this coalition is part of government in Montenegro and majority in the parliament. And I won't say this is a pro-Russian or pro-Serbian coalition, but certainly it is pro-Putin and pro-Vučić coalition. So they call or an urgent introduction of a law against the foreign agents. And they claim, unfounded of course, that there are some organizations in Montenegro that work under the civil society, non-governmental organization guys actually.
And the question, please. Sorry.
So the question is, I would like to hear a comment, because certainly this is not in line with European Union legislation, and it's not in line with the European values that we so much talk about. So, and can you promise that this initiative will be ad acta? Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing up this important issue. Thank you. Yes. And we have a third contribution for this round.
Hard to keep up after such a great question. Thanks a lot. My name is Federico Terreni. I work for the European Movement International, an umbrella organization based in Brussels and active in over 30 countries, including the Western Balkan region, working on European integration, enlargement, and citizen participation. And I wanted to ask a question that very much reflects some of the many interesting points that have been made. And it's essentially to the whole panel a comment to the upcoming Commission, because we've talked a lot about the region, we've talked a lot about integration, the single market, but I would be very interested to hear your thoughts, your opinion about your expectations for the next Commission. We're very lucky to have a representative from DG NEAR, of course, but also from the other panelists, especially looking at what's been done in the last 5 years with a specific commissioner and what we can expect potentially from the new designate, who is I mean, we need to see about the hearings. They're going to start in a month, but Marta Kos from Slovenia. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we have a very interesting combination of questions. The first on the Roma issue and the not improved situation of Roma also in the EU, and what can be done about this also by member states, and also how to better communicate the support for the Western Balkan countries from the EU side in the accession process. We have the question on the foreign agent law in Montenegro, and for the expectations for the next Commission. And I would say we start with the law in Montenegro, and I give the floor to Minister Gorcevic.
I will go through all three questions. Maybe
yes,
I can.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, regarding the first question, I must say that the society is strong as the vulnerable groups are strong. When we are speaking about the Roma integration, when we are speaking about the Roma rights, not only in Montenegro but through the whole Western Balkan countries, I must say that they are on a very low level. The main thing is not only to include the NGOs that are speaking about the Roma integration, but to include the Roma people inside society, to have them more involved when they're, because we are always speaking about the Roma rights without Roma around the table, Roma people who are representing them. So in that way, I'm certain that the best way is if we want to change the things, we have to have them with us on the spots where the things are, when they are making decision making things for their rights and everything else. So in that way, I think that wider integration of Roma people, not only in Montenegro but everywhere where the decision making are the most important thing to have included, and that will change the thing. Regarding the second questions from Zvezdana, on the law against foreign agents, I must say that I have already answered on this question in Montenegro for the media in Montenegro, but the good thing is also to explain here. The political party that is the part of the parliamentary majority, and now we are speaking about parliamentary majority in Montenegro is almost 2/3. So now we are speaking about 13 MPs that gave yesterday one announcement that they are going to have a voting of such a law in the parliament. Regarding myself and regarding the political party that I'm representing, and that is the political party pro-European, and also the Prime Minister is the part of that political party, we are against this law. So I can only promise you that regarding my political party, and if I also read the articles yesterday regarding the other political parties that are the part of the parliamentary majority, I can promise you that there is not going to be the majority on the voting when it it comes to this law in the parliament. I cannot promise that for the opposition parties, but I can promise that for the other parties that are the part of the parliamentary majority. The good thing is that you mentioned that this is not something that it goes to the European values. It is not going, that it's not representing the democratic principles such as good when we are speaking the NGO sector. And I'm really, like I said, even the fact that NGO in Montenegro, their job is to criticize the government, but also to support over the European integration. And I see them here as an allies. So in that way, I'm against this law, and I can say this also for my political party as well. Regarding the third question, okay, I cannot, okay. Hi. Upcoming commission, I must say that the good thing is that regarding the President Ursula von der Leyen and also her messages that are very, very motivating and encouraging for the every one of us who are the candidate countries. Those are the good messages, whoever is going to be the commissioner. But I must say, if we have the commissioner, I'm now speaking very personally because Slovenia is one of the countries who is very proactively and a friend of the enlargement process as well. I think that the good opinion is also to have Slovenian candidate for the commissioner for the enlargement. I think that if it happens to be the Ms. Kos, I think it will be the great decision as well. And I really wish all the luck to Ms. Kos and the other candidates over the commission. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we lost now Ambassador Trokas. Is that correct? Can I just get a sign? Okay. So we will continue with Ambassador Valla, who's still with us on these questions.
Yes, it's more difficult to be lost. No, no, but maybe just very briefly on both the Roma issues and also foreign agents. I think it's useful to remember that's why we have fundamentals in the EU enlargement process. And these fundamentals, maybe I should have stressed that also before, because you stressed rule of law as the absolute essential element as well in your civil society recommendations. And that includes good government, good administration, but human rights, civil liberties, and so this basically shows how essential this is, because it is a fundamental for the enlargement process as well. And for the new commission, you're probably much better placed than I am to, no, well, maybe if you can't. But we are all obviously very much looking forward to see how this complex new structure works out. It seems to be Agenda 2030 personified in the commission, but we know, as you said, President von der Leyen attaches great importance to enlargement, and as you already mentioned, Slovenia has worked so much on these issues as well. So well, we'll see how Commissioner Designate Kos will be doing.
Yes,
but.
Thank you very much. I'll start with Roma. I mean, your concerns are fully heard, and I think they're also fully heard in the Berlin process, because there is a dedicated strand of the Berlin process dedicated specifically to Roma. And the really nice thing about that strand is that it was a grassroots initiative. It actually came from the region. As far as I remember, it was actually the then Prime Minister of North Macedonia who got the other leaders to sign the declaration in Poznan in 2019. And ever since, there is monitoring of the commitments that are being made in the process. Having said that, of course, it's not enough, and when you say accessing the EU doesn't necessarily make things better, I don't have the figures at hand, but unfortunately, sometimes the EU is asking candidates to do things that not all member states are very good at. And this is the reality, but it doesn't mean that we should try to lower our standards. The Commission itself is supporting projects for the Roma community in the region and will continue to do so, and we will continue supporting this strand of the Berlin process, which we find very important and very useful. On the foreign agents, I mean, it's a tough question. It's a quite tough question for Minister Gocevic. Of course, you know.
No, it's easy actually. It's an easy one.
But of course, it would be very concerning. But let's see how the situation develops. Hopefully, this will be a non-issue. On the new commission, indeed, I mean, you know, if I could tell you more if I was the commissioner designate, because she's going to have her hearings in early November. But I think there are a few signs that you can read from the situation that augur well for the region, I would say. First of all, and to enlargement in general. First of all, there is a dedicated commissioner for enlargement. And this was not the case with the previous commissioner, who also had a big portfolio related to North Africa and the Middle East, which are not the easiest regions, and also related to a large extent to migration. So the fact that we now get a commissioner who focuses on enlargement means we're getting much more political focus on enlargement. I think that's a very good sign. The second thing is we have the same president. The president is committed to enlargement. The president, I think this president has been in all the summits of the Berlin process. The president every year travels around the region. She will be traveling around the region in a few weeks again. The president has good relations with all the leaders in the region, has the interests of the region very much at heart. So I think that's also a good message. Now, the commissioner designate is from the region as well. This is also very important because you might think, well, there's so much focus on Ukraine these days. So I think the fact that that there is someone who knows the region in this seat that will hopefully is also a good sign for the region, that the region will not be forgotten but will be prioritized. One other thing that I would say is if Commissioner Koss is indeed confirmed in this role, is that as far as I have seen her bio and as far as I understand her experience, is she has considerable experience in communication. And communication is something that has come up in your report, and communication is something that keeps coming up also in our issues, in our in the EU and in how we interact with the Western Balkans. Basically, there is a perception in many countries of the Western Balkans, despite the fact that the EU is the single biggest donor, by far, manifold, of assistance. In many countries of the Western Balkans, there is a belief that China gives more, that Russia gives more. I mean, I hope that this will also help change that perception, given that we have someone with a background and sensitive to communication.
And do you think it will be enough for the Commission to say this more directly, or don't you need the governments of the region to tell the story?
Absolutely, absolutely. But I think if you have a commissioner who puts a lot of emphasis on communication and on communicating these messages, you might get a better result.
Thank you very much. Also for underlining that also the shape of the portfolio matters, and that this is an interesting aspect. I got a sign that we have 5 minutes longer, and we still have a lot of hands. So we can take two more people. I say one hand here. These were like the quickest up. Yes. And while you're lining up, maybe Zoran, you can also tell us briefly about your expectations for the new commissions or the hopes in a minute.
Yeah, I think that, well, this will be very personal, although it's streamed, but you know that I'm coming from North Macedonia. You know all the issues that we have been experiencing for the last couple of years. Well, you know where the previous commissioner was coming from. In regards to the portfolios, I completely agree. I think, but it's also the personality behind it. And we had, especially around, now it's a European proposal, around the French proposal for unblocking North Macedonia, we had tremendous issues with the previous commissioner. So I think that not only coming from the region, I think that coming after Commissioner Varhey, I think it would be much better in comparison, let's put it like that, not to be rude. And also that after, and that the Commissioner designate has also been an ambassador in this country for 4 years. So there are good relations between and understands Germany as a big supporter of the EU enlargement process. I think that will be very important to push the portfolio, or to push enlargement further.
Thank you. Okay, we go to Adriatic.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity and also for this amazing gathering. One small addendum of not agreeing with you that the Poznan Declaration was never a grassroots initiative. Prime ministers are not grassroots, they are the head of states. And I have not seen any grassroots initiative that goes that far up, so it was a political decision, endorsed and supported by European Commission when you sit on. But I'm a bit confused at this stage of the meeting. And is it Berlin process connected to enlargement or not? Because the member states say it is very well connected. You from the Commission say it's not about enlargement. While the Poznan Declaration as such, it says Roma integration within the enlargement process, endorsed by the Commission, signed by the head of states. So there is this confusion. The reason why I'm saying that is that because most of the discussion when it comes to European integration, it's a very elitist discussion. And when it reaches the people, then later on, people get confused. On the other hand, it seems we have a front runner. I'll come back to the question shortly. It seems we have a front runner, that's Montenegro. I'm very happy about it. Before it was Macedonia, then it was Albania, then all the time it's a front runner. It's like a teacher, what's it saying? You are performing, then you will go with the flow. Then something is happening and goes down again. And minister change and prime minister change. The only that change is the audience in the country. Yep. And the people in the country. And then it brings it was shared by RCC Regional Cooperation Council yesterday that the support to the EU enlargement, it's falling down. And there is a reason why it's falling down. And I'm very much interested, I'm looking Mr. Pribe there, Reinhard Pribe, which has been involved before in enlargement. And is it worthwhile to have this blaming, shaming, merit-based approach? You think it's working? You think the region, you think Albanians will say, if Montenegrins are the front runners, we will run faster next time to make sure that we arrive in the end? Or it should be a political decision, giving and making the history just to enable the Western Balkans to be part of the European Union, because they are part of the continent in Europe. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and we will have the other question. And I would sum this up in a way that you're questioning the regatta principle and if it makes actually sense and if it's moving somewhere.
Good morning. My name is Maja Rejčević. I come from Women's Rights Center Montenegro, but I am also, our organization is a part of a wider regional coalition of women NGOs, some of them sitting here, that participated in the working group Gender and Diversity. So I want to take this opportunity actually to remind that gender equality is a part of fundamentals of the EU, and when you see the Berlin process, not only photos, but also the declarations that came from it, you could see that you could imagine that in Western Balkans, only white hetero men are living, no women at all. Because this is the first time, and I want to praise this year's Civil Society Forum and preparations for actually including gender and diversity as a specific topic. So my question is, how the EU policies, I mean, you mentioned that it's the Berlin process and the EU integration, it's not the same process, but it's of course very much connected, and I would like to know how you would ensure the sustainability of these recommendations coming from the Civil Society Forum, particularly related to gender, and how you will ensure that gender equality policies of the EU are reflected and included in this process, since, for example, you have a Gender Action Plan 3 that is actually devoted to external actions of the EU that was not enough recognized in the Western Balkans, and I think it would be really important to make it living in this process as well, and make it also implemented within the integration process. And here I just brought some of the reports of ours that are actually gender analysis of the EU integration process, that you might see actually what we did for the last 10 years. We followed closely the Berlin process and participated in it, and we also parallelly followed the EU integration process. But as I said, unfortunately, our previous contributions, even we were present, were not involved sufficiently in the declarations of the Western Balkan countries. And I would like to actually say that I couldn't agree more with our Minister of European Affairs when she says that civil society is important, not only for giving the voice, but also for keep our governments accountable for the declarations and all the promises they are making, and also want to raise concern about the replicating of negative practices throughout the region when it comes to civil society, related to what my colleague says, the laws on foreign agents that was already implemented in the Republika Srpska and now is coming to Montenegro, and we can only presume it's going to spread all over the Western Balkans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, as we are already in the last round now of answers, I would like to add to this that you probably, besides answering these questions regarding the regatta principle and the gender issues in the enlargement process and the Berlin process outcomes, that you formulate that probably, if not for the next 10 years of the Berlin process, because I also very much hope that we don't need the Berlin process for the next 10 years, but maybe for the next 2 years, what your hopes for the Berlin process would be, how it should develop. And I will just move in this round, starting with Mr. Kowalski and ending with Zoran here.
Thank you very much. To answer the first question, sorry I didn't make myself clear about, is it about enlargement or is it not about enlargement? What I was saying was, it is not the enlargement process. It doesn't replace the enlargement process. The enlargement process happens somewhere else. This supports enlargement and is complementary to enlargement, and it has demonstrated that it is. That was my message, and I'm sorry if I didn't make that clear. I completely agree with you on the grassroots. What I meant, again, was that it wasn't coming from EU countries participating in the process. It was coming from the countries, from the Western Balkans. But of course, yeah, I know grassroots is a different term, so that was again my not really stating the facts correctly. On the competition and on the regatta principle of enlargement, I mean, I was working in Poland when my country was getting ready for enlargement, and I know it is a slightly different enlargement. It is a very different enlargement indeed, because it took 3 or 4 years in the case of my country. Everything was different, I suppose, but I found that this was, back then, it certainly was a principle that worked. It certainly was. I mean, there was a very clear intention, I think, of the EU to have everyone together. So that was why it was the peer pressure of the others to advance in the reforms. So in that sense, I think the regatta principle was good. In the Western Balkans, I think it is good, because as Minister Gorcevic has said, for the reform agendas, you know, we have seen, I think the Commission was somewhat shocked, to be honest, that the region has decided to have a summit on its own without the Commission pushing for it. First one in North Macedonia, then in Albania, then in Montenegro. Now we're going to have one in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And it's actually the leaders of the region and the ministers of European integration of the region who came up with this initiative, because they've realized there is an opportunity and they need to work together, and they're competing a little bit, yes. But I think that adds spice to things, and that it's something that we haven't seen for a very long time. So I think it is, in that sense, I see only positive. I see only positive outcomes. Gender issues, very much very much part of the fundamentals. On our side, I can only say that we are definitely mainstreaming gender issues in everything that we do with the region, and that I also welcome the fact that you had for the first time, gender issues on the agenda of the Berlin process. In terms of just to be quick, now in terms of the future, the next 2 years, so I think I'll be consistent with my message from before. I think if the process is doing something well, it is regional cooperation. It is regional economic cooperation, and this is very much related to enlargement. So I would love to see in the next summits more mobility agreements being signed and even more being implemented. Because let's not forget, we have 5 mobility agreements, but 3 of them are blocked in terms of full implementation. The ID agreement, travel to Bosnia and Herzegovina, not possible on ID. With Kosovo, for instance, yeah. So we still have an issue there. We still have issues with the recognition of academic qualifications. We have a new agreement being signed now at the summit on access to study, but it's going to be. It's not really going to move until the other issue is deblocked. So I would see more agreements and progress in the implementation of the agreements. And if this is all the Berlin process does in the next 2 years, it will be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Ambassador Wallau.
Yeah, just very briefly on competition, as long as it adds spice, I guess, and some healthy peer pressure, it can be helpful, but I also sometimes get the feeling of openly always calling someone front runner and others not, can also be discouraging. So I didn't say it, sorry.
He did. I'm looking at him, actually.
On gender equality, yes, Germany did better on photos previously, I know, but so now it's indeed, that's maybe somebody looked at the photo and realized that's why it has to be a specific subject at this Berlin Process Summit. So hopefully there'll be some progress on this issue. And I'm just hoping in 2 years' time, I think there might still be a necessity to also work in the Berlin process, but with more time, that it'll become less and less necessary to also support enlargement in the framework of the Berlin process. So that's what I would be hoping for.
Thank you very much.
Okay, great. 2 questions and observations. I'm really happy to see Maya here because I know that she's doing the greatest and the best job, not only for Montenegro, but for the whole region as well. And very happy that she got here the report. So thank you for sharing that. Regarding the merit-based approach, yes, that's the only approach. And believe me, that's the only thing that keeps us motivating. That's the only thing that if we are not seen as a whole package, if we are not seen as the Western Balkan countries as one that should join at once, if we have this small competition, this is the good thing, because even the fact we are really supportive to each other, but this small competition is something that is pushing us to be better, to perform better and everything else. And when we are speaking about also this motivation that is very good for us, even the fact that you said it's not about enlargement. Yes, it is everything. It's about enlargement, because I'm speaking now as someone from Montenegro. I'm speaking now because for us, it's not about money. For us, it's not about some other things that motivate us. For us, the membership in the EU is a must, and this is the only motivation why we are doing all these reforms. And where we see ourselves in 2 years over the Berlin process and everything else, I know that Berlin process has withstood the test of time, and that's great. And the good thing is also to keep us motivated. I can see this as a good thing where we can also have more administrative capacities, speak more about the troubles, speak more about all the issues, and to be very supportive to the enlargement process, because this is something that is keeping us on this way. So in next 2 years, yes, I see 28 by 28 Montenegro on the merit-based approach, and next member of the EU. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So apparently being called the front runner is not discouraging, but motivating.
Well, it's motivating. Look at me.
But maybe for
so right.
Yeah. Okay, I will be quite brief. So what we have seen today with CEFTA and with CRM2 is that when we connect the Berlin process with some bigger agenda, which is part of the enlargement process, then even the pressure to the Western Balkan countries increases, because they feel that they will be part of something which is bigger. In this sense, it's the single market, or is the funds allocated to the growth plan, regardless. But, you know, connecting something that can be done on a more technical level by, you know, support of certain countries, connecting it with a bigger one. So I think that's the formula of moving forward. Regatta or not, I think at this point is irrelevant. What we need actually on a European level, as it was in the case with the Central and Eastern European countries, that there was a political decision, we want you in. Declarations are fine, but then when it comes to the actual support, that's what we need from the EU. Yeah. It's difficult with 27, but yeah, that's what we need.
I like this guy.
Yeah, I won't say anything else.
Okay. Thank you all very much for this discussion this morning and for you to participating. Thank you all.
Thank you.
So before you all leave now to the well-deserved coffee break, we would like to take a group picture, basically of everyone. So I would need the instruction of the photographer how to do it, probably moving everyone to the front. We need... Haben wir ein Mikrofon für Sie? Haben wir ein Mikrofon für Sie? Okay.
Hello, lovely people. We're going to make a nice picture of you. So it would be nice if 2 lines of people could be standing here in the front of the stage. A few people here, and then 2 lines in the front. So you probably have to stand tight next to each other. Thank you.
Maybe to leave with my... Oj, dobar. Ko mi kaže? Hvala ti. Neka ga to.
Okay, hello everyone. We will continue now with the panel on gender and diversity. And we will, as we started now 15 minutes later, we will take 15 minutes more, getting a little bit into the lunch break, but this was already quite long planned, so I think it should be okay. And I hand over to our charming moderator then, and wish us interesting discussion on the panel. Thank you very much.
Good morning. It's still morning, I think, before or afternoon. But my name is Maja Stajčić, and I come from Kvina till Kvina Foundation. And I'm looking now like how I just hope that people are late and that we will not have this little people comparing to previous panel and this little interest in gender equality comparing to previous panel, of course not. Yeah. But I come from Kvina till Kvina Foundation, and the reports and the analysis of the Berlin process, gender analysis of Berlin process came with me. For all of you to know, my colleague announced them yesterday, and you can find them at the tables and coffee room. And it's also a great pleasure to be here with all of you. And on today's panel, my guests are, first of all, our rapporteur from civil society, Tanya Ivanova, president of the Reactor Research in Action. And I will skip this maybe longer bio of Tanya and other panelists. I would like you, for yourself, to introduce yourself while you are, however you want, the feministic principle. Say what you like about yourself. And then my other guests are Dusan Miljković, philosopher. Maljković, okay. Serbian surname I would go wrong with, of course. Philosopher, writer, editor of online magazine Queer Belgrade.
Well, yes.
That's right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dusan. And we have also Julia Koch-de Bewley, head of a task force, Gender and Diversity, European External Action Service with us. Welcome, Julia. And we also have Eddie Gucia, Executive Director, Agency for Gender Equality, Office of the Prime Minister. Welcome,
Thank you,
Eddie. And before we start, I would like to thank the Southeast Europe Association and the Aspen Institute as well, especially for making possible for a gender and diversity topic to be discussed for the first time during the Berlin Process Civil Society Forum in the separate working group. History is made, and we are here. And deserve applause, definitely. And I also want to thank the German government for putting forward gender in this year Berlin Process-related events. And to quote Mr. Sarrazin from yesterday, Berlin Process is like a love. No one knows what it is, but we know what we want to achieve. And with this, I think I go to you, Tanya. I also agree with all my colleagues, panelists, that we will call each other by first name, again, feministic approach. And also, with this panel, we will follow the same structure as we have for the previous panels, the same format, actually. And after panelists, we will have the opportunity for a brief interaction from the audience, and the empty chair is still here for you. And Reactor has been leading the discussion group on gender and diversity within the framework of this civil society forum for a few months now, Tanya. And what are the gender issues that you identify as the most pressing one in the region? And can you tell us more about the conclusion of your discussions and the recommendations that you have for Berlin Leaders Summit, actually? What we want to be achieved?
Thank you, Maya. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, but also all the participants in our working group, and to apologize for not having time to see each one of them these 2 days, because it's pretty crowded and pretty hectic. But we really had a great list of civil society organizations participating to our working group, and we had excellent inputs from them coming from different areas, including the CRM, including Green Agenda and energy, which are not that easily recognized as gender-related topics. So first of all, I would like to thank all the participants who gave their feedback for our working group. And to follow up on the last thing that you mentioned, to just explain why it is important to have gender in all the different components of the EU accession, as well as the Berlin process and all our policies and corresponding implementing actions. There is a song by T.C. Eliot called The Love Song of J. Alfred Prufrock, and it has one line saying, "Women in the room come and go," talking about Michelangelo. It talks about the alienation of things, the things that we don't understand between each other, and how a male perspective sees women or gender issues back in the time. And unfortunately, even in the 21st century, we still see this alienation and lack of understanding why gender is important. That is why it is important to realize that when we discuss gender, we discuss all the different topics that are part of the Berlin process. So I would say first that one of the most pressing issues that we defined during our working sessions in Skopje was how to approach to other policymakers, to the decision makers, and make them interested, make them really willing to change things. And among the many issues that we detected as key barriers is, there is one pressing issue, I bet Dusan will talk about this a bit more after me, but there is one pressing issue that we all agree upon, and that is the anti-rights movement that makes our democracies even more fragile and our EU integration even more debatable, because they directly influence on the progress of our society, and they make us fail in the societal transformation we need in order to move forward. Regardless of how many policies we have in place, we need to first change our mindsets if we want to succeed something. So this is the most pressing issue, how to change our mindsets and how to use the policies that we have and try to make changes a bit more faster. Another issue that we found as pressing is funding and the wrong markings, because we do know that, but if the participants are not familiar with, I would just mention that all the external support of EU is guided by the Gender Action Plan 3 of the European Union, which is closely integrated in the IPA 3 mechanism, which means that all programming and funding should be gender sensitive, and one part of them should be even gender transformative. Unfortunately, our regional monitoring through the EquaPro and Quina till Quina network in all the 6 Western Balkan countries says that the gender markings are wrongly used or misused, not on purpose, but because of lack of resources and lack of awareness of why it is important. And this can be easily fixed. If we only use the OECD DAC criteria and the 5 questions that are there, we can program any policy from gender lenses or from an aspect of including everybody in the room, because gender and diversity is not about women in the room or the queer people in the room. Gender is about all the people in the room and all the people in our society. And this is something that we need to understand, and we need to fight for having everyone equally represented and being equally able to take the fruits from the society that we pay taxes for, or we don't pay taxes for if we work at home and we have informal labor, which is usually on the burden of women. So it is important to consider that there are many aspects that we need to take into consideration, but with proper funding, I think this can be achieved. So one of our recommendations is that the EU and the Western Balkan government countries should reinforce their commitments towards gender equality and progress, which they have based on the Gender Action Plan 3 and the country implementation plans, which are at national level, and they are guided by our EU delegations, and they are in place, and they can be easily consulted if we want to have some progress. Then, of course, all of these instruments require participatory approach, and including the feminist civil society as well as the rest of the civil society in all the debates, starting from planning and up to monitoring and evaluation, which we are all failing behind, unfortunately, because there is never time to do enough retrospective and monitor and evaluate our processes. But we believe this is important. And another thing that is important is also building trust, because we heard from the previous sessions that there is lack of trust between government institutions and the civil society. And the Berlin process is a great multi-stakeholder place and forum where we can build upon trust and discuss these issues at equal level with our government representatives and make our EU processes a bit more sensitive for all the community in our societies. And then, of course, I don't think I have much more time, but I would also like to mention that it's not easy to achieve all this, because there is one principle we all talk about. It's called intersectionality. The word itself is strange and difficult to pronounce, and even more difficult to implement, because it demands resources and understanding that all the different persons in our society are equally important. I heard the discussion about the Roma issues, and my colleague Neda, who mentioned that people are asking her why she is working on Roma issues when there are more important issues. There are no more important issues in the society. I also get this question why I decided to work into gender area. I moved from private sector to gender equality and the civil society. But I believe it is utterly important because it is one of the biggest impediments that prevents our societies to progress forward, because it's a human right and it's a fundamental right, and that's one of the conditions for the EU accession of all the countries in the region. And I think we have a lot of work to do in this respect.
I can only agree with you, Tanya. Thank you so much. And you will have a few more opportunities during this panel to actually explain further the things you wanted also to include now.
Thanks.
But with this, Dusan, I move to you. And I think, like as Tanya mentioned, human rights are increasingly threatened in the Western Balkans, and by raising rates of gender-based violence, attacks on activists, anti-gender movements, and stalled implementation of gender equality reforms as well. And mentioning this, I would like to hear from you what are the examples you would like to mention today, and what would be your recommendation for better protection of LGBTQI plus human rights in the Western Balkans, and also do you see any functioning mechanism for protection, and how civil society involvement in the Berlin process helps?
Well, I hope...
Only in 5 minutes.
Oh. If I knew that answer and I could all put it in 5 minutes, I mean, that would be just great. So again, to thank the organizer for this event and for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to speak. I coordinate Center for Queer Studies in Belgrade for almost 14 years. Now, when we talked about the state of homophobia in Serbia, I always say that the biggest problem is discrepancy between, on one hand, the state and the civil society, and on the other hand, the general society. Because the latter has a huge amount of prejudice, and a lot of strategies that we try to actually implement, I think, failed. And the people still think majorly about being an LGBT as something that has to do with mental issues, a disease, something that is unnatural, etc., etc. So my question is how to actually penetrate this kind of ideology that's generally based on prejudice, on the information that people are not getting from reliable sources, but are getting from, I don't know, their parents, their friends, etc., etc. I mean, if you are in a position of somebody who belongs to the general population in Serbia, it's very hard for you to access any kind of different information, and you're being fed with sexism and homophobia, etc., from your very birth. You know, so it's very hard to penetrate that kind of level, especially because prejudice don't work just on a rational level, they work also on emotional level. And if you, I don't know, try to impose an argument that two men or two women should have the right to have sex with each other or be in a relationship or get married, then you get this reaction that more has to do with anger, and anger is generally breaking the cognitive processes. So my answer was, and still is, a lot of education. That's what we do in the Center for Queer Studies. We are actually having courses for students of all the faculties in Belgrade that are interested in this kind of topic, because we realize that a lot of discrimination is actually based on the lack of knowledge. Yeah. So we try to provide that knowledge. On the first mentioned side, there is, I would say, state or government who is majorly posing to be LGBT friendly, but I don't think that is really the case. And we have seen this great missed opportunity of Ana Brnabić, a lesbian prime minister who was at that capacity for 8 years. And she did something amazing because she did nothing in that sense. And I think she should be given a medal for that because, okay. On the other hand, she was very open about it, and she said at the beginning, I'm not here to do anything with that. So, okay, yes. But that just showed that the state is more ready to imply this so-called pink washing, or to represent itself, especially to the Western political actors, as an LGBT-friendly state, which is not really the case. And there is the level of the civil society of organizations, etc., etc. They are doing a variety of work, which is very, very important, but it's still very hard to communicate with the majority of people. For me, intersectionality was one of the answers, but also connecting with other struggles at the moment that are going on. For example, we had people on the last Pride parade who were holding transparents against the other project, or the excavation of lithium, you know. And for me, it was always, as I have a Marxist background, it was also important for me to listen to the workers and working unions and invite them to Pride and support their actions as well. So for me, it's more about connection. What we like, of course, is funding. And in this particular situation, I would say that we need funding for like getting a very concrete parameters, for example, about the social distance over the years. Like you ask people if they feel it's okay to have a gay friend, to have a gay co-worker, and then you measure it over decades, because then it shows you the level of the true level of homophobia, and then you can do a meta-analysis to draw further conclusion, and that's how you actually test what you're trying to do. So just to end this now, we are at the very hard situation in Serbia. So if you want to have a very adventurous life, you should come to Belgrade and live. We have a lot of problems. You will be enjoying in solving them. And one of them is actually, for example, the Serbian Orthodox Church, who is very conservative and holds a great influence on the public opinion. And of course, there are different voices inside of the church, but majority they're like the most relevant public opinion about homosexuality is that it is sin, it's not normal, etc., etc. And over the 90% of people declare themselves as Orthodox believers. So that's on one hand. The second, we have basically conservative regime, because Ana Brnabić, the former prime minister, was not elected, but she was posted there by our current president, Aleksandar Vučić, who actually did the outing for her as well. So she actually, yes, okay, a pink washing thing, let's not repeat. On the other hand, you have a very conservative society that is getting more conservative, and it's not just Serbia, it's Europe, generally what we are now witnessing, the rise of the right wing. And yes, in that kind of environment, it's very hard to work. So we must perhaps not work too much, but thinking, reading, learning. Yes, I think that is our position now
And
at
getting
the moment.
definitely.
Yes, thank you very much.
Joining our forces.
Yeah, well, yeah, in the knowledge. Thank you very much again for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. And Eddie, about joining forces, like we discuss a lot about that already, but what are the main threats currently faced by gender mechanisms in the region and in the countries where they exist, not to mention those not existing, but what would be your recommendations actually? And in general, like because we are linking to Berlin process, what can be done to be ensured that the gender and diversity gain more visibility within the national discourse? This is something that I would like to ask you, if you have an answer to that.
Thank you. I fully agree with Dusan. I'm not so clever in 5 minutes to to have the idea to resolve all these problems, but I think from the beginning is that gender equality is not a visibility issue. I think the 50% of population is there, half of the population is there, so we are not blind. What we need is we need to change our discourse, how we speak about gender equality and who is benefiting from gender equality agenda. We heard today that Berlin process is not just about money. Yes, it's not just about money, but who is benefiting from money, who is benefiting from possibilities, or who is not benefiting from possibilities. I'm so sorry to say, but it took Berlin process to mainstream gender through side events 10 years after the Berlin process. So gender equality, it's not a side dish. It cannot be treated as a side dish. It should be, the gender equality should be put in front of every process, of every intervention, being national or international. Now, when it comes to gender machinery, we are 13 years after Beijing platform. We have learned about gender analysis, gender mainstreaming, gender budgeting, gender procurement, gender auditing, and who is supposed to work with all of these instruments? Governments, institutions. With all due respect, civil society is there, we need them, they are watchdog, but the processes should be implemented by countries. Because why? By the public administration, because it makes governments responsible. It's an issue of accountability. It's not an issue of just ticking the box, because it makes politicians, policymakers accountable toward their citizens and the needs of their citizens. So I think that we need more inclusion of gender machinery. We need more empowerment of gender entities. Some of the countries in the Balkans should establish them. They are not, how to say, a sector that can be moved from Ministry of Health to Ministry of Work and never put with proper human resources, with funds. It takes political will to establish these ethnities, to not misuse them, and I think the region can learn something from Kosovo and can learn something from Bosnia. For the moment, in the Balkans, there are two countries, Kosovo and Bosnia, that have gender equality mechanism agencies at the highest level of decision-making. And I think that's the right model for countries in the Balkans in order to respond to the needs of women and men back in our countries. Because gender equality is one of the, I think, it's not just the strongest pillar of the good governance, but at the same time, it's one of the strongest pillar of peace building and reconciliation. Without putting the needs of women in these processes, no peace cannot be kept in Balkans. What for me is very strange, all these discussions in Berlin process, I don't see anywhere Gender Equality Institute, European Gender Equality Institute. So it's, if EU doesn't recognize the expertise of EGE and doesn't put the EGE in front of all these processes, again, it's institutions, it's institutional responsibility. Civil society, we need civil society, we need your work, we need your oversight, but I think we need institutions to take responsibility, to involve them from the beginning. So the model that you propose, I think, Berlin process without EGE in all these discussions, and you come to Balkans and say to us, okay, you should mainstream gender, you should do gender, and again treat it as a side dish. So we learn from the models. All the expertise that you can get in universities, okay, but the models are very important, and I think we should use these synergies. The workshops that we had, I think civil society had in Skopje, gender machinery we had it in Montenegro. You should bring all these people together when it comes to gender equality, and definitely it's intersectional. It has to do with women and men, it has to do with Roma, it has to do with every group, I don't like to say marginalized group, but every group that doesn't have voice or didn't have voice through the Berlin process, even seeing that as a trade issue, an open market issue, I think it has to do with human rights. So if we don't go a step further, bring people together, bring women to attention and their needs, I don't believe that we're going to manage to have any successful process or don't speak about reconciliation. Reconciliation without women as a precondition, I don't think that it can happen. It can become natural.
I can only agree with you. Thank you so much. Okay. Eddie. Yeah.
Thank you.
And Julia, you come from the European Union institution, and I have, let's say, two cluster of questions. And one would be, how can international actors address the rise of anti-gender movements and backlash against gender equality and human rights in Western Balkan countries? And what would be your reaction to the conclusions from this working group of gender and diversity? But also, how can gender equality issues be more prominently featured in the conditionality framework of the EU accession process as well? And how can progress be measured? Any recommendations?
Yes, good morning. My name is Julia Corte-Biolay. I'm heading the Gender and Diversity Task Force in the European External Action Service. I already got a lot of questions on this morning, very briefly, and I'm happy to explain more in detail. We are looking actually at two things. We are looking externally on gender mainstreaming in all the foreign policy actions of the European Union. We also look at it internally, how we walk the talk as institutions. But coming back to your questions on why we are here today, let me start with the positive side of things. I think one is that we do have a dedicated panel on gender and diversity here now, 10 years into the process, contributing to the process. Gender diversity is a very strong commitment and a very strong priority for the European Commission. It has been under the first von der Leyen Commission. We saw for the first time a dedicated commissioner. We again have a commissioner with an equality portfolio in the new commission. And looking at the political guidelines of the president, this is and will remain a very strong focus and priority of her. This also means that over time, we do have one of the strongest policy frameworks for gender mainstreaming in the European Union. The Gender Action Plan 3 has been mentioned. We do have an LGBTIQ+ equality strategy, a disability strategy, and a Roma strategic framework. On some of them are still in place for a while. On others, there is currently work going on for follow-up strategies and this is an excellent question, how to actually measure process. On WPS, we have sets of council conclusions and also an action plan, which is linked to the Gender Action Plan. And we are working together now with member states to see that actually everyone does have a national action plan and that we implement and that we start measuring implementation. So all of this is good, but it's not good enough. It's by far not good enough. And to start again with the panel, I quickly running through the program, I think this is the only panel on which we are women in a majority, which is actually interesting. Yeah, we need a lot of man allies, I think, to make this really mainstreamed. But again, more seriously, as you probably all know, the EU's common foreign and security policy is driven by the principle of unanimity. And this means that all EU member states need to agree on every aspect of it, on every framing, and on every word. And this has not only influenced the accession process of some of your countries, but it is also currently influencing very strongly our gender and diversity framework and mainstreaming. We are seeing much more opposition to use terms which were still a few years ago standard language. And gender equality is one of those terms which are getting increasingly questioned and misinterpreted even internally. This means that for us as EU institutions, it is becoming more and more difficult to defend gender equality, to defend human rights, universal rights and universal values, including women's rights. And I mention this because I think we all need to be aware that this is not only externally, this is not only towards third countries in accession processes and in others, but it is a very real struggle which we are facing internally every day now. It is a priority for us, however, to address these issues because we very strongly define ourselves as a union of values, and this is where I think that we as the European Union do have one of our strongest added values. But again, if we don't want this to backtrack, and if we want to actually push back, I think we need to work very strongly together. And this, for me, would be one of the answers. And this, for me, is one of my main messages, I think, to you today. I actually wanted to congratulate you also, and I should have maybe done that from the onset, for all the amazing work that you have been doing in this process. Not the least by assessing the gender mainstreaming in the EU accession process. These country reports which you have produced are actually, for example, one element which have been super helpful for us internally to push gender equality and more broadly equality issues. For us in the task force, but also for actually geodesks and everyone higher up working on the accession process. So, to come back again to the initial questions, I think one message to you today is we are really working on the same goals and on proper gender mainstreaming in the political process. We do it from inside. You are doing it from outside the EU. As I said, we are super grateful, and I think in practice we really need to work together to push these issues. I could say a little bit more, but maybe we leave that to a second round. What we do very concretely, what DG NIA also in practice is doing more concretely to foster gender equality in the accession process. I'm just, but aware of time. Actually, I think I would leave this out for now. Again, I think a very concrete suggestion, what can we do more, would be on working more closely together. The country reports, which are coming out every year, reach us in August normally. They're getting drafted in spring, and it would be great, I think, for your organizations to invite the exact people drafting these reports at delegations level and the relevant people who are working on this within the institutions. If you present your reports before the reports are published, hopefully it will be a much better, or it's a very good timing for us to take this on board in policy making. And there we have actually seen a real shift over the last years, that wherever this has happened, our country reports look differently and have taken on board gender and diversity, facts, figures, and problems which otherwise, and in those countries where this hasn't happened, would not have been there. I think for now I leave it here. You are the ones living through the process, and I'm also very keen to hear from you, actually, and to listen to your recommendations, what you think we can do better internally.
Thank you so much, Julia, and I'm really happy you mentioned country reports, because we do over the decade the analysis of the country report from the gender perspective, and we will continue doing so. So this is really a great suggestion. Thank you so much. And now time is for questions, and if we have, I see one hand, maybe Irene, if you want to, two, okay, two to begin with.
Hi, wonderful panel. Thank you really.
I'm not sure if the mic
Is it working? Yes.
Yes.
Now it is.
Thank you for this wonderful panel. I really love to have the topic on gender equality within the Berlin process. I would have a question for Julia. I think you talked a bit about the anti-gender mobilization, but the situation is really escalating from what is happening in Serbia, challenging the constitutionality of the law on gender equality, stopping the adoption of the law on gender equality in North Macedonia, where there is a definition of femicide, the problematization of this definition within the law on violence against women in Republika Srpska, or the legal gender recognition law in Montenegro. All of these development processes have been blocked and stopped due to these campaigns and mobilizations. I understand the commitment to gender mainstreaming, but I do have a problem now seeing this as a solution of what is really happening on the ground, especially if you see the gender mainstreaming only as a number game. If we count the women on the table, I think it is a time to challenge the table itself. So my question would be, how do you plan to strategically respond to these challenges? I think only one delegation within our region, it is the Macedonian delegation, EU delegation, that has done a strategy for countering anti-gender, but it's sporadic, it's ad hoc, it's only one, and we really believe that regional approach is important. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. Yes, please.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Ivana Jalic, I'm with the Diversity Institute, and we work in the Western Balkans regions. And I'm really glad that I also agree that the panel was great, and I see a lot of enthusiasm. So my question is rather back to reality in the Western Balkans. Basically, although many things on paper are right? In our reality, for example, we do media monitoring and look at how gender and diversity are represented, and we see a lot of, for example, very problematic speech by those who make decisions and who sign all these agreements, but do very different things in reality. So we have seen, and this is just example from like a couple of last days, we see very problematic speech in the parliament. We in Serbia have a mayor of the capital who speaks in a very problematic way about Roma people, for example. So this is what actually hampers quite a lot this process of integrating, in gender mainstreaming, integrating diversity and inclusion in our daily lives. So how do you see the way forward, having in mind that those who sign agreements and commit themselves to make changes actually do not do on a daily basis when they speak and address citizens, they don't help this process. Thank you. And just a little bit beyond this, in general, I believe we have this issue of having black and white laws and regulation in place, but they're not implemented. So this is an issue in our real life in the Western Balkans. Thank you for the opportunity once more.
Thank you so much. Any more questions now? Please, Mila.
Thank you, Maya. Good afternoon, everybody, and congratulate to Quina about the side event on gender and also having a panel here in this CSO forum that is important to address this issue. I have a question to Julia, because we already listened about what happened on Western Balkan and gender issue, diversity issues also. And we find that gender is not just about gender, but it's a security issue also, because the influence it's coming from the different sides that we need to understand deeply and to react also strategically. Because you're representing the external actions, I would like to know how you will address this through your actions to the Western Balkan, how you will push the governments to be more sensitive, but also to be more responsive to the issues that are connected with gender, but also under the carpet, there are also anti-right, anti-democratic movements. Because we as a CSOs here, we need to be ready for that. Because we are part of the democratic countries. If there is no democracy in the countries, meaning that CSOs are not part of those societies. And we are already facing in Montenegro, as we know in Georgia, but probably in Serbia and North Macedonia, we can face the same thing very soon. And we need to be prepared, and I expect the external actions to address this issue very soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mila. Did I saw more hands? No? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, we have one question, how to better foster commitments to gender equality, and I think this applies to all of you, and I would like to hear from all of you, and then maybe to finish with you, Julia, and then you can maybe add this, how to strategically respond to backlash to gender and anti-gender movement, and how to have a better response to democratic changes at the end. But maybe to start with you, Tanya.
This is a difficult question, and I'm really thankful for my colleagues for bringing up all the difficult issues that we are facing on a daily basis. There is not enough time and space to debate on all the things, but they end up with being human after all. And we can also leverage the existing mechanisms to try to find solutions, but it takes more than that because they are weak as they are already. So we need a bit more political will, and what Eddie mentioned is also important. We need to work together. Because, for example, I can mention the side event. It was a great opportunity to see different stakeholders, to sit next to a parliamentary, to an MP who has a totally different views than ours. But then to realize that we are both humans and we are fighting for the same ideals. So this is what we need. We need to sit together with our ministers. What we were lacking at the side event was the high political elite who decides on the things that we discussed, so that they can hear what we are talking about and that we have some solutions for them as well. So I think that we need a multi-format that includes governments, civil society, decision makers, which are at high level, but also operation level managers at national and EU level as well, who can do the things once we agree. So some kind of a multi-stakeholder format that is a workshop or whatever we call it, that can enable us first to debate on these things and then move forward. Of course, funding is an issue, but it's not always about money. It's about having a will to shake hands with the different person from you and try to make their lives better as well. And another thing is that we can lead by example. And what we miss, even in the Berlin process and in our work, is sharing more positive stories that happen in our countries. There are good examples apart from the bad examples. We need to use them. We need to use a language that everybody understands, and we need to share them across the region and across EU and the region as well.
And how activists can be better supported in this time of backlash?
That's a very difficult question. By preventing laws like the one in Montenegro, for example, and other laws that we also have in our country and may have them again, we don't know, but our democracies are too fragile so that we can leave them aside and think that things will get better in the future, that this is something that can be resolved. It's only about backlash towards different people. But Roma people or LGBT people are the reason for the backlash today. Tomorrow, anyone thinking differently can be a reason for a backlash. And this is how we even make a bigger divide in our society. So I think that using the funding mechanisms, but also making sure that the funding reaches the actors that are really dedicated to this topic is important. And I think we have the mechanisms, but we need to maybe tailor them a bit better and monitor them a bit better.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Tanya. Dusan.
Solutions come up after a long process of thinking and understanding what is actually going on. And now to give just one example, having more connection with gender-based violence than the LGBTQ rights. A few days ago, I was in theater. There was excellent performance called The Power of the Beach. Bianca is the name of the artist. She is from Brazil, and she made this trilogy. We only saw the first part. It's called Power of the Beach, or something.
That was in Belgrade or
yes,
Berlin?
Yes, that was in Belgrade, no. And in the context of BITEF festival, which was a very important thing in ex-Yugoslavia, connecting East and the West, now the things have changed, but it's still showing like theater performance that we can call the new tendencies or the new avant-garde in theater. And she was directly addressing the extreme cases of violence, sexual crimes against women. And she gave one example, also noticing that she fails to understand everything that is going on and that she doesn't really have answers. She's just posing a lot of questions. That is a recent case that happened in Brazil. She's coming from there, and the rate of sexual violence there is extreme. I think it's the first in the world. And she gave an example of a football player, a member of Brazil representation. And if you are that kind of a member, you're considering Brazil to be some kind of a god or semi-god, something like that. He had a wife, and then he had a lover. And when his lover got pregnant, he wanted her to get rid of the child. So she refused that. And then he killed her with several friends of his. He actually butchered her, took her inside organs, and fed them to the dogs. He went to a prison. He was there for a while. He got a lot of mails from women, actually, offering him marriage. And when he went out of the prison, a lot of men and women greeted him, and some of them were holding the pictures of the same bulldogs that ate that woman. So my understanding fails a bit here, and I still need to rethink this kind of evil that is actually taking place. I'm not saying it's beyond our understanding, but when you're faced with that, you really start to think. And thank you for giving me, because I'm thinking for days about the performance. I'm just trying to understand what kind of radicality of evil is happening there, especially with those people who are supporting and bringing the pictures of dogs to celebrate his moving out of the prison. So that is a problem for me that I don't have the solution with, but I'm thinking about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dusan, and that's why the gender equality is not a women issue, it's a society issue, and we need to join forces for that. And how to better foster commitments to gender equality, Eddie?
I think intersectional approach is a must. Gender is not an issue per se. Every decision that is going to be taken or is proposed, specifically with the countries that have such a troubled history like we had, I think it must be planned with gender lenses, with gender impact assessment, how this decision will affect the life of the citizens. Okay, we closed the issue of the market, of the CEFTA. Have you thought all these measures, for example, toward the Kosovo, how they have affected the life of women and girls, Albanians, Serbian, Roma, Ashkali, Egyptians, and all other marginalized groups? So we take the measure toward the countries, but we don't calculate, we don't evaluate the impact that these measures, that in reality, it's my personal opinion as Eddie, they were sanctions, not measures, how they will impact the life. We are not benefiting from IPA funds. Okay, I believe that soon this will be resolved, but how this is going to impact the peacekeeping. So I think definitely is the moment to start thinking about the gender being set in the center of the attention, and what is happening in Serbia, in Montenegro, or in Macedonia can happen anywhere in our countries. We are very lucky as a Kosovo that we have very modern constitution, and it doesn't provide you this opportunity to change the laws anytime that you want, because you can recall its direct application of international acts that protect women's rights. It doesn't mean that cannot be put under the question or under the remark, but definitely it needs more attention, and definitely we need to encourage more collaboration between institutions, civil society organizations, and other think tanks. I think involvement of the university is a must, and start educating future public policy drafter or politicians with some at least basic concepts and knowledge about gender equality and women's rights.
Thank you, Eddie. And I think the growth plan and the country's reform agendas, gender analysis, are a new task.
We are quite used to using them.
Yeah, but analyzing them from gender perspective, then definitely something that we can contribute with our expertise, definitely.
The model that Kosovo is using, I just want to share this, is that every new law that is proposed to the government, it goes through the doors of the Agency for Gender Equality. We rely definitely on foreign expertise, but it's crucial that Agency for Gender Equality gives opinion on every law that is presented to the government. The next step, the parliament, is another issue, but at least from the government, it goes with the Agency for Gender Equality opinion.
Thank you so much. And Julie, a few more questions for you.
Yes. Yes, I think I recall they went a bit into the same direction, and I very much relate to this. So, but maybe to answer first also to the question on how to foster commitments to gender equality. For me, the answer is twofold, because again, it's a societal question and it concerns everyone. And we need men on board who are still the bigger number of decision makers. And I think for me the answer what works is be pragmatic and be empiric. So if we argue internally, I mean within the European institutions with pragmatic and empiric arguments, that resonates very often, and that makes also men commit. What I mean is, look at statistics, look at what's empirically proven. In societies where you have more women in the workforce, the GDP is higher. Societies where women are better represented in the workforce, but also at political level and probably in the armed forces, are less prone to go to violent conflict. On the other hand, it's proven now repeatedly, there are new studies as well. There was one which was cited for many years, but now there are even others showing that conflict solutions are not sustainable if women are not sitting at the table. These sort of arguments, again, being pragmatic, looking at where do we want to go, what's the objective, and what can we empirically bring to it from a gender perspective, that actually really helps. That's my one recent experience, and we try to do that more and more. On the other question, and that is much more difficult, basically how to push back the pushback we are seeing more systematically. I can only share what we try internally. What we are trying in the European External Action Service is gender mainstreaming and linked to that gender responsive leadership. Again, what do I mean? I certainly do not mean figures, because somebody said if it's just about women around the table, that's definitely not what we speak about. When I speak about gender mainstreaming, what we mean is having a women's perspective in every political decision we take. Looking at diversity issues, not only women, but as we speak about gender equality here, that has been our focus for a long time, but we are looking very much from an intersectional perspective as well. How do so far or marginalized groups of populations find themselves in this decision, in political decisions? And we have struggled, and we are struggling still internally. I think real substantial gender mainstreaming in the foreign policy of the European Union is a real struggle. We are trying something since a few years, and I'm happy to share this because we do see progress, and we are right now discussing how to measure this progress. The Secretary General of the European External Action Service has committed a few years back to gender responsive leadership being the principle of how the EIS should be managed. We have since trained between 70% and 80% of our top senior management in gender responsive leadership. They have all been asked to train or to actually ask their managers to get trained, to name gender focal points, not only as we had it before, one per department, but one in every single division, and making sure that in every policy document, in every policy strategy, and in all political decisions, gender perspectives are prominently taken into account. Again, we are not the ones making policies. We can suggest, we take initiatives, we report foreign policy and security policy. And there was another question. For me, sorry, I wanted to come to that first, I forgot. Gender, and I think I said that in the beginning, if you simply look at the facts and the figures, has to be an integral element of foreign and security policy, or as the ambassador for gender and diversity in our house regularly says, women need to sit on the table when we discuss peace and war, and not only when we discuss about gender. This is what true gender mainstreaming means. Having said that, policy is made in the Council, and these are member states. And the challenge we have is right now with a number of those. So, I mean, go back to your governments. And there I don't have a better answer than that we need to, as I said initially, we need to collectively push from both ends. And I think that is, unfortunately, the cumbersome and difficult answer I can give to that. Having said that, and maybe to end on a positive note, we have seen huge progress in our own house ever since we started with this gender responsive leadership programs. And we as a task force are exactly there to look at, council conclusions, council documents, policy strategies, whatever comes out, is there a gender perspective in or not? And how are the interests of different marginalized groups reflected or not? Then again, what survives the council discussions is a different story.
Thank you so much, Julia. And if no more questions from public, I think I will finish with one more question, quick question for all of you, and I will start with you. What would be your message to the leaders of European and Western Balkan countries at the Berlin Leaders Summit next week? What are the pathways to gender progress?
My message would be that you are not going to have a successful, sustainable progress if you do not pay attention, or if you do not prominently take a gender perspective in each and every political decision along the way.
Strong one. Thank you so much. Eddie, what would be your message?
I think that the dialogue between politicians should be honest, should be impactful, should include all people affected, called by the names, and not trying to dilute history in the name of something that we just predict. We don't have clear vision. So I think that's beginning.
Thank you so much. Dusan?
I have no particular message, but yes, perhaps to understand that there is a difference between having a certain gender, like, I don't know, being a woman, and automatically having the feminist agenda. Because I think that's the problem we are facing, at least in Serbia now, where you formally have a lot of women, for example, in the parliament, but not, it could be hardly said that they are supporting any kind of truly feminist policies. So the problem gets even worse, I would say. It's happening in the context of cultural wars in America. That's a very good example, where you have a movement of women who are against abortion, or these so-called trad wives, the women that says, no, we want to be a traditional wives, and to have the husband, etc., etc. So there is the process of now, not just the re-traditionalization imposed by men on women, but imposed by women on women as well. Yes, so to reflect more upon this a little bit now complicated ideas of gender and how really the anti-gender movement works, because they are clever, they obviously reach the audience, and their support is getting stronger and stronger. And to perhaps connect this, if possible, with the process that in history called the long-lasting processes. Like, I think this conservative way actually started by the fall of the Berlin Wall and the fall of the project of global socialism as alternative to our dominating so-called neoliberal societies that we now live in.
Thank you, Dusan. And Tanya?
Yeah, I shared our official messages with the leaders during my introductory part. There are 3 bullet points that we're going to share with them on Monday as well, and they include the things that I was discussing when we started this panel today, so I won't be repeating myself, but I would only add to what Julia was saying, and that is that politicians should invite women politicians to sit together, or if women are not in politics, invite women stakeholders in the society to sit together and discuss peace and security, economy or energy, and not only gender as it is. And another thing is not to be afraid of gender. And I'd like to end with a literary note again, because Ursula von der Leyen mentioned that she is dedicated to creating a roadmap on gender equality now. And when it comes to roadmaps, I really want to believe in them, and I really want that we can succeed in fulfilling the roadmaps that we create and get feedback for the created roadmaps and how they're functioning. But there is another Ursula called Ursula K. Le Guin, who is a feminist writer, and she has one story called The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelas. So I would ask all the politicians to read this story about a child locked in a basement, and because of the child's bereavement and unhappiness, all the society is happy. But there is a problem that if you want to help this child, then all the happiness will disappear. So there are people who walk away from Omelas. This is in a nutshell what the story is. It has a bigger moral message, which is with many layers, but I would really ask the politicians to read Ursula K. Le Guin and this story and see what they can do about it.
Thank you so much for finishing with Ursula Le Guin. Thank you so much for today, joining this panel, for fantastic input. Thank you all for joining us today on this important discussion. And I think it's fine that we finish 5 minutes earlier and take ourselves to well-deserved lunch. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the moderation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the interesting discussion, and thank you, Maya, for great moderation. As Maya just said, we are going to head for lunch now. The lunch will be held at the restaurant, the same place where we had the dinner yesterday, so just across the lobby. We will gather here again at 2 in the afternoon. We will have more panels, and we will also have the workshop sessions, where we will have a randomized assignment of you to different workshop groups. We have 3 different rooms, and which will be after the next panel after lunch. So don't miss the afternoon, enjoy lunch, and looking forward to see you later. Check.
More safe.
Okay, so I see the doors are closed. So we're going to start into our afternoon sessions now after our lunch break. I welcome you all back, and we're going to start with a panel on energy, climate change, and decarbonization. And I give the floor to Verena Allert, Senior Advisor, Energy Transition Collaboration, Western Balkans from German Watch.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. I have the honor to moderate the first panel after lunch, which is sometimes the most challenging one because people tend to be still a little bit tired, exhausted. But that doesn't matter. We speak about energy today, so we will be energized immediately. So why energy and decarbonization? As you all know, the Western Balkans still is highly dependent on fossil fuels, and still, like being on the one hand dependent on fossil fuels, but you can already feel the consequences of climate change. The region is particularly vulnerable to extreme weather events. We all have seen the heat waves in the summer. Most of you were suffering because it was really hot for weeks and weeks. And now last Friday, the sad incidents in Bosnia, the heavy floodings with already 20 people dead, which is extremely sad and which is a clear consequence of the climate change. Milestones so far, of course, the signature of the Green Agenda in 2020, which is aligned and harmonized with the European Green Deal. But on the national level, energy policies and climate legislation still remain a challenge. I'm very happy to have great speakers on my panel. First of all, let me introduce, of course, Denis Žižko. He is our reporting officer from our working group. We have been meeting already in Tirana. He's Energy and Climate Change Program Coordinator from Aarhus Center, based in Tuzla. Then we have next to him, I'm going now right to left, but nevertheless, it's Boris Dimitrovsky. He's our local expert. He is here from the municipality of Bitola in Northern Macedonia. Bitola, as you all know, is one coal region in transition, with Bitola producing 70% of Macedonia's electricity. Thank you for being here. Then we have Adam Cvec. He's the head of European Green Deal Unit at Energy Community. Very warm welcome. And then online, I'm really happy to welcome our colleague from Pristina. He's Climate and Energy Advisor in the German Embassy in Pristina. Thanks for being here, very spontaneously for jumping in. So to open the floor, I would like to ask Denis to summarize our recommendations from the working group and to explain a little bit what are your expectations.
Yes, thank you. First of all, thank you for the invitation and for the opportunity to do this. Because I was not a part of the actual team which was preparing the report, I was just sort of picked because I like the microphone, I assume. I like to talk. The problem I see, first, the problem is that there was the initial report, which was more or less something which was agreed on in Skopje. And then we have the actual report which you got in your papers, which is basically a very diluted version of something which we have agreed in Skopje. Unfortunately, I have to say that. Since I'm from civil society, I always say everything. I don't have a problem with saying straightforward, straight in the head. The advantage I have in this is basically that the title is kept, and that's good. And the title says decarbonization in Western Balkan 6 is fake and chaotic, which is a fact, and basically it was taken from another document which was published a few months ago, which explains the whole fake and chaotic situation we have in the Western Balkans. And I'll just put some light on that. and give my interpretation of why it's fake and chaotic. First of all, the problem is that, and we have heard that actually in the last 2 days, and sometimes while listening to some of the speakers before, I had a feeling that I'm not living in the same country, because everything is peachy and everything is just happening nicely, which is basically not true. So that's where the fake thing comes, because in quite a lot of situations we have on paper, all these reports and plans and action plans and roadmaps and God knows what, which sort of give an impression that things are moving in the region, which is simply not true. And I understand the need of these regional groups which are producing these papers and think tanks and experts, because they have to justify the money that they've spent. But in reality, that's not happening. So that's for the fake, and chaotic is for a simple reason that the transition and decarbonization is happening, but it's not done by or organized by our authorities or any specific institution. It is happening because the people are sort of fed up with waiting for legislation and waiting for authorities to do their job. So you have lots of small and medium enterprises or whatever starting to install photovoltaics on their roofs for their production capacities, not waiting for any legal document to be adopted, just not waiting for the actual system to be in place, which will eventually lead to this very chaotic situation which we'll face very soon. The other problem is with this, as I said, diluted document, because initially on the meeting we had the intention to actually be very focused and have straightforward requests and conclusions, because in the past we were sending mostly shopping lists of 20, 30, 40 requests, and mostly none of them were actually adopted by the whole process or whatever. So this time we tried to focus on the most important stuff, but then again it ended up differently. But I'll use the opportunity, since they gave me the microphone, to actually point out the few things I think should be pointed out from the side of civil society. For the think tanks, I have a different opinion about that, but maybe in the discussion I can share that. Okay, so I'll focus on few things, few recommendations. And for us, the most important thing is basically the request to everyone to stop supporting further investments in fossil fuels, which includes investments in as they like to call it, natural gas infrastructure. But believe it or not, natural gas is fossil gas, so it's fossil fuel. And we have 25 years to decarbonize our economies. So it's just a pointless exercise and waste of time and money, and it's our money, it's the taxpayers' money that's supposed to be basically used for these investments in something which will be closed in 10 to 15 years. We have wasted 10 years in fake stories about new coal power plants, and now, due to the geopolitics or whatever, now we are going to waste another 10 years in imported fossil gas or fossil fuel, while we are told by EU and everyone else that we have to abandon our own local fossil fuel. This creates a very bad situation in the countries, which I'll mention later on, which is linked also to the other request we have, and that is basically to implement the same standards in Western Balkan countries as in the EU. And when I say same standards, here we are talking about basically environmental standards, and that is linked to this huge pressure of EU related to critical raw materials and mining. So there should be no double standards applied in the countries of the Western Balkans when it comes to critical raw materials, because that's what we are basically faced with. There is a huge pressure even on civil society, that's not in the recommendations, but it was mentioned, from certain embassies in our countries. There are comments on the meetings that since this and that embassy is funding this and that civil society organization, they should not criticize a project related to critical raw materials or else. And it's coming from both European and, of course, American embassies. So that's not basically promoting civil society or involvement of civil society in such things. So that is a very important message we wanted to share, and insist on this thing that there should be no double standards. Of course, our authorities will promise everything but do nothing. Quite often we have criticism toward Chinese when they are applying double standards or whatever and using the excuse that they respect everything that the local authorities are actually stating that they will do. So if EU is going to take the same approach, then it is actually bringing us to this third point, which is the impression, the general impression of the general public related to these double standards and the story about abandoning local fuel, fossil fuel with the imported fossil fuel. And that is the feeling of the general population that we are faced with a neo-colonial approach. Unfortunately, that's coming from, as I said, general public. It's not coming from experts, from whoever, it's coming from the general public. So EU has to, and the Berlin process has to work on that seriously to avoid this if they want general population on board. For the other recommendations, of course, we have the recommendation. I mean, you have all the recommendations, but the legal issues. So even if we have some of the documents and plans adopted without the proper legal foundation, nothing will be implemented. We have the recommendation to fulfill, basically to find a way to force, I mean, the carrot and the stick thing, to force our authorities to finally respect all the obligations they've signed with the Energy Community Treaty and all the other treaties. With regard to the recommendation of participation of civil society, I mean, it's very clear. I'm not sure why we are constantly discussing the modalities of involvement of civil society in these processes, because I think all of the countries are signed and ratified the Aarhus Convention. And since I'm coming from Aarhus Center, basically you have the three pillars of Aarhus Convention, and it is our obligation to sort of respect these pillars, which is access to information, public participation in decision-making processes, which means commenting on documents, not being involved in the production of documents, because that is, you can have experts from civil society participating in that, but that is not participation of civil society, which is unfortunately sometimes used or misused. So involving in these work groups or whatever, you are involving people from civil society, but not civil society as such. You have to give the first draft or whatever is produced to the public to comment. So just one person from civil society does not mean participation. And stuff like, I don't know if I have more time. I can talk.
I think we...
I can talk.
Of course, and you will be invited to dive deeper. For the moment, we could leave it here. Thank you very much for...
Thank you.
It was really a great overview, like if you have already recommendations, so Dennis was really pointing on all of them. Now we will dive a little bit deeper on individual topics.
I hope I woke you up.
Yes, I think everyone looks quite awake. I'm happy to see that. Bortje, since you represent a little bit the local level and really a region of a coal region in transition, which is challenged, of course, now in the current situation. So what would your expectations be? How could the Berlin process and the European Union support your region, locally of being in transition? And a very specific question, what do you think? What is the biggest fear for your region in the transition process? And on the contrary, what are the biggest opportunities for your region in the current transition process?
Okay, first, thanks for the invitation, for having me here in this conference. It's important to represent my municipality. As you mentioned, Bitola is part of the region in North Macedonia where we are much dependent of the thermal plant, which is producing more than 2/3 of the electricity for our country. And of course, this thermal plant works on coal also today. And that's why this process of decarbonization and green transition is very important. But first, I will start with compliance with Denis, who described, he gave his own thoughts on the recommendations, and I appreciate this. In much things, I agree with him. Firstly, I will start with one quote from Brian Clough. He was one of the greatest football coaches in Great Britain, in England. And he said, after losing one football match, he said, we had a great team on paper, but the football match was played on grass. So what I want to say is that we have a lot of documents that we signed, the Western Balkan 6, that are signed during the last, maybe, I don't know, 10, 15 years, Dennis, something like this.
More than.
But a lot of these documents are not correlated with the reality, you know, because if we want to have just transition, the transition to be just, then we must be honest. So one thing is the policy making and the documents and the paper. Another thing is to be honest in the whole process, because we must be realistic that this process is not a cheap one. It's rather expensive and it's complicated. And North Macedonia is not a wealthy country, not a rich country. So if we want to implement everything, we are much dependent of funds that should ease the process. So this is where I answer the question, which are the biggest fears? Because it's easy to speak plainly on just transition, but it's not so easy to speak about the human lives, let's say, of the employees that work in the thermal plants. Also, it's not easy to speak that it's important to have a clean environment. So I want, because I raise my children in Bitola, and I want the environment to be clean, but also I don't want economic disaster for the region. So I don't want to look like someone who is just speaking thoughts, but when we are speaking on this, we should tackle the issue directly and straightforward. And we should guide the process, but we must be realistic, because let's say on the document signed, we say that thermal plant in Bitola will abandon coal until 2030. I don't think that this is realistic. Even though we don't have enough coal, we import to produce, but also we don't have clear alternative as now. We are working on solar plant who should replace one of the blocks, then the second solar plant, and the third one who should replace everything. But I don't believe that all the period is realistic to do so. So this period, 2030 and 2050, to the whole country to be carbon neutral, I don't know if this is realistic, and we are guiding the honest process through this. Of course, the Berlin process helps. Also, a lot of regional initiatives where we have collaboration and exchange of experiences with European Union countries in this process. But as I said, we should tackle this issue straight forward, because the energy transition is something that must happen, but we must guide the process on more directly.
Thanks for your statements. And now, Adam, since you have heard that a region like Bitola sees it very critical that they actually can meet the target of 2030 of coal exit, what would be your recommendation? I mean, you as energy community, what would you say? How can you support coal-rich regions in the transition process?
First of all, good afternoon, and thanks a lot for having Energy Community Secretariat here. Just maybe one sentence to just very quickly introduce the organization. We have, of course, Western Balkan 6 as our members, but also 3 countries of the eastern neighborhood, Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. So we have 20 years of actually working with the governments, and that gives us a certain perspective, of course, about how the process of an alignment with the energy, environmental and climate policy and law looks like. And that, of course, brings me back to the fundamental issue in the region, which is clear, which is dependence on coal, and which I think has 3 key dimensions that we look at when we work with the governments and we work with regions in transition. First one, of course, is the risk of the resilience, so risk of the energy security with the longer dependence on such a status quo is maintained. The second point is, of course, the pollution, if not the most important issue linked with the coal dependence. Probably any debate should start actually with, again, bringing these numbers of 2.5 more emissions of pollutants that 16 or 17 blocks produce compared to the whole EU coal plants. Yes, this is a significant number, and this is a cause of 30,000 premature deaths annually. Yes, so this is an opener of any discussion about the problem of coal dependence. Of course, there's a fiscal burden, so there's a discussion how governments should react to that. And finally, there is, of course, also the question of the lack of a price signal for investments, because there is no framework for the implementation of the rule that polluters pays. Yes, this is just the general, of course, frame. And when we look at that problem, it's, I would say, the 3 dimensions of a potential deals that could sort that or facilitate this situation. You ask in your paper about the Berlin process and the role of that, and our role as an institution in that process. Certainly, what I would like to bring in is the fact that before countries join the EU, there is certain gap still, yes, before that moment happens. So I think the key role of the Berlin process should be actually to find what we call accelerated integration tools for countries to join EU market, but also join a sort of EU governance of how EU is managing problems, yes, via financial tools or via its own rules, such as, for example, EU ETS as a tool for managing the emissions. Another potential deal, of course, this is crucial. Certainly, is a deal with the utilities, with the industry to actually, because it all goes down to a certain business case. Yes, you have to reduce emissions and you have to have an incentive. Yes, so hence this incentive is somehow the question of how to assist financially, of course, via, for example, proper design of a gradual alignment with the carbon pricing rules. And finally, the social deal, which is about really honest dialogue with people, honest, I mean, dialogue between employers and employees. As a matter of fact, yesterday we had in Pristina, actually, see the colleague is online, Just Transition Forum, where we discuss annually and in the most honest possible way, of course, most honest that can happen between more institutions like ours, which is, of course, working with the region, but we are behind a certain wall. It's up for the region really to talk and discuss, and to colleagues from from the countries to really have an honest dialogue, and we did recognize these elements of the really honest dialogue within the sector as a key element. So there, I would say, are four key dimensions that reforms that areas where we see that there is an opportunity. I mentioned accelerated integration, and this is something maybe that also in recommendations was not that fully tackled, which is the issue of integration of the market.
Mm-hmm.
So there's really a sort of a low-hanging fruit now on the table offered to the Energy Community countries, which is to join the EU electricity market before being EU members. And this is really without precedence.
As
So,
a bloc or individually?
that is the question, of course, because we look at the countries as a bloc, but all countries together have to fulfill certain criteria. But the fun part about electricity market is that really all of the countries have to, all of the EU 27 have to accept the whole region basically at the same a certain time, because otherwise the whole process doesn't make sense. So this is a low-hanging fruit, but what is accompanying this is, of course, the question of a lack of level playing field, another Brussels language very much, which goes down to the lack of carbon pricing. You mentioned that, of course, also in your recommendations. There are end game, let's say, is joining EU ETS, of course, like any country aspiring to the EU will have to accept the rules that the EU has. But between that, again, there is a potential of finding some kind of a bridge solution. And this is what we very much try to facilitate in Energy Community, to have a dialogue on what kind of a gradual, coordinated approach countries could take, on one hand, but on the other hand, of course, what kind of a potential EU system has to, for example, offer something before joining the EU ETS. This is a complex discussion, but I think the next year ongoing EU discussion on the 2040 target could be an interesting moment to bring the countries on board. Finally, of course, governance of the transition, and that for us as Energy Community priority is, of course, the national energy and climate plans, but national energy and climate plans have to take into consideration the voice of the public through the public consultations, which is very often not really the case, of course, and the elements of the local planning in it. So conclusion would be to really focus on those areas and to find solutions within that parameters.
Thank you very much. And I think there already is some potential for discussion, which we will do later. Now I would really like to welcome Sebastian Leuschner from the Embassy in Pristina. And if you would like, you're invited also to give your comments on the recommendations from civil society.
Thank you so much, Verena. I hope that you can all hear me well.
Yes.
I want to first express my gratitude to all of you that you're taking part in this event, that you've organized it, that you've made up your minds about it, that you're putting so much effort in it, because, I mean, for us as a government, as German government, is really one of the main pillars of the Berlin process. It's important to give also civil society a voice, and a lot of good things, ideas, impressions, recommendations come from civil society, which is why we highly value this forum in general and this specific panel specifically, of course. So thank you very much for providing us with this platform, if I may say so. Maybe before I comment a bit on what has been said already and on the recommendations that were given in the report, is maybe good to once again very briefly set the scene. What are we actually talking about? What are our political goals? We all know that, you know that what we want is more ambition. What we need is more ambition if we want to get climate neutral by 2050. And this is what science tells us is necessary to keep 1.5 degrees or at least 2 degrees within reach. We need more ambition, but not only ambition, but also implementation. Various panelists have touched upon this already. The situation in the region is as such that we have quite good policy papers, strategies and laws in place. This is really like a sort of, a very good example of how it should be, but what is needed is implementation. Implementation is expensive, it needs expertise, it needs capacities, and this is where I see a clear lag, as obviously many other panelists do. When it comes to the question of why have we given us these ambitious goals, we're just talking about the Western Balkans region, and if you compare the region's emissions with the emissions of, let's say, a major emitter like China, you could say, okay, this region is, we can neglect it. We need to focus on the prime emitters across the world, and this is China, United States, Indonesia, and a couple of more that need to be named here. But what we have done as Europe, as European Union, is that we have given the promise to make Europe the first continent, climate neutral continent by 2050. And Europe doesn't stop at the borders of the EU 27, but it includes the Western Balkans region. And this is why we need to have the 6 countries on board here. Getting climate neutral as Europe will not be possible without the Western 6. Web 6. And last but not least, and now I'm talking my capacity as a representative of the German Foreign Service, there's also a clear geopolitical sort of requirement for this, or imperative, if you want to say it that way. It was mentioned before, the region is still strongly dependent on specifically fossil fuels from Russia, and that's a problem because with that, not only the region, I'm not excluding Germany or other European countries here, we're all contributing to Russia's war against aggression against Ukraine by buying these fossil fuels, by continuing to buy these fossil fuels, and we need to get away from this for the greater good. So when it comes to the recommendations that were given in the report, it was very insightful for me to read them. I have a couple of remarks on them that quite mirror also the things that have been said before by the other panelists. I would say that with that in terms of some of the points that are mentioned there, I would say that they are already in the making. It's already being done or is about to be done. Something is happening in this regard. And this is, for instance, true by providing citizens with financial support for vulnerable citizens to avoid energy poverty, by helping them renovate their houses, by getting sort of energy efficient devices, refrigerators, this and that. A lot is happening. I have a specific, let's say, Kosovan perspective on the topic as I work at the German embassy in Pristina. So this is what I can mainly talk about, but I can say at least here in this country, a lot is being done by the government when it comes to this point, so this is good. And it was already mentioned, we have already quite ambitious plans, climate laws, strategies, decarbonization plans in place or in the making. The goal is clear. Everyone wants to get climate neutral by 2050. So at the policy level, everything seems fine. That's good. There's always room for improvement, of course, but we're not starting at zero, let's put it that way. And then when it comes to the requirement to hold further investments in fossil fuels, I mean, actually, if you look into the markets, it's quite difficult today to get money from anyone if you want to invest in at least if you want to invest in a new coal infrastructure or oil infrastructure. Gas, okay, is another story. It's a bit more difficult and more differentiated, but it has been becoming increasingly difficult to get fossil structures financed. We're not living in a perfect world yet, but it's getting better and better. So there's also a good development that we're seeing. When it comes to other recommendations, I would have my doubts if it would be really helpful and make a difference. And this is, for instance, true when we talk about opening, for instance, the Just Transition Fund to the countries of the Western Balkans. Certainly it might be helpful to get additional access to funding, but I have the feeling that already much money is being poured in the region in order to foster the green transition. I could just mention the latest instrument, that is the growth plan for the Western Balkans of the European Union, that foresees 6 billion euros for the 6 countries to foster not only the green transition, but to also fulfill sort of other items on their reform agendas. But the green transition plays a part in it. And for Kosovo alone, for instance, 882 million euros are foreseen for investments of such kind. That's a lot. Then we have the entire money for the development cooperation and the rapprochement of the countries and their pathway towards the European Union. Billions of money of euro is going to the region through these programs. And then we have the bilateral fundings of so many donor countries here in the region. And Germany is just one example of this. We have agreed on a regional climate partnership with the region last year or 2 years ago already. I don't have the exact date in mind. And this again brings another 1.5 billion euros to the region for the green transition. That's really a lot. And I've just mentioned a couple of resources that can be of help to foster the transition here. So if I would need to sum it up, I have the feeling that the money problem is not the most imminent problem, is rather, we rather have a problem with the implementation, as I mentioned before, and we still have political problems that we need to sort out and that stand in the way for sort of ambitious climate policies to be implemented. When I talk about, again, about this growth plan for the Western Balkans, the condition that the Western Balkan countries need to fulfill to get this money is to hand in reform agendas to the European Commission, what needs to be done to sort of pave the way to become a member of the European Union, to foster the green transition, which is part of it. If we then look, for instance, at Bosnia and Herzegovina, the country didn't manage to hand in such a reform agenda due to internal political struggles. We all know about the Kosovan Serbian conflict that is still ongoing, and this all stands in the way when we talk about fostering the energy transition as well. So money helps a lot, but it will not sort out all the problems that we have in the region. And then there are some points or recommendations given that I would strongly agree with. And this is first and foremost the better inclusion of civil society. And here again, we have a similar problem. On paper, everything looks fine. We have consultation procedures when it's about drafting new ambitious climate energy laws, and then consultations even take place. But at the end of the day, we don't find the recommendations given in the final draft laws. And this is not what participation or inclusion of civil society means. It's not enough to just hear what civil society says. You also need to take civil society seriously. And this is what I sometimes miss when I look on how things go here. And then when you would ask me where I see the biggest problem, why we are not progressing as much as we could, I think that the biggest problem really is that there is a lack of ownership, both in society and politics when it comes to driving the green transition forward. I mean, if we look at our own countries, Germany, the United States, Sweden, you name it, the reason for the ambitious policies and implementation strategies that we see today in these countries is that there was a strong civil society movement in the beginning. It all started with Fridays for Future a couple of years ago that really set in motion some dynamics that really made sort of a difference and that changed the political thinking of decision makers and then changed the political agendas and really gave the green transition a big push. And this is what we also need in the region here. I mean, there is some civil society movements, for instance, at the moment when we look at Serbia and this lithium question there, something is going on there, that's fine, but in general, civil society seems to be quite weak and not so proactive in the region, and it needs more support, it needs to get more proactive, and we need to see civil society as partners. We need to strengthen it. We need a grassroots movement that also drives then political leadership. If you ask politicians here in Kosovo about these kind of things, and ambitious environmental policies and this and that, then you get the answer that this is not a topic that you can win the voters' hearts with, and this is why it's not a political priority, and this needs to change, and this is why people need to articulate that they want this change. Now, when we look at the political level, we see the same thing. I mean,
Sebastian?
we've said it. There's
just one more minute, if that would be fine.
Yeah, I'm almost through, but this is maybe the most important point. What we need in the region is political leadership that comes from within the region. All the documents that we've been discussing here, the Green Agenda, the implementation plan, then we had a new declaration in Hamburg from yesterday or the day before. That is all facilitated from the outside. We're doing a lot through the Berlin process, for instance. The European Union is doing a lot, but it's oftentimes us that is initiating these things instead of the countries themselves. It would be great to see some more initiative coming from the region here as well. And I leave it with that.
Thank you so much, especially for jumping in the very last minute. It was highly interesting. If I may use the opportunity to pose one last question to you before I open the panel, and I think also Dennis has a comment he wants to make for sure. But one question, since we have you on board now, can you give, you were talking a lot about money and about the regional climate partnership, which has been signed last year at Tirana Summit. So what would be interesting for us, civil society explicitly, is can you name a few actions that are planned within the regional climate partnership? Not only the budget, but what actually is going to happen?
Sure. One of the prime examples that we have here in Kosovo is that we're sort of co-funding together with the European Union one of the largest solar power plants that we have in the making in Europe. Is about 100 megawatts that is going to be erected here in outside Pristina on the old ash fields of the current coal power plants that we still have. And then there's another project for another 30 megawatts of solar heating that comes on top of that. We're giving a lot of money in energy efficiency measures, renovations of municipal buildings and this and that. There's investments in water treatment plants that also have a sort of climate component, and there's lots of other projects in the making in all the 6 Western Balkan countries. Investments in more stable and flexible networks and in interconnectivity and all these kind of things.
Thanks a lot. So, quick comment from Dennis, and then I open the panel for the audience.
Yeah, is this on? Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, I have to react on this gas comment because that's simply not true. There are countries in the region which are not dependent on gas, and we do not, especially Bosnia, because in Bosnia the only problem we have with gas is the district heating of Sarajevo, and that's it. So investing in something which will be useless, I would really like to see a commercial company do and invest money there. If you have a commercial company to do it without getting the guarantee from the government that it will be paid back, they can do it. But forcing us to use taxpayers' money of Bosnia and Herzegovina just for the geopolitical reasons to invest in something which will be abandoned in 10 years and then paid off for generations is not really something which we appreciate. Be it geopolitics or whatever, we can skip this transition with gas and go directly to district heating on renewables, and we solve the problem without getting involved in this geopolitical thing. Talking about lack of ownership, yeah, the problem is lack of ownership because millions are spent on consultants producing these useless documents. For 2 decades, I've been seeing that, which are basically just put in the drawers and not used. And then we talk about lack of ownership. So if you want something to work, then we should actually push the people which are paid through the budget to do their job and produce the documents, and then they would own the documents. So to complain about lack of ownership for something which was funded by the international community for decades without any results, I think it's time for the wake-up call and change of approach. Because if something is not working for decades, maybe it's time to change the approach and do it differently, so maybe it will have an impact. And yeah, for the Energy Community Treaty, well, you mentioned the pollution and the problem with the pollution. What is happening with the infringement procedures? I mean, we have the contracts, we have the infringement procedures, and nothing is happening. I have a feeling that, in a way, Energy Community has, after the war in Ukraine, somehow abandoned Western Balkans because the priority and focus was sort of shifted to Ukraine. Back 5 or 6 years ago, there was lots of discussions about the breaches of the contracts in Western Balkans, Tuzla 7 case, state aid issues, infringement procedures for various blocks and pollution obligations. Now there's silence from Energy Community. I've been working on that for quite some time.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
so yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Benny,
but, yeah.
no, it's completely okay. I think now we have been talking a lot here on the panel. Of course, there's much to react on, but I see already a lot of hands raised in the audience. And I think you were the quickest, and then the lady behind you, and then you with the blue jacket, and then we switched to the left side of the audience. So if you want to come to the stage for... So I would compile 3 questions and then go to the left side of the audience. So you would be the first on the back on the audience. And please say your name and from which organization you come from.
Mirko Popovic, Rerit from Serbia. First of all, I have to disagree with your statement at the beginning that tragic accident in Bosnia is direct impact of climate change. It is direct impact of the lack of rule of law and
As
implementation of environmental permitting procedure. Yes. It is something that should be known. The same value for the failure to implement large combustion plant directive. It cost lives and health for citizens in the Western Balkans and the European Union. And is there a solution? I believe there is another way to solve this problem. We have national courts, but somebody should uphold rule of law principle. I have never read in annual reports of the European Commission that breaching of the treaty is the breaching of the rule of law. We need strong attitude particularly from European Union institutions. We need new roles for civil society, parliaments, and independent regulatory institutions. Does anyone believe that the different result may be achieved with same actors on the same way? We have several years of acting between European institutions and the executive branch of power. And what is result? Result is the erosion of rule of law and deterioration of democracy. We need new players in the game. And it should be emphasized, and I think the Berlin process is the framework for emphasizing the new role for these sectors. At the end, just to ask one question, and I would kindly ask you to answer, whether it will happen that first installment from the growth plan will be realized without conditionality related to the rule of law principles. If it's happened, then how we can expect the government will act differently than they act before? So, in accordance with particularly with recommendations from the Court of Auditors, we need to establish clear indicators, clear conditionality indicators for fundamentals first principle in energy transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for making the statement. I would like to invite the lady behind to make also her question and statement, and we compile it, and then I hand over.
You need to wait a bit. Okay. Exona Shola, Ekoza, Kosovo. I just have a short question about very specific, because I'm frustrated that I have, again, to advocate against hydropower plants. And when the Balkans will be free of hydropower plants, your opinion on the case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was short and concise. And the third one, I think it was on the front. You.
Thank you. Agim Salami from ZIP Institute, North Macedonia. 2 questions, one for Mr. Žižko. You are very vocal about criticism that citizens are not involved in the decision-making process, in the debate around climate change, and we've seen this in our daily work in North Macedonia. What is your view on this, and how can we mend this as civil society? We have experimented with climate assemblies as a means of involving citizens. We've seen it produce very good results, but the process is very costly for civil society organizations if it is not commissioned by state institutions. So this is partly, I'm also answering my question, but I would like to receive your input on this. And second question for the representative of Mayor of Bitola. What has your municipality done so far to involve the Roma community in the just transition process? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I think, we start backwards. You can directly answer the question, Dennis, that was addressed to you, and then I would go backwards with the questions.
No, since I criticize everyone, I'll criticize civil society also. And rightfully, because I've witnessed basically the way the civil society was established back in the 2000s, which was basically created by international community to implement projects. So the problem we have is that the civil society does not understand their role. And also the general population does not understand the role of civil society, because the feeling of general population is that they're there to implement projects, which should not be the case. The problem is that this approach sort of works for the donor community, because they implement projects, they get nice reports, and that's it. That's where it ends. Less headache, let's put it that way. So if you want really civil society to take over the role of that they should have, and basically to be the corrective factor in the society, the donor community should actually stop funding projects and start supporting really civil society. So they should do the due diligence of who is doing what. On the ground, we have thousands of NGOs, but most of them are implementing projects. Very few of them are actually working on the issues. And once the donors identify the ones which are working on the issues and support them for this work and not for implementation of the project, which has nice charts and graphs and fancy reports, then we will move forward with the actual active, concrete participation of civil society in decision-making processes.
Okay.
Before that happens, I mean, I doubt.
Thank you.
So.
Thank you. Then there was a direct question addressed to the representative from Bitola, how to involve Roma community. And I would like to expand the question, not only how to involve Roma community, but also how do you make sure labor unions are heard, and how do you collaborate also with parliamentarians?
Yeah, I want to thank for the question, because that was not speaking only about the Roma community, but one thing that in my introduction, I forgot to mention. Another issue that is important for us as municipality, and it's a challenge, that the bottom-up approach is not in the procedure in North Macedonia still. So the municipalities are not decision makers in the just transition procedure. So now I'm going a little broadening the question. And also, another thing regarding the just transition process, when we speak about labor communities and the people that are directly challenged with this issue, there is not enough directly speaking about this issue in Bitola. Let's say 2 or 3 years ago, no one spoke directly about the just transition process. So for no one, as municipality, we work with a Roma community closely on a lot of issues and challenges that they have. We have a lot of projects that involve in part of inclusion and integration. And of course, as a part of our community, everyone is equal, and the just transition process will involve every citizen of Bitola and of the broader region, of course. So it will be equal for everyone. But we spoke before the beginning of this our session that in a lot of forums, when we speak about just transition, we say no one will be left behind. I'm not speaking this about the Roma community, but this is not honest thing to say, yes, because of course it's transition. It's maybe just transition, but it's transition. No one from the transition can get out without some wounds, you know. So
yeah. And I think this is also a good moment actually to interlink with the marvelous previous panel when we spoke about gender and diversity. I mean, also to remind ourselves that actually women are disproportionately affected from climate change. And I think this is also a moment to mention and to remind all of us. Leave no one behind, take it more seriously. Roma community, women, gender, all aspects are affected by climate change. Okay, then we had 2 questions, which I would like to address both to you, Adam. It was one very concrete about hydropower plants. So when will they be stopped? Will they be stopped at all? And the second one was about the breach rule of law and the consequences, which is a very valid question. And of course, sorry for my statement at the beginning. Yes, climate change is real and heavy rains is a consequence of climate change, but you're completely right. In Bosnia, there were more layers, not only climate change, but definitely also breach of law. Otherwise, it would not be so dramatic. So thanks both. And Adam, please, if you can.
I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you a bit, but I will also cover 2 points that Dennis mentioned. But to come back to your questions on rule of law, I think this is really the question to the European Commission. I may share your views, but of course this is beyond the scope of energy community. When it comes to hydropower, the question is when the hydropower will be the end of the hydropower. So let me maybe, on behalf of the institution, more to take this point in a sense that, of course, from our perspective, and this is where we actually cooperate quite closely with a lot of representatives from civil society organization. Who come to us and they actually have direct contact to our experts who work on the case and who can trigger the investigation into specific issue. For example, Bukbiela hydropower plant, where we had cooperated recently also with colleagues in Georgia. Wherever the environmental impact assessment rules are, for example, in breach, whenever rules which are covered by Energy Community Treaty are not followed, this is where we could step in. Yes, so it's not, of course, neither our decision nor it is the decision of European Commission, the EU, to tell the countries which energy mix they should use, right? So I have to be diplomatic here and avoid answering when hydropowers will be gone. On the question or a comment from Dennis, I have two comments, if you allow me. First one on the infringement cases. I think we share the view that there is a clear situation. All the countries in the Balkans are in clear breach, clear not compliance. We as Energy Community Secretariat have, unfortunately, and I have to say, regrettably, we have limit of what tools we could use to enforce in practice, because clearly we had these breaches are clear, and there was a discussion some time ago about penalties to be introduced in the energy community framework to force basically somehow more than just blaming and shaming. Unfortunately, this is not there, and I would not say we're quiet about it. It's just the question is that they're all now in breach, and there is a dispute settlement process in energy community. All of them, either on national energy emission reduction plans or opt-outs, which were. This is a gap in the enforcement process, clearly, because we can't go there and close the power plant, as we don't have tools like that. On Ukraine, I can only say that I, of course, note your feeling. However, I have to say, of course, I strongly disagree. I think what we are doing with Ukraine from the beginning of the war is on top of our normal activities. We had established a task force for in-kind support fund because our biggest contracting party is Twar it's been 2 years. So I would not be sorry for that, but I note your comment on this.
Yeah, just to be clear, I'm not criticizing your work on Ukraine. I'm just saying that
I understand, yeah, of course.
Yes. Shifted the focus from the Western Balkans.
I think the point is very clear.
Yeah.
And yeah, the aggression of Russia on Ukraine, of course, has many dimensions in the European integration process for the Western Balkans. And I have seen more voices in the audience. I think first it's you on the very back with the glasses. Please come in front. And then you are the second one. And I think then we are also already running out of time.
Hi, everybody. Working. Hi, everybody. Yeah, great panel and great discussions.
Your name and
my name is Haris Abaspahi, Center for Policy and Government, Sarajevo. I would like to touch upon a little bit on the green financing. We very often hear that there's a plenty of money around. And I'm not sure that is the case, especially for those the hard intervention that should be taking place very soon. And I see that let's say the carbonization assumes two parts, phasing out coal and developing renewable capacities. And in renewable capacity sphere, pretty viable investment at this point of time, generally speaking. But what I would like to see, moving forward, discussing maybe on the capacities to initiate things within this forum, within the Berlin forum as such, is I would like to see much stronger partnership between the European Union and the region on phasing out the coal specifically, and especially in the context of the financing. I'll give you a few numbers just to show the magnitude of the challenge there. For example, in Bosnia and Herzegovina right now you have 15 active coal mines, supplying, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 thermal blocks all together. In a draft NETSP, the assumption of investments needed in energy transition, which is quite not ambitious still, right? Is 18 billion of euros. This is equal to almost 40% of the GDP of Bosnia and Herzegovina. So generally speaking, definitely the getting into the channeling private investment and institutional investment, it's almost no-brainer for this lucrative, profitable part. But on phasing out coal and dealing really with those consequences, I see really a need for the stronger partnership, okay, on a process and the regulatory, but mainly on a financing arrangement and agreements. And I think there's a recommendation that is floating around for quite some time, but it's kind of have disappeared over the last year. It's idea about kind of how to idea about to try to connect the region with the funds within the ETS system that were available for the Eastern European countries for some time to support the modernization in the countries where they cannot take such size of the responsibility as well. And I think that's something that should be kind of explored more like a roadmap actually, without tackling that part and the phasing out coal. And we are quite aware that a part of Macedonia, none of country claimed the date. So we are discussing 2040 targets on the European Union. And I guess that could be really kind of a good momentum, to tackle that. Not hard to crash at this point of time.
Do you have also some very concrete question, or you just would like to make your statement?
Yeah, so I can transform that into question. So
I'll answer the question.
Okay, I think Dennis will react, but I would like to.
I'll answer the question.
Then Dennis, you're invited to react.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, very shortly.
Yes, thank you.
The thing is that it's not the question of money. It's not a problem. The money is never a problem. The problem we have is with the dates. We need the authorities to finally admit which is the phase-out date.
Okay.
Without the phase-out date, all the fancy documents that are produced about just transition, action plans, or whatever, are useless. So we are again spending time and money on useless documents. So First of all, the authorities have to admit that the coal sector and the coal power plants are going to go bankrupt, optimistically by 2035. That's optimistically. It will probably happen earlier. So once they admit that to the coal miners, to the coal mining sector, and to everyone, the things will start moving on. If you're asking for funds now for just transition for the coal mining sector and telling the coal mining sector that they will work until 2050, it is a pointless exercise. So first we need a date, and a real date. Everyone is telling them 35, but they don't have the political courage to admit that, because they've been using this as a populist story for the last 2 decades, the coal mines and the future in coal. Once they finally explain to the people, and that's something talking about those trade unions or whatever, that's something on which we are working on with the just transition thing. To use the experiences of the trade unions from European countries, where they went through the same process, not knowing that this is going to happen and then facing the consequences in 2 years. We try to tell and explain to the trade unions in Bosnia and in the region that this is the reality and they should do something. Talking about just transition, first of all, it's just transition for the coal regions. That does not necessarily mean just transition for the actual employees in the coal mines, because, as you said, this "no one is left behind" is a statement. You have to
empty
create
statement. I read behind your eyes.
You have to create economic opportunities for that particular region, which means that you need to keep at least the families there. It doesn't necessarily mean that you need to create a job for that particular person, but for a member of the family, so that family continues to live in that region. So that is just transition.
I agree.
And and one thing I have to mention, which is not related to the questions, is we have to finally separate just transition for the coal miners, coal regions in transition, and energy transition. Transition of energy sector is something completely different from just transition for coal regions in transition. And the funds should not be mixed, because there are huge appetites from the energy companies to take the piece of the cake for just transition from just transition funds. So we have to be very clear when we are talking about just transition, we are talking about the regions and the people living there. We are not talking about the energy sector.
Thanks for pointing that out more clearly. It's always very important to be precise in language, because that only makes us able to be precise also in implementation. And I think also one thing I would like to comment, because we have spoken a lot about money and also about the Western Balkans growth plan, and it's true, it's 6 billion euros in total, but it's 4 million in loans. And that brings a lot of regions into trouble, like having more loans instead of grants. Of course, money is not the only solution. I think Dennis made his statement also very clear, and I think most of us agree. But still, the energy transition costs a lot of money. Okay, thank you. And now the last question. Sorry, the man in black is the last. Please, yes, you are the man in black. I don't know what your name is. Come to the stage, and I saw your finger already some time ago.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Bujar Tao from the Institute of Romani Culture in Albania. I think it's very important to be open to criticism. Criticism is key to having informed decision-making, an effective one, and those decisions that are actually implementable. And I really think that we have to listen to critics, but also to be aware of different kind of criticism. I mean, it could be demonic criticism, and it could be constructive criticism. Oftentimes, where seemingly or so-called demonic or superficial criticism, when it is left unanswered, it could be destructive. So I think, and I want to refer to your point, which I very much like. It made me reflect that, okay, civil society often gives, or specific individuals give inputs, but they are not reflected at the final official document. I mean, if you ask somebody an opinion, you are responsible to provide an answer why that opinion was not reflected. So in that case, the question, I mean, the big question is how to deal with criticism. But I'm trying to elaborate a little bit more, saying that should
maybe
it be,
a question?
I mean, 30 seconds.
Yes.
I mean, how to deal with this institutional answer to demonic criticism. And then the other gentleman about breaching the laws and infringement procedures. I mean, this is not, I don't think that this is outside of the context. That is very much into the context. But rather than putting some penalties up front, which should be there, I mean, let's understand why these breaches of rules happen in the first place, because understanding why, it could be room for reviewing the laws that need to be implemented. So thank you for the opportunity. My question is how to deal with criticism in this context. So
I think it's a very
first.
good question
Thank you.
because now we have our closure round, and I think your last question is very valid because how to deal with criticism. I open the floor maybe to Sebastian first, like you have now a lot of input received, and what would be your final conclusion? What is maybe criticism from this panel, not criticism, let's say input, that you would like to take home?
I quickly have to react to what Dennis said after my remarks, and this is then also my final statement, because there were 3 points that I strongly disagree with. First thing is investments in gas infrastructure don't happen primarily because of geopolitical reasons. That's true for liquid gas. I agree on that. But in general, investments are being made as gas is more climate friendly than coal. I know it's not the solution that we need in the end, but it's better than nothing. It's better to burn gas than coal. And then the second point is not that it is entirely useless, this investment in gas infrastructure. I mean, in Germany specifically, we're pursuing a sort of H2-ready infrastructure, meaning that you can use that not only for natural gas in the future, but for hydrogen to be burned. And this will be the climate-friendly solution. I know about the difficulties of it, but simply saying it's a useless investment is not true. It depends on how you do it. And the third, and for me most important point, that we have abandoned the region because of Ukraine and changed our priorities. This is not true at all. The contrary is true. The revitalization, if I may say so, of this very Berlin process is a direct consequence of Russia's aggression against Ukraine. This is why we again have underscored the importance of this region, have made clear that we want to see it as part of the European Union, and telling us we're abandoning it is simply not true. We're putting a lot of effort in it, not only when it comes to the green transition, but on many other fields. And believe me, there's so much time that we're devoting to this region. It's much more time than we have sort of used in the last years, I can assure you that. Apart from that, that was very insightful input for me again. It once again proved how important the voice of civil society is. I always enjoy to get true critical voices that are very sort of honest and direct, because this is what you usually not get when you work as a diplomat. You always only get nice words. Here it's different, and this is why we need this forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being here. Thanks for your last statement. And I hand over to Adam for your last statement.
So, comment on criticism.
What do you take
very
home?
quick,
What do you
a
take
very
home
quick
for the
one
energy
would be we can
community?
either take an inquiry position or advocacy position in discussion. And so I think I take it that we should take very much stronger position of inquiry and questioning ourselves as well after having such an interesting discussion. So this is what I take.
Thank you very much. That's short and concise. Thanks.
Okay.
You from Vitola, yes.
Okay, so it was very fruitful discussion, and we opened a lot of questions that I will bring back to Bitola and to Macedonia just to as an experience which can be applied, of course. For me, the one of the conclusions was lastly mentioned by Dennis, and for my region it's very important, that we should understand that the just transition is different than the energy transition. And for Bitola as a city, that is very important. Why? Because we need direct funds. When I'm speaking with my colleagues, I said always that money is not a problem. So I don't want now to speak only about money and funds. But of course, one part of the solution is the implementation, but implementation without funds is impossible. No matter where we get the funds. If there are loans, there are loans. If there are direct funding investments, that's different. But we have to differ these two processes, and this is the same for all of the Western Balkan countries. So the energy transition going through this Green Deal, Green Agenda is one thing, and this should be dealt mainly maybe by the government, but the just transition process is impossible without the people who live in these regions and who face the challenge directly.
Thank you very much. Dennis,
Yeah, I have
one sentence.
Yeah, 2 sentences. First,
I count. 2.
First, I have to clarify this comment about the Ukraine. The comment was addressed to energy community, abandoning Western Balkans, not to Europe.
Okay, first
so
sentence.
Just to clarify that. And the second thing I want to say is, since everyone was actually using these fancy quotes and everything, I'll use also one, or sort of a reference to, it's not a fairy tale, it's a tale by Hans Christian Andersen, and it is The New Emperor's Clothes. I think it's time for us to admit the fact that the emperor is naked, and we have to start working on it. And the clothes are all these fancy documents which are trying to prove that something is done. Nothing is done. So we have to admit the fact that we have to do something concrete. The empress is
Thank you.
naked.
I think this is very, very nice closing words. Let's begin to be active, concrete, and not lose ourselves in more papers. Thank you very much. Thanks for my dear panelists, and thanks for the audience.
Okay.
Thank you very much for this interesting discussion, and thank you, Verena, for the engaged moderation. Before everybody is heading out now, we are going to have the workshop sessions now, as you have seen in the program. So we are hiding a surprise for you behind these doors, but only behind these doors, not behind these. So you can walk through this door, and then you can pick 1 of 3 kinds of candies. And the candies will work to assign you randomly to the workshop group. Don't go without a candy, because everyone needs to grab one. Even if you don't want to eat it, grab one. And if you don't like it, you can also exchange it afterwards. But this is just to assign you to a certain group. And there will be 3 different kind of workshops and discussions on enabling spaces for civil society. So shrinking spaces, but turned upside down in a way. So have a good time in these workshops, and you can just walk through it now, and the workshops will start in about 2 or 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hallo? Ah, ich verstehe, okay.
tune, and so we would go online with you now. You can switch on your video.
Okay, everyone, please come in. The panel is about to start. Please take a seat. There are also a few seats in the front left, if you like. Okay, I think we've made our point regarding the signal. Thank you. Please come in and close the door. So we're going to start now with the panel 5, Environmental Protection and Sustainable Economic Development, moderated by Katja Giebel from the Heinrich Böll Foundation.
Yeah, hello everyone. Good afternoon also from my side. Welcome to this panel on environmental protection and sustainable economic development. So I would say the later the day, the closer we get to many interconnected core issues today. So we just had the panel on climate change and energy transition, and the next one will be on the rule of law and fighting corruption. And all that would match very well to discuss with our topic, as it's hard to separate those issues from one another. Yet I'm very much looking forward. We speak now about the need of nature protection that is often marginalized vis-à-vis the economic development. And we have a panel with very distinguished speakers with different backgrounds from different of countries in the Western Balkans, environmentalists and professionals from different ministries, and also one representative of the German Ministry of Ecology, to discuss the compliance with and the reinforcement of environmental legislation, which is still lacking in various areas. So my name is Katja Giebel. I'm with the Heinrich Böll Foundation based here in Berlin and working on the Western Balkan countries and also on the offices programs that we have in Sarajevo, Belgrade and Tirana. So there is enough examples of economic interest dominating nature protection in the Western Balkan 6. And it's not only the lithium mining in Serbia, now a very pressing issue. There's far more to discuss about. There's other forms of mining, also illegal mining, deforestations, dams, constructions, airports in protected areas, strategic investments. And while many of us, and I sense, and we heard that also today here in the room, are quite frustrated by the very long paces that all those bigger frameworks that we relate our work to usually take. So the European integration is such, those political projects as the European Green Deal, Green Agenda, maybe even the Berlin process itself. There's also quite a fast pace in contrast to this with economic activities in the region that has sidelined the need for preserving the natural environment. So I'm very glad with us today is Alexander Treitsche to present the recommendations of his working groups in a second. And as we have, as in the previous sessions, roughly only 1 hour, this is how we proceed. I will briefly introduce our panel before I hand over to you, and then all speakers have a chance to react on the recommendations with an own input. And then we already open for Q&A, and there is one more seat waiting for your comments and questions. So Alexander Treitsche, director at PPNEA. PPNEA is a protection and preservation of natural environment in Albania, an environmental organization in Tirana, and I don't want to hide that he and his organization are our partners in Tirana, and who was there last year actually during the Civil Society Forum and during the Berlin process might remember a huge campaign called Albania is Biodiversity, and that culminated in a mural that is depicting the endangered animals at the Skander Bay Platz. Maybe you can see that. So in the middle of the town, where there is usually the constant mosaic mural of the Albanians, and opposite there was a huge picture of the endangered species. So Alexander has been involved with nature conservation work in Albania and the Balkans for more than 20 years, along with Pepinea. He is affiliated since 2004. He has a Master of Science in Biodiversity Conservation and Management from the Oxford University, and also a PhD in Anthropology. And he has been conducting interdisciplinary research connecting cultural and environmental questions. He is a rare expert on wolves, lynx, and also bears, and researches on the question how local people interrelate with those carnivores. We just spoke last week about bears not knowing and not having passports, so as environmental protection knows no borders.
Bears.
Bears.
But also beers. Expert on both.
Okay. Bears. Next to you, Eva Kracht from the German Federal Ministry of Environment, where you are heading the International and European Policy Department. In Germany, the ministry is also responsible for nature conservation, nuclear safety, and consumer protection. Also, about you, I found very quickly that it's your daily bread, that climate and environmental protection works only internationally. You studied law, and you also have a PhD on international law. You joined the Federal Ministry in 2003, working on constitutional reform, and you had been a personal assistant to the ministers Jürgen Trittin and Sigmar Gabriel. And yeah, since 2011, you are heading the unit for EU coordination. So warm welcome. I very much look forward to learn more about the German role in not only monitoring but also influencing better environmental legislation politically in the Western Balkans. Then online with us, I welcome also you, Fatjona Tinay. You are heading the Department for Climate Change in the Albanian Ministry of Environment and Tourism. You have a Master of Sciences on Industrial and Environmental Chemistry, and you are engaged in policies related to climate change and air quality on national level, and you believe in meaningful engagement of youth and academia in the national process of climate change. So warm welcome to you and greetings to Tirana. And in the middle of our panel, I welcome Ms. Shakiri. Lindita Shakiri is also heading the Department for European Union in the Ministry for Environment and Physical Planning in North Macedonia, in Skopje. You are a professional with 27 years of experience in water and wastewater sector, and having a master degree in international relations and diplomacy, and you are also a specialist in the role of small countries in the European Union. Thanks a lot for your availability and also the interest in our joint discussion. And last, on my right side, Mr. Niman Bego. Genci Niman Bego, you only recently became the mayor of Olcin, your hometown in Montenegro. You are president and founder of the Albanian party Forza Ere Demokratike, and you had been a member of parliament from 2009 until 2023, representing the Albanian community, and you served as vice president also of the Montenegrin parliament from 2016 until 2020. Thanks a lot for your time. And yeah, without further ado, please, Alexander, present the recommendations of your working group.
Thank you, Katja. I'll try to be within the time frame. I mean, the discussions within the group were quite extensive, and environment issues and sustainable development issues are definitely not easy issues to talk about. The field is quite vast, and it includes many different components. However, I want to thank my group for the very fruitful discussions. I think we gave in our best, and we have come up with a good number of recommendations. I'm not gonna repeat them in front of you now, as you all have you have them printed. However, I'll try to have a more sort of streamlined discussion based on the main points that came out from that process. So we in the environment, or if you want to be a bit more specific, in the nature conservation community, are often perceived as organizations that tend to be in a constant battle with development on the other hand. And we are usually the ones to say no to every project, the ones that put the needs of what are perceived to be beings less relevant to people before people. And in the light of this, what we, I think, commonly agree is that it cannot be further away from the truth. And this dichotomy that exists between environment and development isn't anything new. I mean, we have developed tools throughout the years to balance both, and we have developed frameworks to balance both. So many of the issues that we discussed were exactly around this. So we need to improve particularly the legal frameworks that have to deal or intersect with nature and environment, and to revisit existing laws. Laws are usually very good in their own direction, but when it comes to intersection with nature and environment, that's where the problems usually start. So nature needs to be streamlined in many such different laws that concern infrastructure, that concern spatial, urban planning, strategic investments, energy development, and so on. Also, when it comes to the implementation of legal frameworks and to the tools that we have at our disposal, we often, if processes are done correctly, and in particular if processes that relate to the impact that development has on environment and nature are done correctly, many of the issues that arise usually by the voices of civil society would not arise. In this regard, if environmental impact assessment or strategic environmental assessments are done correctly, are done with proper expertise, are not done just to tick the next box, and are done with the proper involvement of civil society and stakeholders, many of the conflicts that we witness today between development on one hand and nature conservation on the other would most likely not be there. Our group also discussed on the extensive value that the current farming practices and agricultural practices in the region have in preserving a unique cultural heritage and unique biodiversity related to this. And in this regard, we would see the upkeeping of these practices and actually their promotion in the future as quite crucial for the future, as opposed to more intensive models of farming or agriculture. The region is experiencing a boom in terms of infrastructure developments. There are more highways being built, there are more railways being built, there is more transport infrastructure, more energy infrastructure being built. And of course, this comes at a cost to nature. It comes at a cost particularly to connectivity of nature. And in this regard, our group is of the strong opinion that particular attention should be given to green infrastructure, to upkeeping the ecological connectivity, and to maintaining it for the long term. And to do this, of course, you have to go into issues of spatial planning, into issues of proper, as I said before, EIA and CA development, where also the issue of fragmentation and connectivity are properly addressed. So in terms of institutional setup, we all know that the institutions responsible for environment and nature are ministries related to environment and nature. However, what we see in the region, although not always, it's not always the case, is that environment is usually coupled with other sectors. I mean, you can have a Ministry of Energy and Environment, you can have a Ministry of Infrastructure and Environment, we can have a Ministry of Tourism and Environment, and while this might make sense in certain contexts, in other contexts this can produce more problems than benefits, especially when it comes to environment. And as living and working in Albania, for instance, we have the Ministry of Tourism and Environment, and what we notice is that tourism benefits a lot from environment, but it's hard to say that the other way around is happening. Our group discussed on the possibilities and potentials and the needs to promote circular economies in the region, particularly under the aspect, as we all agree, that that needs to be done, but particularly under the angle of empowering also minorities and marginalized communities when it comes to this regard, and try to help them within this transition. And of course, since we also come from the discussion that happened in the previous group related to energy, of course, that was touched in our group as well, particularly at the interface that exists between renewable energies and nature protection, particularly biodiversity protection. And while we all agree that renewable is the future, we should also pose the question, renewable and green transition, but at what cost? And when we ask at what cost, usually it's about the location, and renewable energy projects really need to consider the effects that they can have on natural habitats, that they can have on biodiversity and fragmentation, and adequate thought and strategic thinking should go into that. The group was of the belief that there is plenty of opportunity for development. We heard in the previous panel that there was a project in Kosovo of a solar power plant development in former ash fields. So in areas like that, where you clearly see that there is benefit in landscape transformation, such project could go ahead, but definitely we wouldn't want to see wetlands being converted into solar power plants, or cutting down forests to open the way for installing them. And also to also go one step back, perhaps, to ask the question, because we felt that this question is not really asked, but we are straight jumping into producing more energy from renewables, but we are not maybe posing the question before, how much energy do we actually need? And are we doing enough to best use the energy that we already have in terms of efficiency and in terms of efficiency. So these assessments need to be done before we jump into the more energy wagon. And quite this thing was in also 10, 15 years ago with the explosion or boom of hydropower development projects. They were also promoted under this green renewable energy veil and was seen as the hope, but we all saw the environmental consequences that such developments can bring. And pretty much we are witnessing that similar things are happening now. It's just the type of energy that is being changed. We're jumping into solar and wind, but still with very little consideration of the impacts that they're having on nature. Then going a bit more into the more hard issues to tackle, and of course this relates a lot to rule of law, this relates a lot to corruption. In general, the group was unanimously agreeing that environmental issues are usually, or environmental crimes and problems that arise are usually seen under an inferior angle, even when it comes to corruption issues, even when it comes to rule of law issues. And it is clear that environmental issues are rule of law issues and should be seen under that angle and should be treated as such. This would help a lot societies perceive them much better, but also institutions, courts, and other parties perceive them in a much more serious angle and take better decisions when it comes to environment. With that, I would like to conclude, but on a more positive note, because I also heard that, I think it was in the morning session, that the region is not progressing also because of deep embedded problems that exist in between the countries. I think here nature can provide a very good platform for increasing collaboration and for making the point that countries can collaborate very good when it comes to natural preservation, as nature knows no borders. It's a common shared heritage for all of us, and if we want to preserve it, no one country can make it on its own. And the point you made about the bear illustrates it very well, because the bear does not need to show a passport when it crosses from one country to the other. But if we want to protect it, we have to work together. Otherwise, all the efforts of one party go in vain if the other one is not investing that much effort. So thank you for this.
Thank you, Alexander. That was very consent. Ms. Kracht, so as you are at the interface of the Ministry of Environment and the European Union, please also, we would like to hear your reflection on those guiding questions that were posed before in the agenda. So what can be done to comply with strengthening environmental legislation throughout the Western Balkan 6? How should this be done? And what role do you see for the civil society? And also, maybe the most important question to you, what role do member states like Germany have in the end to influence improvement of environmental legislation already now, when most of the states are not having opened so far the Chapter 27?
Well, thank you very much for the invitation. It's great to see that civil society cooperation is an integral part of the Berlin process now. It's very important to us as well. In April, we invited some civil society organizations competent on the Western Balkans issues. And I think to start on that, civil society is really needed as an advocate. The environment does not have all that many advocates. Civil society plays a very important role as an advocate, as a watchdog, but also with a lot of expertise. So also in June, my colleague traveled to the region, and we made sure that we always also interacted with civil society. So thank you for this additional chance to do just that. Well, thank you for presenting the recommendations, and what you said at the outset, I think that is at the core of the problem. The perceived dichotomy of environmental protection, nature protection, and development. And that is conceptually not the way it should be. With the Sustainable Development Goals integrate these two, and I think this is actually essential. We cannot have economic development without a sound environment. And if you look at what the World Economic Forum says on this, an meeting of economic leaders, they found that more than half of the global GDP are dependent on nature. You see different numbers on that. Some people say 80%, but I don't think the World Economic Forum is under the suspicion of being overly green in that matter. And the risks that the World Economic Forum highlighted in their global risks report this year, if you look, if they asked for the main risks for the planet, not the planet, but for the global society at a 10-year perspective, 5 out of the 10 perceived risks are environment related. So risks for the economy, risks for our societies, not risks just for nature. So this is a real economic issue, and we have not been treating it like that. Within the European Union, we've got the European Green Deal, and it is conceptualized as a growth strategy. And von der Leyen repeated that. that it remains Europe's growth strategy. I think we're a bit at risk of losing that perception. And if you look at the Draghi report published recently on the competitiveness issues, you have a strong focus on climate protection, also on circular economy as something integrated with the economic agenda. But then he says things like, yeah, but we might need to lower nature standards a little bit to enforce this agenda. And I really think this is short-sighted because, I mean, you just look around, we've got all these floods. That is a lot about the status of nature. Of course, pollination is an obvious one, but there are so many ecosystem services that we all depend on as a society, but also the economy, like bioeconomy, is huge and growing, just to name a few things. So this, from the outset, we really need to change our thinking and to become more concrete on what we can do about concrete steps we can take towards the Western Balkans. Giving attention to this in the process of EU accession will be very important. And we're glad that under the Green Agenda, we had a first ministerial meeting of the Green Agenda just on Tuesday in Hamburg. And in that context, we proposed to have a yearly ministerial dialogue on nature in particular to make sure that these issues are also taken on board. And another thing that we can actually do on the ground is we have a project supporting cross-border protected areas. You all mentioned that bears cross borders and water does as well. So this is something very concrete that we want to help implement, and twinning can also be a good lever to raise capacity, to give some practical support. Well, maybe I'll leave it at that for now. Glad to discuss with you further. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Then I suggest we include our online speaker, Ms. Chinaev, from the Ministry of Tourism and Environment. As you heard, there's one recommendation on decoupling the ministries, those ministries that are in charge of environmental protection from interest conflicting issues, such as tourism actually could be one of them. So first question, what is your assessment? Is there a conflict of interest within your ministry? And I'm asking in regard to the contradicting development that we see when it comes to environmental protection or economic growth. I refer to the looming large-scale investment on Albania's coast that seems a varying mix of politics and business by Trump's family investments from around his entourage, so backed by networks and investments actually of Richard Grenell and his son-in-law. And this all is only possible because the Albanian government has created the legal basis for these investments with a new nature conservation law that goes beyond EU norms and allows it to reclassify nature conservation areas for so-called strategic investments. So there's large construction projects and villas and villa complexes that actually are far removed from democratic control. So I'm just curious, what do you say on the decoupling of ministries that are in charge of conflicting areas and your assessment of this particular strategic investment projects?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me, even in this format. It is very important, and I'm very grateful actually that you have been resilient as a forum, that you have accommodated the event, which I couldn't prevent, which is a family issue, and prevented me to be there. Nevertheless, I would like to thank you for the invitation to be part of this panel. I really appreciate it, and I want to congratulate all of you for organizing this very important forum in addressing all the policy recommendations of the previous workshop. And sorry, can you hear me?
Very well. We can hear you very well.
Okay. Because I'm not hearing everyone.
We can hear you very well. Could you follow us so far?
Sorry. So as I was saying, and, not to take more time from this esteemed panel, I would like to go right back at your question. Actually, it is very interesting, and I sat with the previous panelist in her opinions regarding the fact that economic growth cannot be seen as not not in a sustainable way and taking into account the environment, but decoupling entirely these two sectors, economic growth and development. I think that would be actually approach that to risk and fail to recognize the interdependence of these two sectors for developing the economy of a country, but also taking into account the challenges in the environment on environment. So I think that the conflict is more like having a balance than decoupling entirely. Both environmental sustainability and economic growth are very interdependent, particularly, as you mentioned, in tourism, but also in agriculture, in industry where natural resources are vital assets. As for the strategic investments, I think that they can play a significant role in bridging this gap by prioritizing investments that are both economically viable, environmentally sustainable, and we can promote innovation, green jobs, sustainable industries. Strategic investments should focus on renewable energy, circular economy, sustainable tourism, which actually the Ministry of Tourism and Environment is very working towards this, the empowerment of this sector, sustainable tourism, as having the two fields there as within his within its field of competence. So these types of investments can drive economic growth, we think, while simultaneously protecting the environment, ensuring a resilient and inclusive economy. The goal is to move toward a model where economic growth is not at odds with environmental protection, but rather supports and is supported by it. And we can say, and we can all agree, that Albania has made significant efforts in addressing the conflict between environmental protection and economic growth, recognizing that two sectors must not be seen as opposing forces, but as interdependent components of sustainable development framework. I can mention some of the legislative developments, but I think that through the report, you are already aware of the legislative developments and actually regarding the environmental impact assessment and the strategic impact assessment that are designed to ensure environmental considerations integrated international and local development plans. But to be more specific within this year and to illustrate the fact that having two sectors within an industry helps actually to be more equal and more determined to protect the other sector and promote and to promote and support the development of the other. So, for instance, we can say that knowing that the increase of tourism in Albania has put pressure in environmental aspects, we have strived to and been very eager to develop legal frames that are related to circular economy, to better management of waste, establishing agency which will help managing of waste and sustainable approaches. So implementing the 3 Rs. Also, the initiative of the government in the starting of this year to raise the fines and consider infringements regarding environmental violations as not only fine but also as penal infringements. We can say that these are some of the examples that show our commitment and the fact that the sector of tourism has driven us to make other efforts apart the implementation of the current legislation and the approaching our legislation with EU acquis.
Thank you for now, Ms. Chinay, for your perspective as being relatively new in a ministry with of course another own history. I agree there's a balance, of course, needed between nature protection and economic growth, but yeah, I mean, also one-way roads should be pretty much avoided, and yeah. I doubt that the strategic investments that are planned right now would balance anything on the benefit of environmental protection. Let's go on for now with our next speaker, Ms. Shakiri. Thank you a lot for your assessment as being a professional with your experience. So what would you say, what steps need to be taken to increase awareness for environmental protection within public administration and among citizens from your Macedonian background?
Thank you very much, Katja. First, congratulations to the Berlin process, to the 10th anniversary, as well to all the countries who are committed to follow this process. Of course, we can just succeed if we are united. And about the increasing of public awareness, we have to work a lot. We have done a lot, but we still have to work a lot, not only we in Macedonia, but in the whole region, since the environment is not, the air in the environment is not only for one country. I mean, we are together in this process. And this is one of the challenges that we have to face with as candidate countries. And in the chapter 27, there is a lot to do about this issue, public awareness, and how to, if we increase the public awareness, I think that we will go forward with all the processes in the environment. First of all, sometimes the governments in the region, even the population, perceiving the environmental issue and all the steps that should be done in the environment is imposed by EU, by abroad, and in the moment when, with increasing public awareness, we will not perceive all the environmental issue as imposed, I think that we will be successful in this area. And of course, it should be done a lot in the, I mean, even since all the living conditions and the awareness for living conditions remain low and should be strengthened through many researches and public campaigns as well. And governments and the public institutions in the Western Balkans have lack of knowledge when it comes to the policy option and changes in the legislation as well, when the legislation will be enforced, how to fill all the requirements that that legislation need. So that's why I think that we need a lot of capacity development, racing campaigns for public officers, and are needed in the region. As well, the civil society should have or to take a step forward and to work together with the population and with the governments, of course, and to show what is the right way. Speaking about the requirements, I think I review all of them, and many of them are feasible. And speaking about public awareness, for example, I emphasize that we have to work with the youth as well. Yes, because youth participation and engagement in nature conversation causes by means of capacity building, education programs, mentorship, funding for youth-led green actions, etc., should be feasible if we are dedicated to this.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Genshini Manbego. So I've seen that in the last post in your social media account, you informed about firefighters from your hometown being sent to help in central Bosnia-Herzegovina, where heavy rain, we heard it already today, led to severe floods, and there's about 20 death victims last weekend. So a very good sign of regional solidarity. There's some media coverages in Bosnia-Herzegovina that see a connection between the tragedy and illegal extractivist activities. So that in that way, that stone minings and wood cuttings and dams, so they made let landslides fall apart faster when the torrential rain fall. Would you say that there is a rule of law issue in this regard?
First of all, thank you, Katja. I want to greet all of you, distinguished panelists, and all of you in this hall to congratulate or to say how thankful I am that Südosteuropa-Gesellschaft and Osman Institute invited me to share my impressions or experience or views about Berlin process and place of civil society and think tanks in this process. Just shortly to answer, shortly because of the time. Of course that we sent 2 firefighters in Jablanica. And I'm not an investigator, but of course that the floods and the loss of lives in Jablanica has to do with rule of law. Unfortunately, my knowledge, as maybe from all people who are from Western Balkans, knows that there was an illegal quarry or places they took using stones. But you have to have in mind that also if that quarry was legal, because it can be easily legal, so somebody issue a license, etc., that thing could happen. That thing could happen just because we lack the knowledge or we don't see what can be done with when we need to prioritize decisions related to sustainable development and environmental protection.
Another question directly on the town you are a mayor now of. So you are aligning yourself with the positions of leading environmental NGOs, and regarding the saline in Ulcin, you are advocating for its protection and the prohibition of construction on the saline. And I read on the initiative of your party, you declared also so you took the decision to declare the Ulcin Saline as a protected
Yes.
natural area of national and international importance. Was it so successful so far, and what led you to this decision, and what would you recommend to colleagues in other municipalities who are planning similar projects to speed up the process?
Very short question. No, you must have in mind all my positions. So I'm a leader of Albanian National Party in Montenegro. You must have in mind that I was a long-time member of Parliament in Montenegro, now the mayor. So we have different goals. The main goal is to join as soon as possible the European Union. But the fight with Salina was like this. Central government wanted to use that land to allow a doubtful investor to build complexes for tourism. We wanted, as a local community, that area to be protected. And this fight started long ago, and this is one of my biggest successes, I can say. In 2012, I amended the law on spatial planning in Montenegro, not allowing to have construction in that area. That was the first step. Then the international community joined after. But this amendment was done by NGO called MANS. People from the region know them. So we won that fight. It was in 2012. Then the international community, of course, people who are protecting wetlands, etc., from all over Europe joined the fight. Also, the ambassador of Germany and from all other states, they were very vocative. And in 2015, somehow, the government of Montenegro changed position from insisting that the land to be used for tourism, it can be used for sustainable. And in 2016, we had another agreement to join the government, and we pressured and we agreed that this area to be a protected part of nature, because that is in competence of local community. If you declare to be national park according to law in Montenegro, it goes to the government. And this is a success story. In 2019, we made a decision in local parliament that this is a park of nature, and now we are working hardly to establish a company who will run this area. But all of this is again linked to the main focus of Berlin process: how and when we will join European Union. How and when, in what situation, and in what capacity. Are we going to be, as Montenegro, a leader of a region who is problematic, or are we really problematic, or the least problematic in this region? I remember when we are talking about, during those panels, something went all the time in mind. Thessaloniki 2003, when European Union gave the word to the region that we will join European Union. Now it's 21 years later. Berlin process started in 2014. We are late. We are going late. We having problems, but I'm not sure that those problems are so big. For the region, what maybe happened, it's not a good thing, Ukraine. After Ukraine, then European Union said, okay, we have a small group of countries. We heard, all of us, that we are just number as Netherlands, and we are not that problematic to enter. So it's on us, but also in European Union to assist us to go as much faster, maybe to set a date. Montenegro will join in 2028, Serbia, Kosovo, Albania, Macedonia, and Bosnia in 2029 or 2030, but we have problems. We need to reconciliate. That problem is, from time to time, is put under the carpet, and it's not going strongly because of the political interest. Katja, maybe I step out of the position of panelist because I wanted also to Alexander to say something more. because maybe you can show a slide.
Please go ahead. If the tech support could show a slide. Yeah.
What is my point here? So I don't have problem with any recommendation. They are achievable. Montenegro has emerald zoning, which is recommendation for Western Balkan countries and for the European Commission. But look at the slide. This is Montenegro. So the most developed area, and people are living in areas which are not protected. And the land zoned, people are migrating, which are protected. So we are decision makers. We are on opposite sides. NGOs, you have capability, you have resources, you have a knowledge, and you can speak what we should do, and we should listen to you.
Maybe for our audience also, so this map shows those areas
in Emerald Zone, which are Nature 2000.
Yeah, that are already existing, right?
And so how should we as a decision maker to explain from election to election cycle to the people that this should be done, because it's not done in 10 years, in 20 years. That's why I'm saying we should move faster. Decision should be made faster. And what was lacking from European Commission to us, investment in connectivity and in transport. We need more roads, more highways. We need infrastructure in railways, because Montenegro doesn't have, and other countries around are lacking in that. And this is, for me, my point, which I want to refer to European Commission, to Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Germany, and to you.
We just heard also in the previous panel, Verena mentioned it, that the capacity of the new growth plan, it's actually 4 billion euro in loans and 2 billion in fresh money, in not credits. So would you think this is sufficient enough? And I mean, there's always the question, conditionalize it to make really a reform impetus?
Yeah, I don't want to sound cynical, but because of the urban planning, because when we talk about sustainability and development, because of the planners who planned my hometown, I might need 500 million euro just to buy land to construct a new road. So 4 billion euro, of course they are a big investment, but the need of the region are big. And we should not rely just on assistance of European Union, but just that assistance to be faster. We can create our own resources. We are more stabilized because Montenegro is using euro, Kosovo is using euro. So our finances are stable. They are not endangered that much. In Albania, also economical parameters are good. But it's how we use with time, with all our projects and our idea. Priorities should be, and one point which is mentioned before, but it's a very big problem now. We are lacking working force. We are lacking a working force. It's moving from the region, but we have a very big problem with the working force.
So you mentioned now a couple of other very important issues, the labor drain, of the reconciliation process that is needed in the region, but your last point that there's actually more and faster financial assistance needed to also maybe reflect more priority for the region as such that is lacking right now. That's quite an important point. But with this, I would like to open for Q&A from the audience. There is our seat reserved for you. Please, you first, and then you. I collect some questions, and then the whole panel can reply.
Try. Yeah, I can speak. Thank you. So I'm Nadira Recepi from Roma Entrepreneurship Development Initiative. So I have a question to Ms. Eva. In your presentation, you mentioned that economic development cannot happen without environmental development, which I totally agree. But looking at the waste management system, which is very much underdeveloped in Western Balkan countries, we have a large portion of informal Roma waste collectors. So I was wondering what would be the role of Roma waste collectors in the process of environmental development and economic development, and what steps and actions would be taken, and if there are any discussions happening while designing the policy measures, actions, and strategies related to the transitioning towards political, environmental, and economic development. Thank you.
Thank you. Then the next question was here in the first row.
If you allow me a short comment about your question, case of Albania.
Please introduce yourself.
My name is Lutfi Dervish. I'm a journalist coming from Tirana, Albania. You tried to get an answer for the coupling of tourism with environment. Well, Albania has a very long story, love story, like a telenovela with environment. First, it tried to marry with the agriculture. A marriage consumed in the countryside, but the crops never bloomed. And now they're trying to tie the knot with tourism, as if the trees will start booking vacation in the beaches. And the result of this honeymoon now is not consumed in the green paradise, but in the concrete jungle in the coast, and unfortunately, in the near future, perhaps in the only island that we have. Now it's a simple question. So we talk, we need to do two things at the same time in the Balkan. On one hand, to protect the environment, and on the other hand, the need to have economic growth. I mean, what's the key challenge to keep that balance? That's the question.
Okay, thank you. So this civil society forum is full with metaphors of love and marriage. Please.
Thank you. I'm Katarina Tadic. I come from the European Fund for the Balkans. And in my question, first, I would like to refer to the, so we have a description of this panel in the agenda. And then the last question is how can grassroots movements and CSOs play a role in effectively promoting environmental protection in the region? And I would now speak about the case of Serbia. So I think that 10 or 15 years ago, civil society in Serbia was really looking forward to the opening of the Chapter 27, which was the chapter on the environmental protection, because that was seen as an opportunity to solve many challenges in this area and in this field. However, I'm not sure that the situation is the same now 10, 15 years later. I think that many movements, many civil society organizations are actually do not see EU and member states as necessarily allies in this field. And I would say that this process culminated now with the Rio Tinto project and with announced lithium mining. So in the last few months, between 40 and 60 activists or environmental activists who were protesting against this mine across Serbia were arrested or detained by our government. We didn't see that the EU or member states said anything, so basically they were completely quiet. So here are other colleagues from the civil society, but I would say that we feel very abandoned and that we feel now very lonely in this fight, and that democracy was traded for lithium and and the environment is basically traded for lithium in Serbia. And I think it's not difficult to understand why it's not in our interest. First, we don't have any trust that our institution can actually ensure the protection of these environmental standards. We have so many other environmental problems that we see that this will only further accelerate all these environmental issues. And third, I would say it's very simple. Lithium is used for electric vehicles. We don't use electric vehicles. Like in Serbia, like in any country in the Balkans, we come to Germany, to Switzerland, and to Austria to buy some 10 years old used cars. And so this debate doesn't really resonate with citizens and with the population in Serbia. So, and here today we heard many times how it's good to have civil society included and that we always need to hear both sides. So my question would be for Mrs. Kracht. So can you imagine that there is a similar lithium project in, for example, Germany that is supported by the EU and other countries, but that there is such an opposition from the citizens against that project, and that still government decides to go against it using the level of repression that we see currently in Serbia. So thank you.
Thanks a lot for all those three questions. Should we start just from the last?
The easiest one.
Mm.
Yeah, that is indeed a difficult. Can you hear me? Yeah, a difficult issue. Well, I already hinted earlier on that we have a bit of an intra-environmental issues problem also within the EU, where now there is a lot of focus on the energy transition and less of a focus on nature protection. So over the past few years, for example, and this is continuing, we've been quite successful at defining new rules for accelerating renewable energies, energy infrastructure, all these things that we need, sometimes at the cost of nature protection. And there's certainly, I mean, from an environmental perspective, probably we have been following this with a rather kind of a critical eye and are worried sometimes. And this is kind of from an environmental perspective part of that challenge, that of course lithium is needed for the energy transition, for the transition in the transport sector. And of course you're right, this is not for everybody at the moment, the e-vehicles, but we are likely to all move towards that technology. This is also geopolitics, of course, and I think it's understandable that we want to reduce within Euro dependencies on some countries that pose their own problems. At the same time, this is a risk to nature and also to people, and there is a second dimension to that, which is very important, and you stress that. This is also about the people, about democracy, and about how people are being treated. So this is a serious and difficult question, and I don't think I have the expertise to really go into all the elements of that. What I can tell you is that because we know that our chancellor has also been in touch with your president on this issue, we have offered, and this is just a little bit of help, but that's what we can offer from our ministry's side, to not only push forward the bigger environmental debate within the Berlin process, but also more specifically to provide technical assistance in making sure that the environmental regulations and necessities are being respected in this project, and very importantly, including a component that would make sure that civil society is also being heard in this.
Yeah, I mean, being the only representative from the German side, thank you for answering this question. It's clear that there cannot be a very satisfying answer. The general question is, and there was a lot of dissatisfaction and frustration already in the room, why EU is silent about these very repressive stances from the Serbian government that just reflects the authoritarian style of government. So it's a severe democracy development problem next to all the environmental problems that we see. There was 2 more questions on the Roma waste collection, on how is this seen, how is this considered by EU, and also again the balance of agriculture, like tourism, agriculture,
Economy, environmental protection and economy was the balance, or what was the question?
Can I help?
Please go ahead.
I think that I understood. So basically, so you mentioned there are shifting focuses on development from first agricultural, now use of land for tourism. And what are the threats and how to solve that?
That was a joke. The question is, everybody's talking that we need to protect the environment, but also we need to develop the economy. And the question is, what's the key challenge to keep that balance?
Yeah. So, yeah, to not only complain about marginalizing environmental protection, but also see how can we develop a proper economy. Would you like to answer on that?
Yes, just shortly. Maybe as example from Macedonia, but as well since I am familiar with the environmental protection in the region, even in Albania. So I will say a few words about wastewater treatment plants, which are a big consumer of energy from one side, and from the other side is an investment. They're big investments. So maybe the balance. What is the challenge? The challenge is challenge. The challenge is economy. First, we are trying to impose or to the contractors that every wastewater treatment plants, as I said, they are a big consumer of energy, should be energy efficient. Energy efficient means that they will invest in part of the aeration, which is one of the biggest consumer in the wastewater treatment plants, or they will plan and solar panels. So according to EU recommendations and criteria, till please, maybe I will be wrong with the years, but till 2035, the wastewater treatment plants should be 70–50% energy efficient, until 2045, 100%, which means that with the investment in the environment, with building wastewater treatment plants, we are investing in the environment with energy efficient wastewater treatment plants. We for sure have economy development because they are investment, and from the other side we are saving energy and protected environment. So one of the issue, or this is a small point maybe in all the area, but as example, I think it is very useful. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we can pose the balance question also to Ms. Chinay, if you are still with us. And I could also add to that, because of course for Albania the tourism sector is just also a huge chance. Of course, it's really trending. But I mean, I don't know if you can hear us. Ms. Chinay, are you still with us? I don't want to pose the question into the dark. There you are, very good. So as we are having next year in Berlin the International Tourism Fair with Albania as the host country, so what could be the expectation then for showing Albania's capability also for a responsible and sustainable tourism in this regard? Did you hear our questions?
Can you hear me? Because I hear echo all the time.
Maybe you speak without your video on. Yeah.
Another question.
Yeah, maybe there's, in the meanwhile, we have one more question, but then maybe two more questions, and then we should sum up.
Well, this year is expected to be very important for the Ministry of Tourism and Environment. Of course, very challenging, but
sorry,
I hear
the question for the Roma community was not answered.
We get to that.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah. Please go ahead, Ms. Chinay.
I cannot speak because I hear the voice multiple times. So.
Okay, so then this doesn't seem to work out. Yeah, the Roma community question, the Roma waste collection question to you, maybe?
Well, I'd be glad if people from the region with more expertise on the region could maybe say something on the specific perspective of the Roma informal waste pickers. But generally, I agree that this is an important issue to keep in mind, and it's basically a question of the social issues and of the just transition, if you want to call it that way. There are many aspects to the just transition. I was reminded of the international negotiations on the plastics treaty at the moment, where, of course, again and again, the issue of informal waste workers comes up, quite rightly so, and it's something I don't think it's easy to solve, and I don't know what would be an appropriate solution on the ground, but it's definitely important to look at these issues. And there's a whole lot of other just transition issues. The debate we had in Germany about our heating law, I'm not sure if you followed that, has a lot to do with social concerns of certain parts of the population. Or I would argue that the farmers' protests we saw all over Europe at some point also are about social concerns of certain people affected by environmental rules. So we need to place more emphasis on these social questions as we go along in the transition, because things do change and they can be very challenging for certain people.
Thank you. We are running out of time. So Alexander, if you would like to have a very last word, or anyone from the panel who wants, please go ahead.
I also like to come back to the question posed by Mr. Dervishi, because I think it's a very important question, and that's also the representative from the Ministry of Environment. She mentioned this importance of finding the balance, and the balance is usually easier to be found once you have opposing parties that can communicate with each other, but it's much harder to find once the counterpart cannot really speak your language. I'm sure that if pelicans or flamingos were asked about the Vlora airport and about it being a proper investment that will help the economy and respect at the same time environmental issues, I'm sure that they would not see any type of balance in that or any type of positive development for them. So it's definitely not an easy thing to talk about balance, but what I think the region, Albania, but also the region is unique when it comes to a European context, is the incredibly high value that it has on biodiversity, the very rich nature that it has, and that is exactly what we can offer to Europe. I mean, we don't need to replicate unsustainable models of development that have been proven elsewhere to lead nowhere, to lead to environmental destruction, to lead to social issues, to issues with local inhabitants, and so on. I mean, we can gain that experience that from Central and Western European countries, what has been done wrong, and put it to our advantage, and not do the same mistakes that were done perhaps 40, 50, or even 100 years ago by other countries, when also environmental awareness was much lower than it is today. With the information that we know now about climate change, about the biodiversity crisis, making similar decisions or even worse decisions about development to the detriment of nature, it's not anymore ignorance. It's like being bad by purpose, you know. So it's yeah.
Let's keep that in mind as a very good conclusion. Thank you, Alexander. Thanks to the whole panel. Thanks also for your interest in the audience. Yeah, and I think the next panel is just following en route. Okay.
Okay. So we are going to continue now. So everybody, please join us and come back into the room. Please find your seats and
don't necessarily mind.
I think as we're a bit tight on the schedule, we can close the doors now. So we're now starting with the final panel of the day, which will be on rule of law and fighting corruption. And I give the word to Dr. Andi Hoczaj for the moderation.
Thank you. Well, thank you everyone for staying so late, and we really appreciate it. And we're going to start the conversation on rule of law and fighting corruption. It's not the most easiest of topic, but I'm delighted to be here in the stage with a number of colleagues who, by the way, all of them have a law degree. So if some of you do get bored, if we go into the legal details, do give us a note. I would like to
start introducing the panel and a little bit the aims around the conversation that we would like to have. So we have Mr. Vigan Choroli, who is the Deputy Justice Minister. He has a wide-range career in academia, also working and engaging with civil society, and very much involved in the rule of law efforts in Kosovo. Then we are joined by Liava Gostava, who is the head secretary of the Regional Anti-Corruption Initiative, and she has a wide-range career as well as expertise working with the Bulgarian Anti-Corruption Commission and a number of NGOs, Europol, on asset recovery, good governance, and anti-corruption. We have Renard Priebe, who has worked in a number of courts here in Germany, mostly in administrative and constitutional court, but was also a director of the European Commission enlargement portfolio, and he's currently working as honorary professor at the FON University in Skopje. And we also have Neyman Nentaji, do apologize for my pronunciation and do correct me, who is a practicing lawyer at the 3rd municipality in Belgrade, but also works with Transparency International as their program director and has been involved in a number of initiatives regarding rule of law and anti-corruption in Serbia. So part of our conversation today is about the rule of law and anti-corruption in the Western Balkans. And we have some of the guiding questions that I would like to kick off our conversation today. And those are, what can the EU do to promote the rule of law and fight against corruption, and how that can remain a central theme of the enlargement process? We want to focus particularly what can the Berlin process do about the rule of law and fighting corruption, and should it be reintroduced, because initially it was part and then it was kicked out, and there is a conversation now. And more broadly, what can the Western Balkan and civil society do to address and monitor some of the rule of law efforts and fight against corruption? So I would like to kick off sort of 5 minutes for each of the panelists on their reflection in these sort of question. So if we could start with the Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Professor Hoxhaj. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed panelists, dear all, I welcome you all present here. Thank you for having me here in Berlin to talk on behalf of the Ministry of Justice of the Republic of Kosovo on this very much critical global issue. First of all, the fight against corruption and organized crime requires a comprehensive and multifaceted approach. So with regard to the worst type of corruption, we know that in Balkan, the most present one is a political corruption. In legal terms, malpolitics or political corruption uses powers by government officials or their network contacts for illegitimate private gain. This type is most concerning, one, as it is erode the fundamental value of the law that governs and regulates society, creating a massive mess in the country as a whole. As the government, as the Ministry of Justice specifically, we have been recently instrumental in creating the legal infrastructure in Kosovo that what is called the tangible progress in this direction, despite the ongoing challenges encountered along our journey, which is normal, I believe. The fundamental issues of the judiciary and justice, as well as the advancement of fundamental rights, have been and continue to be the foremost priority for our government, which in the recent political history of the country will be soon the first government to fulfill the 4-year constitutional mandate. Our reform initiatives have begun to strengthen the rule of law, improve effectiveness in combating corruption, and organized crime, and initiate criminal, civil, and administrative reforms, thereby resulting in concrete progress in addressing human rights, among other areas. When it comes to the Berlin process, I would like to say that we are the very first government in the entire Balkans that we have approved the growth plan. And that has been, by coincidence, yesterday approved in our government, which includes 30 reforms. And among these 30 reforms, we have 111 components. Out of them, the most significant one, I believe, they belong to the justice sector. And the amount that Kosovo is having the very progressive approach. It means that as well, I have to admit, although this is a rather not a modesty, that Kosovo is again first country in the Western Balkans that was praised by European Commission to have 80. Some sort of 1 billion, almost of them 1 billion euro from the package that will be funded in addition to other. In 2021, the government of the Republic of Kosovo approved the rule of law strategy 2021-26, and within the first 3 years, we have accomplished an 85% of implementation of the strategy's activities, with ongoing progress in those currently underway. This strategy outlines a range of measures and activities for the participating institutions in the forthcoming period within the vision to restore citizens' trust in the system and attain the highest standards in justice. The judicial and prosecutorial system must be stripped of any kind of political influence. And we are trying to figure this out because, you know, we had, in the sense that we started a macro or mega process like previously Albania did, but slightly different or rather very different from Albania, the vetting process. But we have to remain a judicial and prosecutorial system stripped of any kind of political influence. We are obliged to create an environment where the judicial and prosecutorial system is stripped of any kind of political influence and acts only on the basis of the personal conscience and professional preparation of the judge and prosecutor on the basis of the public is judged. Lastly, what is important, and I'm going then to discuss probably after the end of our initial talk, we, as a Ministry of Justice or as a government, we have signed with two independent institutions, which are Kosovo Judicial Council and Kosovo Prosecutorial Council, the joint statement of commitment, which is part of the growth plan as well. So initiating this joint statement of commitment is obliged, or it derives from the necessary legal change aimed at strengthening existing performance, integrity, and disciplinary mechanism for judges and prosecutors. In addition to the fight against corruption and organized crime, we have finalized and approved the anti-corruption legal package, including the law on the State Bureau for Verification and Confiscation of Unjustified Assets and the regulation on whistleblowing. Moreover, we are progressing towards establishing the anti-corruption task force and the joint investigation team in order to tackle criminal offenses related to organized crime. So the lot has been done, and of course the new reform that has started with our government will continue in next phase and in next year in order to be instrumental for the rule of law and strengthening and believing that the justice sector should be more instrumental to highlight, I mean, the reform initiative in the both judicial and prosecutorial council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. we go over to the director of RAI for your reflections.
Thank you. Thank you. First, let me thank the organizers for the invitation to participate in this panel and to share RAI perspective on this very important topic on the rule of law and fighting corruption, alongside with the distinguished panelists. And I would like also to thank you all for the interest and being in the room in the end of this very long day. To provide a little bit of a context for my participation in the panel today, I would like very briefly to introduce a regional anti-corruption initiative for those of you who are unfamiliar with our work. The Regional Anti-Corruption Initiative, or RAI, has been established back in 2000, so under the Stability Pact, so almost 25 years ago. And with the aim to address corruption and to contribute to the development of the region after the war conflict in former Yugoslavia. So 25 years ago, the countries recognized the importance of fighting corruption. And here we are, 25 years later, still discussing this issue. We have to say that throughout the years, the organization gained a lot of experience, knowledge, and therefore I think that we could really contribute to the discussions and the topic under the Berlin process as well. I'm also very happy that the organizers are bringing this topic in a focus because it's extremely important, and as it has been acknowledged by the speakers yesterday and today, most of there cannot be corruption really is a real threat towards state institutions and democracy, but also it imposes a threat to economic growth, environment. Just recently, last week in Bosnia and Herzegovina, there has been a disaster, and there are some allegations that it was possible because of corruption there. So I think that it's extremely important to keep this topic on focus. Why and how we could contribute to the discussion. 25 years ago, when the organization was established by the 9 governments from Southeastern Europe, none of them was part of the EU. Currently, 3 of the member countries of the organization, Bulgaria, Croatia, and Romania, are EU members, and 3 countries which are observers to RAI are also EU members, and these are Slovenia, Poland, and Greece. There is increased interest in what we are doing because the countries and the governments from the region, but also the anti-corruption agencies, find this opportunity to meet, discuss, and work on common problems as very important and essential. It's also important that we bring the neighboring countries around the table for discussion, and I'm very happy to share that we also do cooperate very well with the EU. For example, last week we were participating in the EU Network Against Corruption plenary meeting, and we are currently finalizing RAI membership to the network, which would allow the region to be represented at the network, informal network, where practitioners from the EU countries gather to discuss practical and concrete issues. I know that most of you would agree that the region in these 25 years has achieved a lot, and probably not as much as we would like to see, but especially in terms of legislation, policy commitments, there have been a number of. In RAI, what we are trying is to address the current challenges, and by recognizing the fact that translating policy commitments into practical policies and implementing these policies in practice is often a challenge in the region. So what we try to do is develop mechanisms which could be implemented in practice by the countries and support them in their endeavor. In the morning session, in the discussion, the colleagues said that it's good to have this peer pressure for the advancement of the reforms in the Western Balkans and in the reforms that are required for the accession to the EU. We slightly have changed our approach. Well, we do not speak anymore and we do not look for peer pressure, but we much more focus on peer support. What we try to do is identify the common problems and find solutions. How and what is the role of the Berlin process? RAI has been involved together with UNODC in the implementation of the anti-corruption and illicit finance for Western Balkans roadmap, which was a 3 years program funded by the UK under the Berlin process. We have to say that the process and the program ensured the political will through adoption of the roadmap and the political commitment. There have been a lot of expectations by the governments. We continue to work on this, and we hope that we will continue to have rule of law and corruption, fighting corruption, but also corruption prevention in focus. Therefore, we strongly welcome the recommendations from the working group to reintroduce the topic under the Berlin process, and also the recommendation which suggests that there is targeted funding for programs and projects concrete on specific topics which would support countries in fighting corruption. Another topic, and I mean, I'm finishing. I know that there is a lot of interest, and especially in the EU integration and negotiation process on prosecution of corruption. Nevertheless, I think it's also very important that we work on corruption prevention. Because building integrity in the region, working with youth is, although probably not having very immediate effect, would bring the change. The civil society, important player. We at RAI try to bring all the key stakeholders around the table for discussions. The governments, the civil society, the international community. Civil society, very important for providing monitoring and impact assessments. I think this is also something that is lacking in the region. We have to have an independent assessment on the policies and effectiveness of the policies implemented and legislation by the governments. So I would give the floor now to Professor Breber, who is actually the expert in reporting.
Thank you. I'm certainly not the expert. Underneath there is a mic here. Do you want to try? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much and good evening. And it's probably the wisdom of the organizers to put rule of law at the very end of an exhausting day as the absolutely highlight of the day. Let me just make a few remarks from my observation over quite a few years in dealing with rule of law matters in the Western Balkans. First of all, and this needs to be repeated again and again and made very clearly, rule of law is a basic value in the EU treaty, and it is a condition for receiving new member states. And it is one of these conditions where no compromises should be expected. And I think that's very important. Another introductory remark I want to make is that rule of law is, of course, a very wide and unclear notion. And I think many discussions about this subject suffer a bit about the fact that it is not clear what we are talking about. For me, the core of rule of law is the fundamental rights of the citizens and the efficient functioning of an independent judiciary. But if you look at papers and follow discussions, rule of law can be much broader. It can be civil society. It certainly includes fighting against corruption. It can be even checks and balances between the state institutions. So I think it is quite important when we are talking about rule of law to be always clear what we are talking about. During the day, we several times remarks where the notion of rule of law was simply understood as respecting the law. Well, that is the very notion of rule of law, that the rule laws and nothing else, where there is a law. And so I just wanted to make aware everybody on something which is clear. It's a very broad notion, and we have to be clear what we are talking about. It has become the priority in the accession process, but discussion about functioning of rule of law have not only started in the past 5 years. In the accession process, they have been there as from the beginning. And another element which might complicate things or might simplify things, that the European Union is facing more and more also rule of law problems with some of its own member states. That should not be understood in the Western Balkans as a pretext or an excuse that the EU might become less stricter on the rule of law. It's rather the opposite. The internal discussions with some member states, and it happens that these are relatively new member states, rather lead European politicians to an attitude: we have made maybe mistakes in previous accession processes, that we had not been vigilant enough on rule of law issues, and therefore we should be very vigilant now with new candidates. So therefore I think it's very important to be aware of that. Many informations can be drawn from these discussions between the EU and its own member states, by the way, including some very detailed judgments of the European Court of Justice. And so it is a very interesting source of information. And since 2020, the European Commission is every year writing a report on the state of rule of law in its own member states. And I think it's a very good news that this year, for the first time, this report includes 4 of the Western Balkan countries. I haven't found out the explanations why it's only 4 and not 6, probably because they considered the 2 remaining as so complicated that they leave it for later on to deal with that. Now, briefly, why has the progress on rule of law matters been so slow in recent years, and why have there even been some backsliding? I think there are reasons not only in the countries but also in the European Union. And maybe I should start for once with the international community. The countries get a lot of advice and a lot of money in this area, and I wonder if they don't get too much advice and too much confusing advice. Many organizations organize, some of them with enormous skills in the area of rule of law, like OSCE or the Council of Europe, but there is an inflation of advices given to the countries in the region, and maybe some need to streamline on the essentials on what is needed for the functioning of rule of law is needed. Also, the advice even coming from EU member states, but also coming from other countries, especially also from the US, are coming from very different legal cultures. I'm certain that an American, a very skilled rule of law expert assessing the functioning of criminal courts in one of the Western Balkan countries would give totally different advice and make totally different comments than a German lawyer would do, and even the advices of a French or a German lawyer would not be the same. So there is a problem that the international advice comes from very different legal cultures, and therefore might be quite confusing. And then there's another problem. I wouldn't have said that if I still were an official of the European Commission, but since I'm away from that since 10 years now, I'm free to do that. There is, of course, a risk not to have exactly the same approach for each of the countries. And to put it a bit more bluntly, with those countries where there are still big open political issues, the European Union might be a bit more hesitant to bother this country at the same time with detailed rule of law issues. I'm not mentioning a particular country, but I have been asked so often, whenever I'm in Belgrade, I'm asked, why have you chaired a senior rule of law experts group making reports on Macedonia and Bosnia, and why don't you ever come to Belgrade? There are also some serious problems here. So there are some shortcomings on the international side. Of course, also there are shortcomings in the countries. I've probably exhausted my time, but let me just mention one which I think is the most important one, is that I think the whole issue of rule of law should be communicated within the countries and also by local politicians differently. It is not, what needs to be done is not to be done to please Brussels and to kick off an important accession condition. It needs to be done in the interest of the citizens, of the economies, and how often have I heard in recent times that people are leaving the country not primarily because of economic reasons, but of the uncertainty of lack of rule of law. And this message needs to be put much stronger. And the other issue, which we have elaborated a bit in these reports, is that the rules are not missing. The institutions are not missing. There are judicial councils, there are anti-corruption offices, all this is there. But there's a need to change the culture. There is not a well-developed culture of independent judiciary, and that is probably the biggest problem. And as everybody knows, changing cultures takes more time than changing a law. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we're going to pass it on to a practitioner who might give us some further reflection.
Thank you very much. Thank you for invitation here and for honor to speak in front of you. Thank you for your interest. Well, yeah, first about pronunciation. For those interested, it's Nemanja Nenadić, and I used to work in court 25 years ago, and ever since then I'm in civil society, first in European Movement and then in Transparency International for Serbia. And well, it's always if we speak about rule of law, it's always inspirative, let's say, to speak about these issues in Germany. And I'm raising one issue from multiple Transparency International meetings when we discussed about implementation of international standards. And then my colleagues from Germany were always complaining, oh, our parliament didn't want to adopt United Nations Convention Against Corruption. What can we do? Are we worst in the world? And I explained to them, no, the reason for that is the German parliamentarians probably read what is inside, and they are not ready to adopt it, unlike parliamentarians in other countries that just raising hands if there is some international mechanism to adopt. When coming to the rule of law, I always like, Professor Priebe mentioned that rule of law is not just fulfilling what is the basic notion to respect what is written in the law. But I must say that we would be actually very happy to have at least that standard fulfilled for the beginning. And it would be really good to have also similar approach, at least by European Union and other institutions that are monitoring progress of our countries. To start with that, it is not sufficient, of course, for the rule of law, but it would be good to have it. And for example, I'm in Serbian language, I'm making some comparisons or sentences like, but it would function actually better in German than in English, that wir leben in einem Halbrechtsstaat. Yeah, so we are, yeah, you can translate if you may be better than me, if it's possible to translate to English. So it is not rule of law if we have laws applied in one case and not in another case. It is not rule of law. So it is not even Rechtsstaat, which means literally legal state, or I don't know how to translate that better. So, and we have many examples of that kind that might be interesting for lawyers or for the rest of civil society. For example, we have the law saying that directors of state-owned enterprises may be appointed only based on public competition for the period of 4 years, based on merit, etc., etc. It is written in the law. And it is possible also to appoint acting director for a certain period of time, like 6 months or 1 year. But in reality, we have 2/3 of such enterprises, including the biggest ones, where we have acting directors whose mandate expired long time ago. And then when the disaster came and where our system of electricity producing collapsed, then President of Republic made some subtle message to this acting director that he has to resign, and he resigned. But we commented, but you cannot resign. Your mandate expired 6 years ago. You know, that's the problem that we are facing with. Or, for example, it is particularly interesting for lawyers. We have the parliament that adopted several authentic interpretations of the law. That's the mechanism that exists in some countries, in some not. But you know what is the problem? You can interpret provision to explain what is 1 out of 2 or 3 of possible meanings. But our parliament makes such interpretations in a way that totally change what is the meaning of the provision. So these are examples that might be quite illustrative that we have halb Rechtsstaat, or that the system does not function on this basic level. But when it comes to messages, you asked also about European Union, what European Union can do. They can do a lot of things, and one thing that they should definitely change is something that they practice. I mean, I'm speaking now about politicians, not necessarily about staff in European Commission and national delegations, but political messages following so-called progress reports or regress reports, better maybe to call them, are quite frequently, okay, yes, you have problems with the rule of law, but you have excellent economic results. No, it's totally wrong to put things in that way. You either have rule of law or not, and that's the problem. If you don't have, you cannot compensate that with however good economic results are. And honestly speaking, I have no idea why European Union politicians are doing that. Obviously, they would like to please political leaders of Balkan countries, I don't know, to keep them on EU track. But what alternative Balkan actually has? There is no, I mean, some people would say Russia or China, but those countries are very far away, and there is no feasible way to make any country of the Balkans part of Russian Federation or China Federation or whatever it is. So European Union, and I pretty much believe that everyone in our countries is aware of that, even those who are opposing EU integration. European Union do not have some realistic alternative, and politicians from EU, if we are sending messages to them, should be aware of that as well, and should not try to please Balkan leaders to keep them on European track. No, they should be much more firm when asking for the rule of law and fight against corruption. And they also have to have consistent approach. You know, if we read in country reports, including my country, messages like it is wrong to go into direct contracting with companies from third parties while not respecting basic public procurement rules adopted by European Union. And we are reading these messages, and these messages are good. But these messages are not so, let's say, uverljive, ako neko zna, convincible, if we have EU member states concluding contracts with our government and maybe with some other government in the region, I don't know, in similar manner, and looking for their profits and interests of their industries. So it is not convincible approach. And we have, it was mentioned, a colleague from Kosovo mentioned that the growth plan, and we discussed growth plan in previous sessions and some aspects of it. And so, yeah, growth plan, our government also adopted it like a week ago. And so the question is, to which extent we can consider growth plan as a mechanism that would make governments of Balkan region to respect rule of law and to make other reforms in reality. I mean, 6 billion euro is quite a lot of money, but if someone wants to steal on public procurements, on other secret contracting, so I believe that it is also possible to earn in a illicit way, of course, that money as well. So this conditionality, I doubt whether this amount of money is sufficient for Balkan leaders to keep with the rule of law track. That's one problem. But another problem is the growth plan itself and the actions that will be followed, conditions that will be followed in order to decide whether money will be given to the states or not. I'm not aware yet about the action plans of other countries, but what I see is that they are definitely not sufficient for my country. For example, I mentioned already problem with the direct contracting, with special rules of public procurement for some special projects. That's the problem that we also have. And there is such a condition in growth plan. But you know what? We have to, Serbia has to fulfill that condition to annul all laws that are violating public procurement competition rules in 2026 or 7. And guess what? We have special law for the exhibition Expo 27, which provides that public procurement law will not be applied for that multi-billion project. It doesn't seem convincible again measure if we are facing with a situation where EU will basically turn the blind eye for that practice. Or, for example, when it comes to corruption, track record has to be improved. Okay, that's fine. When it comes to verdicts and in particular when it comes to the high-level corruption. But there are no figures. So one day, maybe someone would say that if we had 21 verdicts one year and 23 verdicts next year, that we have improvement and that we fulfilled this condition when it comes to fight against corruption. I don't think it's sufficient. And what we really need to come back from European Union is clear message that that our improvement in the area of fight against corruption should not be measured by counting of verdicts. Yes, I will. Of verdicts where corruption was identified and where those perpetrators are sentenced, but by counting whether there is any case where we all know from the documents and information published by media, published by civil society, that there was corruption or that might be corruption, but the cases were not investigated by public prosecutor, not to speak about sentence. Sorry for speaking too long.
Thank you. So I'm going to invite the audience in a minute to prepare your thoughts and come up. But in the meantime, I kind of want to reflect on some of the points that you make, and I'm trying to sort of summarize it in a bit. But what kind of sort of struck me, we all can agree that there is a legal infrastructure in place. Some countries are catching up in the legal infrastructure, but we are talking here about implementing it and changing the culture around both the rule of law and fight against corruption. But my sort of reflection in here is, well, how do we create the condition on the ground, one for civil society to be supported in this endeavor, to spotlight rule of law backsliding or regress, as well as the fight against corruption. So we did mention whistleblowers, and this kind of links a little bit to some of the points that you are making. Only 22% of corruption cases are well known across the world, and that is because people fear to come out in the Western Balkans, but more broadly, even here in Germany where we are, there is a stigma around the whistleblower. So, for instance, East Germany, when you compare it with West Germany, they do not come forward to use the whistleblower law. In the Western Balkans, it's the same thing. So, which kind of adds to your point when you propose legislation and policies in the Western Balkans, it's important to bring in the local context. But what I want you to sort of bear that in mind to how do we create the conditions. Can I invite Georgi here and the gentleman over there, and I think I saw a hand somewhere here. If you could come ask your question or reflection, and then we collect 3 points, and then we give the audience and speakers a chance.
Hello, everyone. I was looking forward to this spotlight panel, actually. Nemanja, you said a lot of things. You spoke the minds of, I'm sure, most of the room here. The problem is that this is a spotlight session. This is not a working group. And I'm afraid that all the stuff that we said here and the recommendations that we said here, it's important for this to reach the table, the leaders' table on Monday. And I know all the working groups will be there, the moderators of the working groups. I'm not sure whether this spotlight session and the other spotlight sessions, their messages will be transmitted there. So this is one of the strong points, I think, that were made today, and which is very important. The other strong point that was made throughout the event from yesterday until today is the call for returning rule of law topic, democracy topic, as part of the Berlin process. Remind yourself in 2014, where was that topic? It was an important topic for the region. It was an important topic also for the partners, the countries of the Western Balkans. It's important to bring it back. A lot of things have happened, but unfortunately, when it comes to corruption and rule of law, in the past 10 years, I can say that a lot of bad things have happened. We discussed about rule of law. Many of the speakers pointed out to some of the problems, but sometimes it's bizarre to talk about rule of law when you know that the laws are actually tailored to please some interests, which are not legitimate interests and are not even legal interests. to be preserved. So they go against the public interest. They go against the public good. They go against the people's objective for democratization, consolidation, economic development, European integration, if that ever happens. So I think it's important to discuss this in the right settings. Corruption is a big problem in the region, that's true. But so is state capture. And I'm sorry, we have half of the region that show not only clear signs, but clear tendencies, consolidated practices of capture, complete capture. Laws that are adopted to serve some individuals' interests, procedures that are scrapped completely, and even protection being given, as Nemanja said, by law, even by constitution, if you want. And even more bizarre situations, and I'll leave it there. Albania, as you know, conducted this, is implementing still the judicial reform. And we have this special prosecutor, SPAC, which is doing history in the past couple of years. And the bizarre situation is European Commission, in its report, congratulating Edi Rama for the great job on the judicial reform, because SPAC has arrested the hand-picked ministers of Edi Rama. I mean, I'm sorry. We are all here. We have eyes. We read. We've been here for the past 3 decades. Let's not pretend to. I mean, if we all want to do things properly, let's. But we cannot do things by avoiding topics, you know. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jovan Rajic, I'm a lawyer coming from Renewables and Environmental Regulatory Institute from Serbia. I must once again bring the elephant back to room, and the elephant is called Rio Tinto. And Katarina mentioned before, but if somebody thinks it's strictly environmental issue, it's not. Believe me, it's equally rule of law issue. And I would like to say something about the responsibility and the role of the EU in this process. We had last year, while the project was suspended officially by the Constitutional Court of Serbia, we had this memorandum of understanding signed between the government of Serbia on one side and Mr. Šefčovič on behalf of the EU from the other side, while the project, I repeat, was officially suspended. We have these protests and arrests of tens and tens of people in Serbia this year, and constant campaign and special TV show on the regime televisions against the NGOs who are opposing to this project. And these are all, just to mention because it's important, these are all pro-EU NGOs, including mine, in which I am a member. So these are not some right-wing pro-Russian organizations, and the support from the EU and member states was, I wouldn't say completely missing, but was not at the satisfactory level. And I will conclude with this. We have now a public debate on the criminal law, amendments of the criminal law in Serbia, which will facilitate and enable government to even easier arrest and prosecute the people, especially in relation with the protests and especially considering this situation. It is my belief that this is the reason why these amendments are suggested. So my question goes to Professor Priebe, and I would like to ask him if he shares this opinion that the EU is sometimes ready to neglect some of these basic principles that we are mentioning today, rule of law, democracy, human rights, for higher interests, in this particular case, lithium, and how dangerous is that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have anyone else who would like to come to the stage? Or, yeah, please.
Hello. First,
Welcome.
thanks for your insightful discussion. I'm Daniela Liberatore from the Aspen Institute, Germany. And my question stems from the consideration that when we talk about EU accession process, it always comes the issue of credibility, and most of the time the lack of credibility of EU institutions in the Western Balkans. And I think this mirror or gives an insight of a broader challenge that EU is currently facing, and is the actual ability and leverage to ensure that countries, once they join, or also already member state, do actually respect the rule of law. And so my question is, if you think that the European Union is actually working on its credibility and mostly in enforcing and fighting specifically anti-corruption. And for example, I think about the short-lived EU anti-corruption report in 2013, and if it's taking measures, if these measures are actually adequate to tackle these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, we have a lot of questions and lots of reflections. So I'll hand it over to the panel to offer your reflection on some of these points. Professor, do you want to kick us off?
Well, I'm in the happy situation that I have no obligation anymore to defend the European Union.
That's why we started with you.
When I was in charge of the Western Balkans and the European Commission, I only got criticism that we were too strict. And it's interesting to hear so many criticism now that the EU is not strict enough. And that is a good sign, because it shows that the civil society, the NGOs, are engaging in this area. And I have the impression that engaging, especially in the area of rule of law, might be more difficult for civil society. I remember, just to give you an example, when we prepared one of the two Macedonia reports, we had many sessions with civil society representatives, amongst them one practicing lawyer who gave us very interesting information, but at the end of the meeting he said, "Can I be sure that you don't mention my name? I earn my money in pleading cases in courts in Macedonia, and if they read what I have said about the functioning of the judiciary in Macedonia, I will lose all the cases in the future." So therefore, engaging for civil society is maybe particularly difficult in this area. Does the EU, in particular situation, neglect or is less rigid on rule of law issues because there are even more important issues to deal with? You don't seriously expect me to answer to that question. Maybe I will lose my pension rights. I think I try to give a hint to that. And if you force me to be more concrete, well, having so much problems to make Bosnia and Herzegovina a functioning state under a impossibly complicated Dayton constitution, or having this big issue of Kosovo and Serbia not yet solved, there might be politicians in Brussels who think we should focus on this very much and don't make their lives even more difficult in coming with this and that other conditionality question. There might be. I'm not saying that this happens. And maybe it was discussed this morning with a new change in personnel in the Commission dealing with the Western Balkans. There might be also changes in approaches on this matter. One of your questions in the beginning was what should the Berlin process do there? Well, I don't want to shock anybody. I would be a bit skeptical to put this as another big pillar of Berlin process. What I found very interesting over the whole day in the discussions is that rule of law is a cross-cutting issue entering in all other issues. I would never have thought that the flooding in Bosnia would have anything to do with the rule of law, frankly speaking. So having the rule of law aspects and all the other priorities, especially in the economic priorities, might be a better approach than to build a new rule of law pillar in the Berlin process. My personal opinion.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, it's for me, it's very encouraging actually to see that people are so passionate about this very sensitive topic in the region, and to realize, and it's that, as the professor said, it's a cross-cutting issue. So sometimes I think the problem is that people do not realize how much impact corruption has in their lives. I deliberately pointed out the disaster in Bosnia and Herzegovina from last week because most of the people did not realize that it can be related. I would just want to remind everybody, going back to what the professor said in his first intervention, that rule of law problem and the problem of corruption is I think it's wrong if we consider it only with regards to EU integration. No, I think we have to address this problem as our problem and find our solutions. And that's why, I mean, our organization, we are very much willing to support the government and the civil society, academia. We try to engage with academia as well, to use the regional expertise, because there is a regional expertise, and I agree with the professor that we can and we have to use it more to find solutions that work for our region, and to do it for ourselves, not for, and then we'll join EU without even discussing it, I would say. So this is something that we have to realize, and also I know it's very attractive to speak about track records, investigations, high-level corruption. Blood is always attractive. But I think it's also very important to continue and work every day for corruption prevention, because laws, in the end of the day, are implemented by human beings. And then we have to have people with integrity enough to implement the laws in place. Otherwise, we'll continue with discussions, I think, for the next probably 25 years, even not, if not more.
Thank you.
If I do a questionnaire right now from whether the EULEX in Kosovo since 2008 has been a successful story, I firmly do believe that most of you will, in a scale from 1 to 10, would give probably a grade 2 or 3 or 4 maximum. No one is satisfied. Professor Priebe could talk probably more on this issue, but European Union towards Kosovo played a doctrine, or implemented the doctrine of stabilocracy instead of the rule of law, strengthening democracy, and the rest what comes from the rule of law. This hysteria in Kosovo, which costs to you, European Union citizens, more than it costed actually, or it goes ahead still nowadays, more than 500 million euro per year. It's the biggest dilemma that European Union should be proud of EULEX or should not be proud of EULEX. So because of 5 non-recognizers among 27, everyone is willing to say this is a political matter and it's not a judicial matter. But when we see currently in Kosovo whether the judicial institutions are impartial or are independent, we strongly say that they are fully independent and fully. No one. Because the legal package in the country is very Europeanized. The will is different. It's the same, I believe, in Serbia, in Montenegro, in Albania. Here what was mentioned, SPAC. those so-called big fishes were arrested, the entourage of Prime Minister Rama and various people who were serving him, but now today are in a prison. So European Union has to be more sincere towards the Balkans. This is a fundamental, this is instrumental. What the sincerity means, that you have to give the credits to the domestic institutions that they could be, but actually they should be independent, but strengthening the rule of law should be more investment in a cultural level than an illegal package. So now, as a government, we have a very strong cooperation with the EU office in Pristina. And when they, for instance, when we are almost done, this is off the record, when we are almost done in creating some new legislative agenda.
We're live on YouTube.
They, sorry.
We are live on YouTube.
No, I'm kidding. That's why on purpose I'm saying off the record. On purpose. When we say they come to us and they say, please send this to Venice Commission. They want to make, again, troubles, not solving the issues. It's not using this meta institutions worldwide then can stop the reform. They have to be more cooperative, and they have to leave alone, because we are aware of the conditions of Copenhagen criteria, and everyone is aware of that. But EU has to be more sincere towards the EU states. Okay, I cannot play a good politician here to say that the entire 6 Balkan states are frustrated from the EU integrations, because the light in the end of the tunnel is far away, beyond 2030. So I don't believe that it will be soon the full integration. So this is the sort. And the one last point with regard to the civil society and the Berlin process. We particularly as the Ministry of Justice, we have very strong cooperation with civil society organizations. Some of the respected directors and representatives of NGOs in Pristina are here, and they know that we don't do any particular law without their expertise or without having them. So we cooperate very much closely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Or you wanted to comment on... Actually, I have a microphone.
Yes.
So sorry for... I just forgot this. So there are several topics that, from your initial questions, that I didn't comment, like regional cooperation and role of civil society. Of course, I absolutely agree to introduce in Berlin process discussion importance of fight against corruption. But when we speak about regional cooperation, yes, we can obviously learn on each country's experiences. When I say we, now first we as a civil society organizations, and we can learn not just from our neighbors in Balkans about bad practices, but also from already member states about some ideas how to suppress civil society and how to develop corruption in countries which are already part of EU. But yes, we are learning, and we are trying to counter somehow oppressive methods that are implemented in one country, to use strategies that our colleagues used, but also I'm also pretty much convinced that politicians or leaders of countries are also exchanging experiences among themselves and learn how to minimize the role of civil society through various methods, either legal or different. So basically speaking, we as civil society need to have some conditions to fulfill our mission. So, for example, we need to have really effective and implemented access to information rules, and not to have a situation that many of my colleagues experience, that we are seeking for basic information from public bodies. Like Jovan mentioned this lithium project, and our organization asked Ministry of Finance for analysis, because our government is saying this is highly profitable project. It will increase GDP for 10 billion, 12 billion euro. And we ask simple question to Ministry of Finance, okay, please provide us analysis that you base your estimation on. And obviously there was no answer. So without this tool, and this is again respect of the rule of law, because we have that written in the law that the ministry has to respond within 15 days, we cannot perform effectively our monitoring role. And without respect of rules on public consultation, we cannot obviously perform our advocacy role. And the issue of European integration, look, I believe we all agree that it has huge positive potential, but it also has its limits, and we are all aware of that. Even not just about priorities, other priorities that are considered higher, but also because of numerous occasions where we received a response from like EU bodies, oh, but we cannot ask that your government because we don't have a key. Okay, maybe you don't have a key, but we have serious problem with the rule of law in that regards. We have problem in fight corruption in that area. So some sort of changed approach is necessary, and yes, and I will stop now. I wanted to make some comparisons of European integration of Balkans with American integration in 19th century, and you know how they called what we call now candidate countries? They call them territories.
And they didn't have Copenhagen criteria.
No, definitely not. But I'm just scared that that might be one of scenario if Euro enthusiasm is on in downwards tendency. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, we are entering in the final 5 minutes, and what I had in mind is if I could give each of you about a minute to offer sort of your last reflections about the Berlin process, and in particular what the leaders should hear on Monday when it comes to fighting corruption and the rule of law, but in particular creating the conditions for the civil society to put spotlight, because partially as what we discovered today, but what we know from different studies and so on, that civil society does engage in these sort of issues. However, they are fought back, or their conditions or their practices are reduced. So in your sort of final remarks, how can they address, or what sort of issues? Because personally, I don't hope and I don't wish the Berlin process to be another 10 years. So I hope the Western Balkan countries could join before. But, you know, in hindsight, you never know. Shall we start with the Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Professor. I believe on Monday the Leaders' Summit would be in the sense that particularly on the fight against corruption. The Berlin Summit cannot be a parallel institutions because we have who qualified as a regress report, each and you, I believe. Right?
Yeah.
So progress report each September is telling us that the judiciary is weak and corrupted. Last 15 years, the same wording for each of remaining 6 Western Balkan countries. So the same wording, the same philosophy, the same attitude, and European Commission now and Berlin Summit, especially the big leaders of the EU members. Because now with Mr. Orban and with the rest of autocrats, I believe no one is taking care of or especially with Ukraine and Israel and so on and so forth, they will be less engaged in the Balkans. Now, the civil society's voice is going to be instrumental, and this is a very fortunate thing that you have here in Berlin very frequently them. And you should have them more than the governments, I believe.
Thank you.
Well, call me optimistic, but what I would suggest is reintroduce rule of law and fight against corruption, probably as a cross-cutting issue, as the professor suggested. Don't put it under the carpet. Have the spotlight on these issues, and try to use the existing regional, national, local expertise, try to find solutions. I mean, I think we have many discussions. It's time for finding solutions which work in our region, and make use of our organization as well.
Thank you.
Reminds me a bit your question of in my active time, the Commission asking, Reinhard, could you produce 2 sentences for the conclusions next Monday? The conclusions could be, the sentences could be, there remains a widespread dissatisfaction within the countries on the non-functioning of the rule of law, and the countries will have to engage at all levels, at governmental level, at civil society level, and with each citizen to improve that situation, because this is essential for the functioning of a democratic state and for a forward-looking economic development. Is that fine?
That's very well. Thank you.
Well, I already said several things that may be used for these conclusions, and we can look back for such conditions. But I mean, we can start with basics. If it comes to civil society, obviously, message should incorporate call for the governments in the region not to oppress civil society organizations, at least, and not to do this not only directly but also indirectly, because there are various ways to do this. And then also to provide us with these basic preconditions for performing our monitoring and advocacy work, which are part of the rule of law, because all our countries already have legislation in place that should enable that. That might be one part of the message, and when it comes to well, I don't know how far we can go, actually. I mean, it would be good to be satisfied with basics, at least, and to achieve basics, and maybe next year we can speak about other issues. And you asked at the beginning of this part, you mentioned that you hope that, what? That Berlin process will end, will not last next 10 years?
Well, because some of the questions are, what are you looking forward to the Berlin process? And since it's the 10th anniversary, and in some other panels, they alluded to the idea, well, it could be a long term.
Do you remember why Berlin process was established on 12,014? It was like 100 years anniversary of First World War. So we can make our best hopes to finalize that before 100 years anniversary of Second World War, maybe to... Can you formulate in that way? Well, it would be optimistic, I must say.
Well, thank you very much to everyone that stayed, and thank you to all of the panelists for your contributions. And we invite you all to dinner, and I suppose the...
Could I have a mic? Yeah, thank you so much. Could you turn that on? Yeah, so...
Please have this one.
Let's just have that one. Yeah, thank you so much.
So first of all, thank you so much for this wonderful day. This was extremely enlightening, and I love the dynamics you showed until the very end of the day. And that we did rule of law at the end of the day was a highlight, and not disrespect for the topic at all. So tonight, you deserve a dinner, a networking dinner for the hard work, which takes place right out there, and where we had our lunch today. And we'll see you again tomorrow morning, bright and early at 9 for some also really important topics we are going to deal with. A big, big thank you to all of our moderators of the day, because usually people on the panel, the discussants, get a lot of applause, and the moderators not so much, but they also have a lot of work in the background. So thank you so very, very much. And to all of our speakers, and with this, enjoy your evening.
Yeah, of course.